Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Upgrade your membership to Gold. You will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is the way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado Custodian, Billy Friedrich. Jones one all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the corporate Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio, bizarre. There's a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, better with the bag and you love it. We want it top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Wednesday, September 17th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. Had a late night shooting NFL bankroll blitz alongside Troy Torrance last night. And then, I made a bunch more bets. Well, just 5, actually, not as many as I was expecting to. And then I start prepping for MLB. I'm prepping for MLB, focusing on MLB. I get Wine Times college football games. I set that up. We get WNBA playoffs. We have Justin Mcelvy and Billy Brisbane for that today. Putting everything together. Maybe get like 3.5, 4 hours sleep, and then, get Ella Carter to school, get back here, start grinding on baseball cards. I'm like feeling this, like, I'm tired. I'm fucking tired. I can't shake it. I can't shake the fucking, I'm trying to shake it. I'm drinking as much coffee as possible. I can't shake it. Until I triple up on game 1 at 12:35 p.m. Eastern. And who needs drugs when you have action, baby? As soon as I sent the bet in, just fist starts clenching, and I'm ready to fucking rock, man. That's all it takes is a little action to get the blood pumping, and it's pumping right now. Thank you guys for joining us. Justin Mcelvy in the house. We got stacks play today 1 and 2. Devers over 1.5 bases plus 114. Natasha Cloud over 12.5 points at plus 116. Mr. Tomatoes. Martez Denny. Irish King. The Nuke Worker. Swiggy. Ayo D. Nut Flush Allen in the house. We got D Trip T Moss ready to get to work. Ronnie Lofton. We do ready to go. JM Lucas Ryan, sweet Lou Von Polo in the house. Let's get the fucking work. Let's get this money today, right now. Afternoon action. Let's get this fucking cash. We have just the man to lead us to the paper. Our guy Wine Time joining us a little bit later. He has given us his best bets in MLB. They are official. We are going to be discussing them. They're official. And Fields out versus the Bucks. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Gorky. That means that we need to bet the under as soon as possible. I'm going to try to do that during the show. Gorky, this man never stops capping. The Goracle. King Al in the house. Brandon Cummings, Turnbuckle Tommy, the sports investor says Adderall is king. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. The only time that I've ever done Adderall in my life was at Pubapalooza 4. And it did help, I think. But I don't need anything. I just need action, baby. I just need action. When it comes down to everything in life, I just need action. But I have had comics tell me that when they're wondering why their crowd work is so good, they say Adderall is the reason why it's so good. DC Capper in the house. Ricky Levine ready to go. JM ready to eat. Let's get to work right now and bring on the man that I was referring to, hitting over 60% in Major League Baseball. 41 official bets here. ROI plus 21.24%. It's time to get to work. Please welcome the man I've been referring to with that stellar record. My friend TJ is joining us today. TJ, how are you? I think you might be muted, or it might be on me.
Nope, it's my fault. Told the cabbie. Good morning. I'm tired too. A little overworked, stressed. It's that time of the year where work's ramping up, and I haven't. I looked at the card a little bit last night, a little bit this morning, but I'm going to be moving live. I only have one bet I've placed, and it's in the first game as well, which I'm sure we'll talk about. Let's get rolling. I only have a limited amount of time today, guys, so I might be a little bit quick on my breakdowns, but we'll get some action.
And thank you for being here, my friend. Thank you for rocking with us. Let's get right to work. We have a game popping off here in 26 minutes, and I doubled up. I got crushed on Friday, and I had a bad week of MLB. The Friday set me up for I had a bad weekend. So I've not made a baseball bet since Friday. And I've tripled up here on game 1, and I am excited about the opportunity to do it. One of my bets is referred to as the TJ Special. I'm on Johan Oviedo, who I think has been pitching very, very well. I'm on him first 5 plus a half. I got that at minus 118. Crystal Craig in the house. The fix is in. Great to see all of you. The Spooner in the house as well. Wine Time. Official move is on the Cubs Pirates under 8 at minus 120. Ronnie Lofton moving on the Pirates first 5 money line. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I have become addicted to the TJ Special, the first 5 plus a half. It's just been working. The dog, first 5 plus a half. It's just been working. and I'm on it here. I also doubled up on unders. First 3 under 2.5 minus 135, and full game under 8. And that was more expensive. That was minus 120. Shout out to Kong's Clips, blessing our action to get us started, gifting a Pub Sports Radio membership. You will see Kong back on NFL Pub Hub after a stellar opening to his Pub Hub season this past week in NFL. You'll see him back in action again today. You know what? I know we got to work, but let's get a shout out to Kong's Clips, blessing our action and crushing NFL Pub Hub on Sunday. 24 minutes till first pitch at PNC Park. 75 Fahrenheit, feels like 79, 1.9 miles per hour in. Then it becomes left to right, and it builds up moderately, 3.1 to 4.1, non-issue. Ballpark Pal has, move over here. Ballpark Pal has PNC Park here. Minus 1%, minus 22% home runs, plus 10% doubles and triples, and plus 5% singles. We have Matthew Boyd on the bump. He's been very good this year. 13-8, 3.05 ERA, 1.07 WHIP, 171 in the third, 146 Ks, 39 walks, 17 home runs. His last start wasn't very good. 5 innings, 5 hits, 4 earned runs, 1 homer, 1 K, 2 walks, and a 6-4 win at home over the Rays. Irish King says Boyd is a beast. Cubbies minus 1.5. Yeah, I don't. I feel like, I mean, it's certain that arm fatigue is rearing its head with Matthew Boyd. It's not a huge issue. This is a pitcher who's dealt with injuries. I mean, how many 200 inning seasons does he have under his belt? I mean, I don't know. I haven't looked, but my first guess would be 0, nil, zilch, never. 171 innings. I feel like he's scuffling a little bit. He's not being that good on the road. He's not being bad, being solid. But he hasn't looked as good of late. Johan Oviedo has an issue with right-handed bats. Lefties can't touch him. My first thought was, well, how many lefties are they going to have in the Cubbies lineup today? That was the main angle. I was like, if they have 3 or more, well, I have to bet Oviedo. And they have 4. Now, Happ, you would assume, will hit from the right-hand side because that's where you can hit Oviedo. But Bush, Ballesteros, PCA, Reese McGuire, the parking lot jerker, I think he's an easy out in today's affair. Now, the Cubs are hitting righties hard. 301, 891 OPS. They're hitting them hard. Pirates aren't hitting lefties very hard. 228, 691. Both bullpens are pitching very, very well. Cubbies bullpen 3.71 ERA last 30 days. Pirates bullpen 3.22. And I tripled up on the spot. First 3 under 2.5. It was expensive, minus 135. I'm sure BetMGM and Caesars had a 15-cent better number than that. What I was getting at 365. This total is down to 7.5. We are going to be using BOL for our line movements today. There's been an issue with the book I usually use, and we'll figure out if that changes. This opened up at an 8 as a pick'em. The first move was actually towards the over, which is a surprise. Then it's just been heavy traffic towards the under. Right now, the 7.5 is minus 112 to the over and minus 108 to the under. And on the money line here, we have the Pirates at plus 124. They opened up at plus 136. It is a 12-cent move away from them. There's been a 13-cent, or towards them, excuse me, a 13-cent move away from the Cubbies from minus 150 to minus 137. And when we get into the cash flow here, we have 73% of the ticket, 73% of the cash on the Chicago Cubs. I think it's pretty clear that the books are not that concerned. We have 81% of tickets on the under and 88% of cash on the under. I think it's pretty clear that they're concerned. They're moving the line, not drastically, but it's not going to get to a 7. So I'm pretty comfortable with the situation, but I am not hitting over 60% on the show. My ROI is 2.27%, not 21.24%. TJ, we all want to know, how are you betting this first game that pops off in 20 minutes?
Oh, I'm very, very much aligned with you here. I am seeing only 7.5s up there. There's a couple 8s at exchanges, but I did get the under 8, minus 113, just right before the show started. And then definitely with you on the TJ. I'm on the plus a half. First 5 plus a half, minus 115. That's already moved another 10 cents in the last half hour or so. Yeah, I'm seeing 125 at BOL and 120 at other places. But yeah, definitely looking at this lineup. I know the Cubs clinched last night, but it's not like a division type where they're going to celebrate too much and come in lagging. This is more back in Oviedo. You look at his game logs, he's been excellent. 2 runs or 1 run in every start. Boyd, you kind of touched on it. We've certainly seen what looks to be arm fatigue or something, because he went from a 1.78 ERA in June, 1.97 in July, to a 4.54 and a 4.50 August, September. Just doesn't look quite as sharp. On base average is a lot higher in his last 6 or so starts, dating back to the middle of August there. No, I don't expect the Pirates to get 4 off him or anything, but I think if they get 2, we can end this thing at either a tie or a 2-1 type of lead. And then I'm with you, backing both bullpens here. Kind of just an early, nonchalant type of game. Pirates are obviously free falling, but that's exactly what I want as a bettor, is to take advantage of that. So yeah, I'm going to be against the public and the money here, and with you guys. First 5 plus a half and under 8.
We are lock, stock, ready to cash. I love it. We have Wine Time official. This is going on his record. He's upset that he can't be here, but he'll be here for college football a little bit later. He's on the under 8 at -120. We're in business. Get in where you fit in. TJ on the under 8 -113. Pirates first 5 plus a half -115. I got the Pirates first 5 plus a half at -118. I got the under 8 at -120, and I spent a lot on that first 3 under 2.5 -135. That game pops off in 18 minutes. Make sure that I can live bet it too, in case there is an early home run. All right, we are in business. More afternoon action awaits. We got TJ in the house. Thank you for joining us. Pub Sports Radio, betting with the bag. We got Brandon Cummings, Steve G, the wager detective, Justin McKelvey joining us on the under 8 and the Pirates first 5 plus a half. And JM saying Oviedo versus lefties 111. Yes, he has just absolutely shut them down since being away for 15 months. Brandon Cummings says Bush is 9 for 25 with 3 home runs, 3 doubles, 4 RBIs during a 6-game hitting streak. And I was like, very, very interested to see how many lefties they pulled out. And too many is the answer. We move on to Cincinnati Reds, St. Louis Cardinals, Busch Stadium in St. Louis, Missouri. Reds 75 and 76, 35 and 42 on the road. At St. Louis Cardinals 74 and 78, 42, 35 at home. There is nothing worse in professional sports than mediocrity. And if you have continued mediocrity, your franchise is in big trouble. 2 mediocre teams here in the Reds and the Cardinals. Busch Stadium in St. Louis, Missouri. Let's get into the weather here. 84 Fahrenheit. Feels like 89, 2.2 miles per hour in. Gets up to 4.0. It's a beautiful day for baseball over in St. Louis, but very few people will be at the stadium today. We saw that they've been breaking records for low attendance. They're down below 20,000. This could do it again. I mean, we could see 13 or 14,000 people at Busch Stadium today. We have Brady Singer going up against Andre Palante. We have the daily stadium report giving Busch Field -7%. It's -14% homers, -17% doubles and triples, and +8% singles. Let's get into Turnbuckle Tommy says this is a Reds money line spot for him. Justin McKelvey on the Reds, JM on the Reds, and Phil the Kill is on the under 8.5 and on the Reds. We have 4 cappers here moving on the Reds. Brandon Cummings says Cincinnati sits 3 games behind the Mets in the crowded race for the National League final wildcard spot, while the Cardinals are 4.5 games back. That's the worst feeling for a team. When you have a team like the Mets free falling the way they are, and there's nothing you can do about it because you're stuck in mediocrity. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have the Cardinals at +105, opened up at +100, 5-cent move towards, or 6-cent move towards the Reds from -110 to -116. From a total scenario here, we have an 8.5. It's -118 to the under. This opened up at 9 at 2:42 p.m. At 3:14 p.m. 32 minutes later, there was a 13-cent move to the under. And at 3:55 p.m., we hit 8.5. Even from that 8.5, we've moved 8 cents to the under. So a very legitimate move to the under here for this one. Cash-wise, We have 52% of tickets, 65% of the cash on Brady Singer and the Cincinnati Reds, 64% of tickets on the under, but 57% of cash on the over. We have our guy Spooner in the house. Reds money line for him as well. So a lot of Reds believers. D-Trip on the Reds as well. Redbeard CLC is on the Reds. First 5 minus a half at plus 105, and Wager Detective agreeing on the Reds here. Nutflush Allen on the Reds team total over 4.5. Wow, a lot of love here for your Cincinnati Reds. Take a look at the lineups here and go over the official lineups for the Reds: Lux, Marte, Benson, Hayes, Stewart, Dela Cruz, Steer, Trevino, and Matt McLean. Turning the lineup over. For the Cardinals: Nootbaar, Herrera, Burleson, Arenado, Gorman, Sagasi, Crooks, Walker, and Victor Scott. We have Brady Singer, 3.94 ERA, 1.24 WHIP this year, 149 Ks over 105 and 155 in the third. He's been pretty good. He's coming off the 3-0 loss at the Athletics. He looked good. 6 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 2 homers, 4 Ks, and a walk. On the road this year, he has not looked good at times. He's been pretty average. He's allowed 73 hits over 70 in the third, 39 earned runs over 14 starts. Lefties hit him harder than righties. Lefties hitting 247, 769 OPS, while righties just 220, 619. So lefties are Nootbaar, Burleson, Gorman, Crooks, and Scott. You have 5 lefties in this Cardinals lineup. Andre Palante, 6-14, 5.34 ERA, 1.43 WHIP. I think it's fair to say here's another pitcher that's been dealing with arm fatigue, not used to pitching this many innings. Coming off an 8-2 loss to the Brewers, he's not looked good of late. His splits are very fine. I mean, he gets hit up by both sides, no more than the other. But that last start was ugly. There's been a lot of ugly starts for him. He's not been good at home this year. 46 earned runs over 14 home starts, 9 home runs, 273 opponents batting average. The Reds are hitting a little, 237, 722 OPS. The Cardinals are not, 223, 635 OPS. But the Cardinals have a very legitimate bullpen advantage, especially over the last 30 days. Take it away for us here. The only action I have is on that Cubbies-Pirates game, so I'm going to be looking to move with you guys. A lot of love for the Reds here. Do you share that? TJ, take it away.
You know, right off the hop, my model called this one out real quick as a Reds smash spot. I'm slightly concerned. I haven't seen one person on St. Louis, which is usually a sign to probably stay away that something fishy's going on. But, you know, the line movement isn't too concerning for me. It looks like it's about where it opened or a few cents like you talked about, back and forth either way. You know, Singer is kind of the opposite of what I talked about with Boyd. You look at his, you know, month to month and the way he's pitching, and, you know, he really struggled there in summer. You know, June, July, pretty high ERAs, May even. And then August, September, he's really turned it on in his last, I'd say 6 or so starts. I look at the game scores a lot. It's a game score. It's a category that tracks stats for pitchers. Not too many people follow it, but you know, dating back to August 12th, every game since then, he's been in the high 50s to low 70s, which anything above 70 is really an excellent start. Anything above 50 is above average. Strikeouts are up. You know, I want a back Singer here. And then you look at what, you know, he's primarily a sinker ball pitcher, 40% on the season. And over the last 30, the Cardinals are the worst team in baseball versus sinker. I think the last few shows I've been on, I've said the best medicine for a right-hander is to face the Cardinals. They just can't hit them. It's bit me once. They got to Mizorowski a few starts back, but you know, other than that, they've been pretty mediocre at the plate. You know, you look at Singer's history against this team against the lefties, and they're sub 200 off him. Not a huge sample size, about 50 at bats, but still enough to get. You know, they've seen him a few times. Palante on the other side, I agree. Just seeing a decline there. I can't back this Reds bullpen. I think that's just tossing a coin and hoping it lands on heads or tails full game. But I'm very close unless I can get talked off of Reds first 5 here, just straight up on the money line. It's more expensive as we would expect, but there's 120s out there. So I'm thinking about moving on that, and I'll let you know here. But yeah, definitely, I can only go Reds here. Like I said, my only concern is nobody's on St. Louis.
Yeah, and that last start wasn't so bad from Palante. He's actually had 3 starts in a row where he's allowed 2 earned runs. I mean, we're talking 9 strikeouts and 9 walks, though.
Right.
I mean, it's not very trustworthy. One of those starts happened, just 18 days ago at Cincinnati. It was a pretty good start.
Yeah, 2 earned, 5 total.
Yeah.
4 walks.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, only 1 hit, though.
And then that start was up against, guess who? Brady Singer. Brady Singer allowed 3 earned runs in that one. So after 5 innings, Palante left with the lead. No, it wasn't. Sorry. Wow. I guess because that was those were the unearned runs.
Yeah.
Okay,
What's the total for the first 2.5? What are the books telling us here for pitchers? Because I'm seeing an 8 pop up at an exchange here.
The Cardinals jumped all over Singer. They had 3 runs in the first 3. It was 3-3 after 3 innings the last time these teams met. Now that was in a much more offensive ballpark. Let's take a look at what that first 3 is right now. So let me just move over here. I'm not as bullish on this one. I can understand that Singer is an advantage. But to what extent? I mean, we watched this play out recently, and there was no advantage. This is heavily juiced to the over 2.5.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Heavily juiced, which means there's volatility.
Yep.
Nasty Nate. There were a couple cappers that moved on the Cubs. Yes, a couple cappers. We are on Pittsburgh first 5 plus a half, and the under 8 and the first 3 under 2.5. But there were some cappers on the Cubs, definitely.
Yeah, I'm going to stay off the game. I would. It's. I would expect Singer to be a little more expensive here. It's not like the Cubs. It's not like the Reds are out of it. They're only 3 games back of the wild card. And it's interesting. Reds are plus 22 runs on the season. The Cardinals are minus 54.
Wow.
And they're only separated by a game and a half. So
there's no advantage here, or no price difference first 5 or full game at 3.65.
Yeah, I'm off.
Yeah, I'm off too. I in no way. I'm not. This isn't me thinking, that you guys are in peril or anything like that. I can understand the look on Brady Singer. I guess maybe there's just more parity than we would imagine between these 2 pitchers. We know that Palante is being trashed, but he's being able to get through the last 3 starts. Spooner says Singer gave up weak contact. I watched that game. The announcers kept saying how Singer could easily have given up 1 or no earned runs. That's important. And Reds are a spreadsheet spot for Ron Crawford.
Yeah, models are going to like the Reds for sure.
There's advantages everywhere except the bullpen. So I get it too. I mean, I guess if you think about it, that the Cardinals are 7 games over 500 at home. Reds are 7 games under 500 on the road, and the Reds are a slight favorite. Maybe that does work here. Razor Sharp picks in the house. Nice to see you, Razor. He's like in the under 8.5 in this one. I think that makes sense, the under 8.5. At this point, with an 8.5 at a pick'em, I would like to, and we have, run suppressing weather, but let's compare it to White Sox game. Now, the White Sox game is 5 cents, and we don't need to switch the banner yet, Jose, but the White Sox-Orioles game is a 5-cent difference. Do we have any that's a exact 8.5 minus 110? No. So it's a 5-cent difference. Both the Braves, Nationals, and and the Orioles, White Sox are just 5 cents more expensive to the full game under. And the first 3 in Reds, White Sox is, here we go. The first 3 is juiced to the under. So the first three in this one is 20 cents more expensive to the under than that Cards-Reds game. And then the other game that we talked about was Braves-Nationals. So we'll go over to the first three there. And the first three is 15 cents more expensive. It just doesn't quite add up to me. So I'm going to pass on this one. I've tripled up on game one, and I will cheer you guys on. Our Reds backers in the chat. And Spooner, makes an important point. Our group is all on the Reds. But when you go to the board here, there are 44% of tickets on the Cardinals and just 30% of cash. So I guess the final thought here is, I don't think anybody's in a bad place. I don't know if there's enough for me to pull the trigger. But the question is, should they be a bigger favorite? It's moved 8 cents. Initially, there was a move away from the Reds, a shock that there would be an early move towards the Cardinals. I've said enough on this game. Good luck, everybody, on the Reds. We are off of this spot. We will be cheering you guys on. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board here. And we have Wine Time Sports moving officially on the over 8.5 in White Sox Orioles. And my problem here, and I want to say it out loud just because that's why I know that it exists while we cap this, is I really like both of these pitchers. I've become a big fan of Martin Perez with his longevity in a very tough spot when he gets passed around for a bucket of baseballs every winter. And Tyler Wells coming back with vengeance from the injury. I like what both of these pitchers are doing right now. I just want to say that out loud so that I don't get myself in trouble, or at least I'm aware that that is a bias that I have. Orioles, White Sox, we're at Wright Field in Chicago, Illinois. Let's get into the weather to get us started here. South side Chicago, 77 Fahrenheit, feels like 86.9 miles per hour in. Goes down to 5.4, gets up to 6. It kind of stays around the same spot. We have Ballpark Pal giving us Wright Field at even 0%. It is plus 14% homers, minus 15% doubles and triples, and plus 1% singles. Ronnie Crawford on the White Sox, first 5. It doesn't take much to get me on Martin Perez. It doesn't take much, especially a lefty against Orioles is very, very appealing. But Tyler Wells has looked excellent coming back from injury. So let's get into the line history and see if we move here. This is more
Real quick. Are you saying on the board I'm seeing A. Wells, a lefty for Baltimore, as the starter? That can't be right, can it?
No, but maybe
Alex
Tyler's his middle name.
Well, Alex Wells is a Baltimore AAA left-handed pitcher.
Okay, I've got T. Wells on the books.
Okay, then go with that. My stuff's messed up here.
But it's very, very crucial.
Odds Logic has A. Wells, whoever that is.
Crucial information. Yeah, Tyler Wells. We got. We're good. We can move forward here. Important though. So we roll on. We have line history wise. We have the White Sox sitting right now at plus 107. They opened up at plus 109. Very little movement. A spot that I would imagine Orioles backers would find very appealing, or White Sox people who want to fade the White Sox, either or. This total's not moving at the 8. It's just sitting here. A minus 120 to the over. Now it's minus 119 to the over. This was available at 2:53 p.m. yesterday, so it's just this total, I guess, seems quite sharp. We get to the cash flow here for the 210 spot in Wright Field. 74% of tickets, 80% of cash on the Orioles. So, we're making the White Sox more appealing. 53% of tickets and 76% of cash on the under. That's becoming a little less appealing. Then we'll get into the lineups. We don't have them confirmed. Let me see if I can refresh and see if I can get them confirmed. And we'll look back here in a second. Here, let's see. Do we got them? Yes, we have them confirmed. Okay, so let's go over the splits and then we'll go into the lineups. Excuse me. Tyler Wells has had just two starts. September 2nd, it was a 6-2 win at the Padres. He looked great. 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 homer, 4 Ks, didn't walk a batter. Then he faced the Pirates on September 10th, and he looked even better. I mean, he looked spectacular. 6 2/3, 1 hit. It was a solo shot. 6 Ks, 1 walk, and a 2-1 extra inning win at home with the Pirates. So he's looked great. Martin Perez coming off 4-0 loss at the Guardians. 6 2/3, 4 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 homer, 3 Ks, 2 walks. It was one of my losses on Friday. At home, he has allowed 5 earned runs in 27 innings. He's only allowed 14 hits in 27 innings. He's only allowed 1 home run in 27 innings. Opponents are hitting 154 against him. The Orioles are not hitting lefties. The White Sox bullpen is atrocious. The Orioles bullpen has started slipping again, as one would have expected. They were hot for a little bit, and they've come back to earth. They were terrible to start the year. The volatility is late. It's not early. The first 5 should be, quite a bit more expensive for the under. Full game's at 8.5, and the first 5's at 4. It's plus money to the under, so you can still get a 4.5. The price for the White Sox full game is plus 105, and first 5 it's plus 110. That throws me for a loop, and maybe you can explain it. Is it just because Tyler Wells has been so spectacular in 2 starts?
I also think it's Martin Perez. I know you love this guy, but those last 2 starts are pretty poor. I guess 6 pitching into the 7th at Cleveland, but still 3 runs against a Cleveland team that can't hit lefties. Mediocre. I think that's the reason that Wells is getting a little bit of a bump first 5. Plus, the Orioles have been hitting lefties, especially the last 2 weeks, quite well. The last month, they're about average. Whereas you go to Washington, and they're obviously below average in every category versus righties, everything that you look at. Plus, they don't hit the fastball or changeup particularly well, which is Tyler Wells' pitch mix. It's hard to draw a lot from Wells off 2 starts. Like you would expect a little bit of coming back down to earth, but it's not like the White Sox strike a lot of fear into a pitcher. And can Martin Perez, that first 3 is juiced to the under, so they're saying Martin Perez maybe returns to how he was pitching at home. The Yankees 6 innings, only 2 runs, and shutting out KC over 7 innings, just 1 hit. And then Detroit as well. So, yeah, he's been fine at home. Are we going to assume he goes back to that form, or is it more of what we saw the last 2 outings? I'm not too sure. I think I could only be on the Orioles and possibly an under here. I am interested in that first 3 under. I don't know if I want to see him go through the lineup a second and third time to bet the first 5. But fortunately, I don't have a ton of insight into this game here. Obviously, concerned with the Baltimore bullpen. Both bullpens are pretty taxed. White Sox they have Ellard and Gonzalez probably not available. Orioles, they have some question marks too. McDermott won't go. Aiken through 20. So I guess they could probably throw out almost everyone they have, which isn't a good staff anyway. So I get the late game volatility. I expect it to stay close early. I just don't want to bet against Wells right now.
I think that's fair. I think that the last 2 starts on the road we take advantage of.
Yeah.
But in saying that, I do agree with you. The first 3 plus a half is too expensive. The first 5 plus a half is probably too expensive too. I haven't checked that. We have a plus 110 on the first 5 here at 365 at a public book. So I imagine that first 5 is quite expensive. So I think the only way to look at this is the first 3 under 2.5. That first time through the lineup, I still don't trust the Orioles, against left-handed pitching, even though, they've been a little bit better of late. Remember, with Perez, he is one of those old school lefties where left-handed bats don't touch him.
Yeah.
And look, Holiday, Henderson are 2 of their first 3 batters. There's nothing they can do. The Orioles need them at the top of the lineup. I think that bodes well for that first 3 under, and I'm going to bet it.
What's the price?
It is. I thought we went over. I think it's my.
See what I can get here.
This will be worse here than what you can get. The first 3 is, oh God, come on. Here we go. Sorry, it's expensive. -125 for the under 2.5. I mean, these are really. I mean, whenever you cut a game down, the juice skyrockets. But it's helped me overall. Drip is on the O's. Aubrey's on the O's. Turnbuckle Tommy says, so does that mean Wells is due to get hit up? Maybe at some point before the year ends, but he's looked very good, and I find it difficult to expect this White Sox lineup to get after him.
Jimmy, I'm going to do something I don't normally do. I'm going to take, and it's expensive, a no runs first inning, -130.
Nerfy at -130. You know, I like that, because if we think that Perez is the vulnerable one.
Right, and he's got those 2 lefties at the beginning.
I like that. Wow, I'm getting a better line than you on the Nerfy.
Oh, really? I just checked one. Let me check another.
Okay, check another one, because that's shocking. I'm getting -120 at 365.
Oh, I like that.
That's shocking. They never. I like it. I think that is that makes sense here. I want to look at a different book here and see what their Nerfy is. Wow, that -120 is a nice price.
It is.
Offshores are -125 and higher.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to double up here on the Nerfy. I'm going to tail and join a TJ, and I'm going to be on the first 3 under 2.5. First
125 is the best I can get, so put me down for that.
All right, so a Nerfy at -125 for TJ, and I'm going to be on both the Nerfy, and I'm going to set up the next game and then put it in Nerfy and first 3 under 2.5 here. Kong's Clips has almost forgot Peralta 9 or more strikeouts +116 yesterday. Says huge number, but he does it again. Nice work, my man. And Steve G's Rocks Sox Fade Train record is looking very good, +38.5 units. I love to see it.
Oviedo is looking shaky.
And that does not sound good. How shaky?
First and third, nobody out. Walking hit.
Oh, no. Not how I hope to start the day. I need a double play ball right here and let that first round go in. And
he just balked in a run.
What
is he? What was that?
Wow.
Oh, boy.
Okay. That is not good.
Shake it off.
Let's keep rolling here. Next up for us. Wow. Ricky Levine's book has -165 for the no run. All right. Let's roll on. 3:40 p.m. Eastern. We have the San Francisco Giants 75-76, 37-39 on the road at the Arizona Diamondbacks 77-75, 40-34 at home. We're at Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. I assume that this roof will be closed, but let's find out if that is in fact the case here. It's getting a little bit mid-September. It is possible here that where is the roof status? Here we go. All right, let's find out here. Is this roof? It's closed. Okay, it's closed. Closed. And then they head the road.
That game off 3-0.
Jesus. 3-0. So he went yard?
Yep. Way yard, like almost out of the park.
Wow. All right, let me just see what we're dealing with. These bullpens are pitching well. I'm going to move live. Even it just closed on me, but I'm going to move live on. It was a 10.5.
Here, I've seen 10.5 juiced over. Heavy juice over.
Yeah, mine's gone dark again, so okay. As soon as this pops up, I'm going to move. Okay, so they're talking to Oviedo. God, ugly start to the day, but a great start for the Cubbies backers. And not getting anything up here. Why would this not be? Oh, here, it's fixing itself. Okay. Come on, show your fucking face, man. Let me get this. Oh, here we go. I'm going to take the under 10.5. Oh, it just went dark again. What the hell just happened? Did they get another hit? Sorry, you guys. We're just...
It's all right. I turned it off.
He went yard. 4-0.
Wow.
All right, fuck it. Let's not go live. Jesus. Okay, this is an ugly start at 2 today, but one we can fix. 3:40 p.m. Eastern. San Francisco Giants 75-76, 37-39 on the road. At the Arizona Diamondbacks 77-75, 40-34 at home. We have Verlander and Fott. Verlander 3-10, 3.94 ERA, 1.37 WHIP in his last start. 7 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, solo shot, 4 Ks, 4 walks, 5-1 win at home over the Dodgers. He looked good. He's looking really good right now. Brandon Fott, on the other hand, has had just a terrible season. Just doesn't seem to get it together. But at home, I do trust him. I mean, his splits are terrible. The Giants are hitting righties hard. Maybe this is a spot where I should just not trust Fott at home. But we will discuss this here. Let's get into the... See, can he get an out? Oh, and he just hit the next batter. Good God. Unbelievable. Now, this Pirates bullpen has been good. I wonder if when he gets pulled, if we move on the under. There's our guy, Guillermo Zertucci in the house. Was great seeing you and Eli on our live stream on Monday night. G, thank you for putting that together for us. It was wonderful.
The problem is that they used Ladinsky, or Malod, however you say his name, Ladzinski, 55 pitches yesterday. So, and he's their long reliever, so he won't go.
That's true. Yeah.
So they're going to be really piecing it together there.
Okay. All right, well, at least I didn't get that first one in. Okay. Stay calm. Don't get flustered. Stay calm. All right. This total is a 9. It's minus 115 to the under. This has not moved since it came out at 9. Not moved. Strange. From a money line standpoint here, we have Verlander at minus 103. Opened up at plus 100, a 3-cent move to Verlander. We get to the cash flow. And also, our guy Ronnie Lofton says runs in this game. We get to the cash flow. We have 60% of tickets, 75% of cash on the Giants, 66 and 73 on the over. Very interesting spot here. Take it away for us, TJ. Giants, Diamondbacks.
I've been making some money back in Verlander here. All the a lot of haters out there and still don't believe it, but maybe after 3 straight, even 4 straight solid starts, people are starting to come around to him. The team's playing pretty good baseball here. Not necessarily. They've lost 4 in a row, but they're still only 3 back of the wild card. And if anybody can take the hill to turn that around, I like Verlander. We know my feelings about Fott have been well documented, but his last couple home starts have been good. He's struggled mightily everywhere else, but 7 innings against Cleveland at home, 2 runs, 6 innings against Boston, only 1 run. Strikeouts at home are looking good. Walks are good, but San Francisco's hitting right now, and they've come back to earth a little bit because they were up in the top 5 over the last. Well, they're still top 5 last 30 weighted runs created plus and OPS. Slowed it down a bit over the last 14 versus righties, but still above average. Right-handers versus San Francisco they've been getting rocked. If you go back through the game logs, other than Yamamoto, Gallen, Chris, Sonny Gray, there's some names in there, McGreevy, Palante. There's some names that they've definitely been getting to. So I don't see a reason that we don't think San Francisco can score some runs, other than if we trust Fott at home. I tend to not, and I tend to go with what's been happening over the last month as far as offenses go. Giants are kind of raking the fastball and the sinkers. So Fott to me is a little bit questionable. I'm interested to see what the first 5 is. I would like to see more of a movement, with 81% of the cash on San Francisco. And I have this saying at Penny opening minus 103 and sitting at minus 102. So really no movement with all that cash on Verlander is certainly questionable. Let's look at the first 5 here. Fott's a little more, well, it's back and forth. BetOnline has Verlander quite more expensive, but other books have it at a pick 'em. So, man, it's another one where I just don't have a great feel for what's going to happen. And my bias wants to fade Fott. And my, like you always say, my gut will kill me without the data there. Looking at just full season, stats on these guys, Fott, his xERA is still even higher than his 5.31 ERA. That makes you question things. But his home, he's got 3.50 at home, and Verlander's a 4.50 on the road. I don't have an angle here. I struggle with Arizona big time, guys. I don't bet a lot of their games. I don't know why. It's just one of those teams sometimes you don't have a feel for. So I'm going to pass on this one.
Yeah, I get it. I'm surprised that this total isn't moving towards the under. A 9, a high total. You have Verlander pitching really well. You have a pitcher in Fott who, has still looked good at home. Last start at home, he completely shuts down the Boston Red Sox. You go to the start before that at home, completely shuts down, a weak hitting Guardians team.
A lot of tickets and cash on the over too.
This guy just delivers at home. And he's pitching well at home right now. And look at the numbers at home: 9-3 with a 3.50 ERA. He's allowed 24 home runs this year. 3 have come at home.
That's crazy.
But why is the line not moving? Because the offenses are so strong right now? I don't.
With all the money on the over, kind of the books are making their stance. They're not moving it up.
What's going on with the first?
But why is everyone betting the over too?
Yeah. And even the first 5 is moved to the over. Rod Zwack says, but over the total Arizona home games, there's an NL team with a batting average 250 or worse in the second half of the season. Over his record is 25-8. Goon Collector says, give me the.
Go ahead.
Oh, he just said he's on the Diamondbacks team total over, but he likes the game to go under. He is not a believer in Verlander. I am a believer in Verlander right now. What did you want to add, my man?
Model-wise, I like Arizona up to -125, which is interesting. Makes me kind of look at it again, but I don't. Maybe Verlander can't do this, can't continue this 3 or 4 in a row. Baltimore, St. Louis, Dodgers, Cubs. Some Dodgers and Cubs are decent. Yeah, I'm just going to have to stay off this one. I also find that when I lose the first game I bet, and we're doing a live show, I just want to get more aggressive, so I'm going to try to be patient and wait for the right spots.
Yeah, I do the same. I want to attack a little bit more. Naflashan says, this early game, I think Verlander wobbles. If I don't like looking at day-night splits. It's never helped me. But he is an older vet who probably prefers pitching at night. Why don't we just take a quick look at what he's done?
His ERA is a full run higher during the day, if you consider that. 11 starts during the day, 15 at night. Large sample size.
Yeah. Wow. God, he's been so good. Wine Time is on the Diamondbacks. Thank you, Justin. I should have pulled that out here. Diamondbacks money line for Wine Time at -105. Diamondbacks money line. Okay. And Phil Kill says, I swear you pay a Verlander tax. I think it's been the opposite for most of the year. And I don't really like either bullpen. Both teams are hitting. God, I think we can move on from it. But just before we do, I would like to see what this first 3 looks like here for Fott and for Verlander. So the full game is a 9 here. It's -115 to the under. And then the first 3 is under 2.5 is at +105. I could get a 3. I could build a 3. God. I feel you, Phil. That's a legitimate. KV, our guy Von Polo in the house, like in the over. Okay, I'm not going to ham it hot. I mean, if I was to move on this under, it should have gone from 9 to 8.5. But you're saying that because there's all this money on the over, that just the sign that it's not moved is enough.
Yeah, I think so. If you're that, I mean, it's going to be a playoff type game. Both these teams are within 3 games of the wild card. Getting down to the crunch here, like.
All right, I'm going to spend more time on this one. I'm interested in it early. Chris Warren said it opened at 8.5 at some books. Really? Let me take a look at that here. Yeah, I don't have that, but maybe at FanDuel or DraftKings.
Circa's actually moved 5 cents to the over.
Yeah, maybe I should just stay away. Okay, that's a 3:40 p.m. start. We have more afternoon action here on ESPN Bet. Yeah, they're sort of off market at ESPN Bet, but that's important information, Chris. So thank you. Braves 69-83, 33-44 on the road at the Washington Nationals 62-90, 31-40. Oh, perfect. 31-46 at home. Nationals Park in Washington D.C. Okay. All right, so it's been a rough start. We can fix this. Don't need to stress. We can fix this. Let's take a look at Hurston Waldrop. He got lit up and smoked in his last start. The line made no sense in that one.
Yeah.
And I took the over. It was one of my few wins on Friday. And
I remember that Friday we capped it, and it was I ended up staying off. A bunch of people were on Atlanta, and I remember we talked about it being fishy. And I initially wanted Atlanta, but that market,
Well, Waldrop had looked spectacular. I mean, the market predicting he was going to slip up was a real surprise to me. Dabby Cab in the house. What up, Dabby Cab? So I moved on the over when it didn't make sense to me, and it cashed pretty easily. It was 14 runs were scored in Atlanta against the Astros. Waldrop 4-1, 2.78 ERA, 1.17 WHIP. Let's take a look at the weather in Washington today. We have drizzle early, 70 Fahrenheit, feels like 66, 9.3 miles per hour in, dies down at 7.7 miles per hour in. Ballpark Pal has Nationals Park plus 10%. Wow, with it blowing in like that, it's wild. Plus 10% runs. It's minus 1% homers, plus 16% doubles and triples, plus 4% singles. So that was a home start that Waldrop got touched. He's been excellent on the road, but it was strange to see him get attacked like that. Lefties hit him quite a bit harder than righties, and this is probably the wrong lineup for that. You got Abrams. Your first 6 batters are going to hit from the left-hand side. Then you'll get 3 righties, and then you'll have a lefty turning it over. Oh, excuse me, first 5 batters, left-hand side. What I think here, and this is what I thought, and again, we talk about don't let your gut get involved here, but my gut was telling me that Waldrop, this isn't an automatic bounce-back spot.
Yeah.
That there is a bit of concern now. Like he had been just rolling over all major league hitters, and then they attack him. There's some doubt, a seed of doubt in his head, and I don't want to get too caught up in that, but that was what I was feeling coming into this game. Rod Zwacky says bet on Brad Lord on the money line versus an NL team with a batting average of 255 or worse in the second half of the season. Lord's team's record is 6-0 during the 2025 season. Brandon Cummings says Atlanta has followed a 4-game losing streak with 4 straight victories, including 2 over Washington in a day-night doubleheader on Tuesday. And Gorky says Hurston next Braves ace. Yes, I mean, we had Capper saying very, very wonderful things about Waldrop before that last start, too. Brad Lord has looked good. He's looked good. 6 innings, 7 hits, 3 runs, 1 over, 4 Ks, no walks, 6-5 win at home over the Pirates. Now it's a weakening Pirates squad. At home, he's had some issues. He's been okay. He's been better on the road. And here's another guy in Brad Lord who gets torched by left-handed sticks.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. Look how many lefties are coming out against Brad Lord. You got Profar, the switchy, then Olsen, Baldwin, Albies, another switch, and then Harris. So you have 5 batters hitting from the left-hand side. This is not a good situation for these two teams. You're also going to have a bunch of people who are seeing the wind blowing in, but we know from Ballpark Pal that it doesn't matter. These bullpens are bad. The Braves bullpen is horrific. The Nats are hitting right now. The Braves aren't really. So let's grab this here. And pull up. That's what Brandon said. Roger that. Brandon said, and I'll repeat it again, that Atlanta's followed the 4-game losing streak with 4 straight victories, including 2 over Washington and a day-night doubleheader on Tuesday. So that's exactly what he said. So let's go into the line history here. We have this total at 8.5. It's minus 115 to the under. This opened up at 9 at 2:42 p.m. and was an 8.5 an hour later. It's a pretty legit move. I know that there's limits, but wow, it's 4-3.
Well, Pittsburgh's not dead. Holy cow, what'd they do?
Wow. That first 5 plus a half might have a chance. Wow, what a wild game. I need it badly.
Yeah.
But it went from no hope to some hope. And thank God I didn't lie, but Jesus. Okay, let's just stay focused here. So we've seen the Nationals go from plus 136 to plus 127. I think that makes sense. And when we get to the cash flow here, we have 78% of the tickets on Atlanta, but just 56% of the cash. 67% of tickets on the under and 89% of cash on the under. Huh. Well, certainly the Nats are live here.
Yeah.
I wonder if the over is as well. Take it away.
Yeah, the Nats are certainly live, which puts me to the over just because of all the lefties that Lord also has to face. The market is telling you that whatever was exposed, and like Houston is a team that's going to expose you if you got any sort of tip, anything going on. I don't know if that was the case or if he was just wild, but they obviously got to him, and there's little confidence in a bounce back here. The over is interesting. All the money's on the under. I mean, 87% of money on the under. We have seen the books move at about 10 cents to the under, but they haven't gone to an 8. I'm really hoping for an 8. So I can bet the over. I don't think we're going to get there, just based on some of the sharper books I'm seeing, like Circus holding steady at a 110, 8.5, both ways. So I definitely, if the game goes, I'm a couple hours away from DC, and this whole area out here has just been kind of drizzly, rainy all night for a couple days. But the ball does fly sometimes in that weather. So I think both guys are vulnerable here. I'm trying to determine if I want to go first half or full game. I know they're coming off a doubleheader, so I imagine bullpens, not too bad. But both bullpens are shaky anyway. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get the best number I can now. Oh, my gosh, Nationals bullpen is raked. They have a lot of guys on back-to-backs and a lot that threw over 20 yesterday. Yeah, full game over for me here, guys. I'm just going to keep it simple. I can get a plus 102 right now. So we can put me in for that. Atlanta, Washington, plus 102. If it goes to 8, I'm going to bet it again.
TJ moving on the over 8.5. That was plus 102?
Yep.
I think this makes sense here because then we can stay away from the guessing game about whether Waldrop will bounce back or not. I mean, I don't want my gut to get involved in that. And we can just trust that runs will be scored at some point.
And even if he does, let's say he goes out there in those 5 innings, 2 runs, I still think we get to the over here.
Yeah. No, I'm right. I'm right with you. I'm right with you. So I'm gonna get this in here. Let's see what I'm dealing with for a bet here. I'll figure this out. But I'm right with you. And we, full game over, 1 bet. I do think the Nats are very live here, though.
They are.
It's hard for me not to want to move on them. I mean, everybody looking at Hurston Waldrop's numbers, and he's a great young pitcher. You have the better baseball team, the better pitcher, so the public's backing the Braves. The Braves bullpen's being horrific. I know that the Nats bullpen's tired, but both bullpens are tired. I mean, I don't know. I think that that the Nats should be bet here.
Did you look at the first 5 price yet?
No, I'm very well. Will be helpful here. So here at 365 again, public book. Braves are minus 150 full game, and then first 5 minus 140.
Yeah.
Wow, Nats are more expensive first 5.
Yep. I think that's the way to move if you like the Nats.
Because of the volatility of the bullpens.
Yeah, and especially the usage yesterday, man.
We got Matty Ice in the house. What up, my man? Why would that's a good point. Why on earth would Brad Lord be more expensive? It doesn't make sense that he would be more expensive first 5. That's got to be telling you something. And so then we can hit that plus a half.
It's not cheap either. I mean, I'm seeing 115. I wouldn't do it in a high volatility game personally. I'd go with the money line, but
yeah, I've just become addicted to the plus a half.
it's a great bet.
Okay, I'm going to do the same here. I'm going to go the over 8.5, and then I'm going to decide here about the first 5 Nats, first 5, whether that be plus a half or not. We got Matty Ice in the house, the star of the taint play of the day, right here. Matty Ice in the house. And the taint play of the day is in. Rangers money line says this is the highest juice I pay when it comes to the taint, but I love it. Let's eat. Taint is in here. Let me get it up with our cappers, all their action here. Okay, we are in business. Okay, 4-3 Cubs. Thank you, Will. Cubs got out of the inning. Too bad. Okay, let's get this set up here in front of the Rangers game. Just give me 1 second, and then we will roll on.
What's next? Cleveland, Detroit?
Yes, I believe. Yes, and that is the game that we have both Spooner and Wine Time on the under.
Interesting.
Both Spooner and Wine Time. So we have, let's take a look. There's our guy, Just by 2 cents in the house, blessing our action. TC, thank you. So we have Cleveland, Detroit under 8 at minus 105 for Wine Time. Cleveland, Detroit under 8.5 at minus 110 for Spooner. So unders being bet here. Let's set this one up. Let's get this one rolling. 6:40 p.m. Eastern with the Guardian, 79-71. Playing good baseball at the end of the year. 38-37 on the road at the Detroit Tigers, 85-66, 46-30 at home at Comerica Park in Detroit, Michigan. Gavin Williams, 10-5, 3.16 ERA, 1.29 WHIP. It's funny. Sometimes you get saved by the home run, and sometimes you get hurt. But that was a live bet saved by that solo shot. It went dark. I had it pressed. Like I did. It wasn't that I didn't even have it pressed. I had it pressed, and it went dark while it was, becoming official. I'm very fortunate for that. Maybe that I can use that as a sign. Just because you start out bad doesn't mean the day has to be bad. Gavin Williams and Jack Flaherty are pitching here at Comerica Park in Detroit, Michigan. Flaherty feels like he's rounding into playoff type form here. Let's get into the weather here in Detroit. We have 80 Fahrenheit, feels like 83 Fahrenheit, 4.9 miles per hour in, dies down at 3.6 miles per hour in. A ballpark pal has Comerica plus 2% overall, minus 14% homers, even doubles and triples, and plus 11% singles. There's our guy, Jason Meyer, the El Dorado custodian in the house. So Gavin Williams and Jack Flaherty. Line history wise, we are dealing with a big move towards, just a massive move towards the Guardians. Good God.
You got to take it was Logan Allen originally.
Oh.
So
okay.
I would look more of it as, the last, 6 hours, what's happened.
You're right, because the 22-cent move from +1, it was bigger than that away from the Tigers.
Yeah.
Away from the Tigers was 24-cent move. That was just the pitching change announced.
Yep.
Okay. So we've seen 10-cent move since the pitching change announced. You could say a 6-cent move to confirm that 7 in the morning spot, but Obviously, the 22-cent move was that. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for that. Let's get into the total for this one. Again, we're going to look for that 1 in the morning move and not get too caught up in the opening line. This moved at 1 a.m. Yes, it moved a half run towards the under. So a big move when the change in pitching was announced. Cash flow here for this one. We have 71% of tickets, 77% of cash on the Guardians. Maybe, at some point, what TJ made sure that we understood is part of the reason why it's being hammered. Maybe people don't realize there was a different pitcher listed, and they just think this is the book screaming at you to bet the Guardians. So I guess I take it with a bit of a grain of salt here that all this tickets and money are on the Guardians. 82% of tickets on the under and 88% cash on the under. What do you think of that, TJ? Do you think that maybe there are steam chasers that don't realize this was Logan Allen listed at first?
Potentially. I think that would maybe happen later, closer to game time, that the steam chasers would come in here. I don't know that many people capping at 1 o'clock or noon are just betting it because the books moved it there with the high percentage. But I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't know too much about that mindset.
Brandon Cummings has an interesting quote here. He says, Flaherty coming off that beauty start last out at the Yankees, 5 innings, 2 hits, didn't allow a run, 7 Ks, 1 walk. And Brandon says that, said, quote unquote, just a lot of emotion just from the way the year has gone. Flaherty said after one of the Yankees, I'm going to try to carry some of that emotion into the days in between and into my next start. Now, Brandon says labored through 99 pitches here. That's Flaherty never makes things look easy. And he also strikeout pitcher, 178 strikeouts, 951 2/3. I'm not too concerned about it. His home numbers are starting to look better as well. Everything is starting to look a little better for Flaherty. He's coming around. And Gavin Williams looks great. Last start, 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 homer, 6 Ks, 3 walks, and 3-2 win at home versus the Royals. On the road this year, he's been very good. 220 opponents batting average. Just 61 hits over 75 and 2/3. And righties get to him. Lefties, he shuts down quite easily. And righties get to him. And this there'll be only 2 lefties in the lineup. Charlie Green, Zach McKinstry. They'll be all righties to face Gavin Williams. Flaherty is pitching better. The Guardians' bullpen's pitching very well. The Guardians are not hitting. The Tigers are hitting better, 225, 683 OPS. They're hitting more than the Guardians. I don't see why this doesn't feel like playoff-type baseball. Now, I know that look at the lead that the Tigers have over the Guardians. I know it's safe. We got 10 games left. I'm not saying it's not safe, but it's shrunk. Do you think this has a playoff-type feel to it?
Yeah, definitely. The way Cleveland's playing, and they're right there in the wild card. What are they? 2.5 back. They've won 9 of their last 10, 5 in a row. They're certainly turning up the heat here, and they need this a lot more than Detroit does. I don't think Detroit's concerned about losing the division here. It's they got to be. They're not going to get the 1 seed, so they're going to be playing in that first round anyway. So, I kind of really like Cleveland on a TJ special here. I like to fade Flaherty coming off that start. Again, it's only 5. He's only gone 5 innings. Start for 4 1/3, 5 2/3. He's throwing a lot of pitches. Obviously, it's a good start at the Yankees. I can't talk about that. And Flaherty over the years has proven, that he's a big game pitcher. But look against lefties, man. Lefties get to him, and Cleveland's going to have Kwan, Jones, Ramirez, Manzardo, Naylor, Schneemann. So 6, 7, 8 pot. They could throw 8 lefties out there. That's a tough lineup. Even though they're not hitting well, I know their numbers are terrible. I haven't bet them a lot this year. But baseball is a momentum game, and they are playing good ball right now. I just think that the competitive edge, the motivation edge is on Cleveland's side here. And so I'm going to take them early on. I don't want to touch the bull. I know their bullpen's been better, but they used everyone yesterday. So Detroit already got a look at them. I'm just going to take Cleveland first 5+1/2 in this one.
What are you getting?
I'll tell you right now, minus 115.
Yeah, that sounds like a really good bet.
I predict, a low-scoring game, so yeah.
That sounds like a really good bet. TJ moving on. Oh, I wrote Gavin Williams first 5. Guardians first 5 here. Plus a half. That makes sense. And I guess, Flaherty's been real Jekyll and Hyde. I mean, he shuts down the Yankees start before he lost 4 runs and 4 1/3 against the White Sox.
Right.
He faces the Royals in back-to-back starts. One of them he lost 8 runs in 5 innings. The other he shuts them down in 5 2/3. He shuts out the Astros at home in 7 innings. I mean, it's just it's good start, bad start, good start, bad start. I don't want to get too caught up into that zigzag. Dave Redling moving on the Orioles here.
Just going to look at these pitcher props real quick, see if we can glean anything from it.
Well, I think the price difference as well here is important. Let's take a look at that. So Guardians plus 125 here, full game, and then first 5 plus 125. No
difference. Yeah.
Yeah.
Flaherty over 1.5 earned runs, minus 175. Williams under 2.5, minus 138. So like a 2-2 is kind of the projected first 5 score.
Yeah. Huh. I guess I'm leaving that early under a little bit. I wonder, unless it's really expensive, but
Williams expected to pitch an inning more also, which is interesting. Or an out more, sorry, not a full inning. And under first 3 is heavily juiced to under 2.5. It tells me Williams pitches well here.
It does. I think that's very legitimate here. Okay. I think you've found the best bet here. I think there's enough concern. I think if we're saying that if there's anything to concern here on a early under, we know what the concern is on the full game under, and that's the bullpens are spent, and the Tigers bullpen hasn't been that good.
Yeah.
So then we go. So there's a concern for, and then if we're looking at the first 5 total or the first 3 total, what is the concern? The concern still kind of lies in Flaherty. I don't want to get too caught up in that great start against the Yankees because we've just seen the zigzag Jekyll and Hyde pitcher even when he's pitching well. So I think the one spot with the least concern is yours, and I'm going to roll with you on it.
Let's go.
All right. So TJ moving on that first 5 plus a half at minus 115. And I still got to get my Braves Nats in. We have Jose joining us here shortly. So still lots of time.
And I got to leave here in about 10 minutes, Jimmy.
Cool, my man. All good. And thank you for rocking with us. Okay. So let's roll on. Reds Cardinals is on as well. We also had Matthew Green moving on the under 14.5 live in the Cubbies Pirates game. I think you timed that well, Matthew. I'm not going to jump on it. I feel like I was sort of saved by that home run, and I'm just going to move my action on. But I like where you stand there for sure. All right, let's roll on. Next up for a 6:45 p.m. Eastern, Athletics Boston Red Sox. We're at Fenway Park in Boston. We have Mason Barnett here pitching, and we just saw him, and he just saw the Red Sox September 10th. It was at home. So we have 3 starts for Mason Barnett. And his numbers are poor, 12 2/3. We'll go over, and Giolito's being a revelation, which has shocked a lot of us. Let's get into the weather here to get started in Boston. 67 Fahrenheit, 6.9 miles per hour in, dies down to 4.3 miles per hour in. It's too bad that Oviedo sucked. It really is too bad because we had it figured that there was some legit arm fatigue going on.
This is crazy. This game started an hour, almost an hour ago. It's in the top of the second. Oviedo's got 3 walks, 4 hits. A hit by pitch. Wow.
But you'd think we talked about Boyd being vulnerable, arm fatigue, and he is. And Oviedo just got out of that inning with a strikeout. I know we lost. I lost money because I was wrong about Oviedo. Doesn't matter if you're right about half of it.
Right.
Okay, let's roll on. Athletics, Red Sox here. It's going to swish 66 Fahrenheit, 6.9 miles per hour in, dies down at 4.3 miles per hour. We have Fenway Park here is plus 6%. It's minus 17% home runs, but plus 9% doubles and triples and plus 13% singles. Let's get into the line history. I think we're best off capping this game fully and then hearing the best bets for the rest of the card and so that we can discuss it as we move on. Line history wise here, we have this total is a 9. It's minus 115 to the under. This opened up at 8.5, minus 120 to the over. And it took 15 hours before they moved it to 9. Moved it to a flat 9. And then they added 5 cents of juice to the under 2 hours after they moved it to 9. Overall, it's a legit move up. I wouldn't call it a full half run, but a legit move up. And then we have the Boston Red Sox minus 155, a big move towards the Athletics, plus 165 to plus 140. I really like these moves. You know, when you have a pitcher like Mason Barnett, who is coming off, you know, getting touched by this team a little bit, 7 hits and 3 2/3, allowed 3 runs, but that they're backing him. He's had 3 starts. He's looked bad in all of them. You could say he's looked a little bit better in each start. Even that probably isn't true. That September 5th start against the Angels, he did strike out 8. He did walk 5, though. That was the only game where he's walked batters. He just hasn't found a groove yet. And this is probably look where he's pitched. He's pitched in Sacramento. He's pitched in Anaheim. He's pitched in Sacramento. Now he gets to pitch in Fenway Park. I mean, this is got to be a dream come true for him. Giolito just continues to deliver. I'm very pensive about fading him. He just looks great. So who cares about a vividness bias here? You could say that the A's are absolutely raking. And that's a fair statement. Last 30 days, 267, 804 OPS versus righties. They also have the best bullpen in the league in the last 30 days, which is a surprise. The Red Sox bullpen's been really consistent all year. And they're hitting righties okay, 250, 722 OPS. When we get to the cash flow for the spot, we have 68% of the tickets, 61% of the cash on Boston. 56% of tickets, 78% cash on the under. This is tricky. I'd love to simplify it and say, well, the market's telling us the A's, so let's back the A's. But I'm very nervous about fading Giolito. Take it away for us here, TJ. A's, Red Sox.
Yeah, I think you made a good point on Barnett. With the market moving the way it is, it's real easy for your average bettor to just click on Boston, seeing Giolito's stats, seeing the pitcher for the A's, and just easy money, throw it in parlays or whatever they think. But it's the A's versus righties that they're just crushing the ball. They're crushing the ball on the road. All their stats. I mean, I have no reason not to trust this offense. And I don't think I know Giolito's been good for what we expect overall. I don't think he's been outstanding. You can look at 2 of his last 5 starts have been definitely subpar. 3 of his last 7. He's definitely a little bit of a back and forth type of pitcher. And yeah, we see 5 run, like at Arizona, 2 runs over 5 innings, but there was also 7 hits and 3 walks in that start. That's 10 base runners over 5 innings. That's not a good start. Even against the Yankees, his last start out, only 1 earned. That's above average, but he did have 6 base runners over the 6 innings. So, I look at these walks versus Pittsburgh, 5 walks versus the Yankees, 3 walks. It seems like every other start, his walks are just through the roof. And so I kind of want to somehow isolate the A's here. I don't know if I could trust the kid here. It is a big spot in Fenway. How does he handle that pressure? Somewhere he's probably always dreamed of pitching. And then you get there, and it's not like he's shown us anything that we love. Now his expected stats versus actuals, his expecteds are much better. His expected ERA is only 3.43, but that's only 12 innings, so you can't really gather a lot of information out of that. I'm going to isolate the A's team total here, and I bet it just a few minutes ago. I got over 3.5 minus 124. A's team total over 3.5 minus 124.
That's a great line. That's a great line on the A's team total.
It's available right now at I don't know if we're allowed to talk about it, but it's a big book, big overseas book.
Offshore, yeah. No, you can just leave it at that. It works. All right, we have runners on first and second with nary an out for the Buccos. If we could go 1-2 on that game,
it'd be nice to go. I'd be 1-1 on that. That'd be nice.
Oh, I'd be very, very pleased. Extremely pleased. I think that just makes perfect sense. I think it makes absolutely perfect sense. I want to see what I would be getting here, because it's one thing to trust the A's bats and understand that the market's moving towards them, that there's value betting the A's. You can, there's one thing, but there's nothing to say, well, now we have to back Mason Barnett against Giolito, who looks like he's laboring a little bit. But why not just isolate the fact that we have the hottest bats, arguably, in the league right now, and just focus on the A's getting over their team total?
Yeah, and righties have been getting to Giolito, and, those righties, they got some good ones there and on the A's. Hit by pitch, bases loaded.
Our guy Ronnie Lofton said had to go grab a grandkid from school for fighting. Currently out back pulling weeds. He will wish he was back at school by week's end.
That used to be my punishment: pulling weeds and writing sentences. Oh, it's the worst.
That's great. That's great, Ronnie, my man. And Spooner on this A's Sox over. Sorry, I should have those on each game, because Spooner on this over 8.5.
Good bet.
It's a good bet. It's a good bet, and that would be the double up, right? If you so wanted one, would be to take the over as well. The bullpens are pitching quite well, and the A's bullpen's pitching quite well. But I like it. And the market's telling you that that there's concern there. I think I'm just going to focus on the Athletics here. TJ, before we lose you, is there any other spots on the board you want to make official for record-keeping purposes and for us to know about?
Yeah, I'm on the Texas money line here, back in DeGrom, 127 minus 127. You actually can get a 125 right now, but yeah. So I bet that minus 127. It's Matty Ice's play as well, so I like that a lot. Otherwise, I'm going to mostly be listening. I have a work meeting, but I'm going to be prepping for the next hour, so I might throw some stuff in the chat official.
Okay, yeah. Anything you put in the chat will become official right away.
Yeah, sorry I couldn't stay with you the whole time, man. It's a crazy time of year with the fiscal year coming up.
No worries, TJ. Thank you for rocking with us, man. This has been wonderful. I'm going to pop TJ's X handle in the chat. He is really gracious with his time for cappers who have questions, how to improve, how to get the best lines, how to use exchanges, he's very selfless in that regard, and take him up on it. Yeah, because not a lot of people will offer you that. So I put his X handle there in the chat. Hit the link. TJ, thank you for rocking with us, man. Anything you pop in the chat will become official.
All right, guys, smash that like. Love the channel, and let's keep it up.
I love it. There he is, our guy TJ in the house. We lose TJ, but we gain our producer, backbone of Pub Sports Radio, coming to us from our home studio in the Southtown 101 in San Antonio, Texas, the best bar in Texas. It won't be long till we're all there. God, fucking heaven. Please welcome our guy, Mr. Jose Snips Bouquet. Jose, how are you?
I'm all right. These Wednesdays after Tuesdays are a little difficult, so I'm dragging a bit of ass. So a little tired, but it's all right. We're out working through it. Nice to see everyone in the chat. Excited to talk about all these games. I have not calculated my record from yesterday, but that fucking last Dodgers game swung me into the negative. But I'll let you guys know here in a second, or I guess probably tomorrow. But yeah, it's going to be a fun day of baseball. I was looking through the card just now, Jimmy, just to catch up, and I haven't seen anything yet that I was interested. Only one Cleveland team total over bet. But I'm excited to talk Red Sox A's here. What do you think about this game?
I feel like the plan of TJ's makes the most sense. I do sort of fear the full game over because the market is telling us that the A's are very live, and which means that we had TJ touch on Barnett's xERA, and it's a big spot for him. Lucas Giolito does seem to be laboring a little, and the bullpens are pitching so well. The A's bullpen's the best in business. So I think that focusing solely on the hottest team, arguably offensively in the league in the Athletics, is the way to go. It cuts out the concerning spots. So I've got some bets I need to make here. So can you tell us break down your thoughts for A's, Red Sox, and then lead us right into Blue Jays Tampa, and I'm going to get my action in?
Sure.
Okay, thank you, buddy.
Yeah. So as I've been telling you guys for, I don't know, like 2 weeks now, I don't know how long Roman Anthony has been hurt, but he continues to be one of the most important players, the most important player on this team, honestly, him and Crochet, because his offense has been terrible since he's left. Even guys like Bregman, who I think is still hurt a little bit, Jaron Duran's been back, Cedano Rafael has been bad. They've all been bad. And I mean, I feel like it's definitely just fade the Red Sox and bet the unders while you can here. I don't expect them to be back for the playoffs too, or at least for the start of the playoffs, and we'll see what all that happens. But yeah, it's bleak. It's bleak over here, and Giolito seems to be starting to slow down a bit. It's a little worried, but I agree with you guys. It's A's or nothing for me here. I kind of was leaning more towards an under, maybe a team total over for the A's. But if I think under for the full game, why would I think? It's just because I don't think the Red Sox are going to hit, I guess. Even though I don't really trust Mason Barnett either. So I agree with you guys all on the A's there. By the way, I was looking at the White Sox as well, Jimmy, to back our old friend Martin Perez. First 5 full games, something of the sort. I haven't gotten there yet either. I'll firm all these out here shortly, but shout out to Martin Perez, our old friend. Now for
Did you hear what we did on that game, by the way?
No.
We moved on it. We were both on a Nerfy. 2 left-handed bats, first and third for the Orioles. No lefties are touching Martin Perez this year. And then I moved on the first 3 under 2.5 as well. But TJ only moved on the Nerfy, and Ronnie Crawford's on the White Sox first 5.
Fair enough. God bless you both. I might be on White Sox first 5. We'll see. A lot of love for Tyler Wells, who I like as well. Will probably be a pitcher to back next year for me, but we'll see. Coming off that injury, we'll see. All right. So let's talk about the best team in baseball, God's gift to earth, the Toronto Blue Jays versus the Tampa Bay Rays. Jimmy, I'll start with this question while you're putting in your action. And this isn't like a capping question. This is more of a history question for you. Is this the best opportunity Canada has had to win a championship in a major sport in a while? I mean, I guess Montreal in the COVID Stanley Cup finals counts, but we all knew they were going to get shit pumped in that Stanley Cup final. I mean, this is the best chance for Canada in a while here to get something. I guess since the Raptors. I forgot about that already.
Yeah, Raptors won it all. No, nobody thinks the Jays are going to win the World Series.
Wow. Wow, guys, that's all right. Fair enough. I think the Jays have as good a chance as anyone to get to the World Series, at least.
Their pitching can carry them, may carry them. The issue is that it's the most important moment where all eyes are on every pitch, and our batters have never experienced that. Bichette's out right now with a knee injury. So
not coming back to the start of the playoffs, I think, right? Or he's not coming back for the regular season.
He's not coming back for the regular season. So I think that, is Barger and Clement and these guys who have been so big, how are they going to handle, all eyes on them? Their pitching could lead them to the promised land, but I'm telling you, there is nobody, and I mean nobody here saying, "Oh, the Jays are going to win World Series." I've not heard one person say it.
Interesting.
So I know that we're running hot right now, playing good ball, more than some of their parts. You need those sorts of things, but you also want players who have experienced it before. I mean, what happened the last time we faced a guy who had experienced it before, like Luis Castillo? He shut us down. Now we have the pitchers now who've experienced that can go up against them, but
the bats. Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. You know what sucks? If the Red Sox aren't going to do it, the Astros are terrible. The Blue Jays are inexperienced. I don't trust the Tigers. Like there's a few teams left that I'm like, oh my god, are the Yankees really going to back their way into another World Series appearance? Like, ugh, what a disgusting thing there. But we don't have to talk about that right now. This is Blue Jays Rays here. To sum all that up, Gosman versus Ian Seymour here. I want to call him Seymour every time, but that's just my Hispanic brain apparently coming out there. Shout out to Mr. Seymour. Gosman, his last few starts have all been phenomenal. Last 3 have just been domination. Houston, complete game, 2 hits, no earned runs, 9 Ks, 1 walk, 8 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, and a home run at New York. And against the best team in baseball, allegedly the Milwaukee Brewers, 7 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 8 Ks, no walks. Now, again, we talked about this yesterday with Peter. This is one of those, like, if you were betting Gosman and you're on this streak, you keep betting him, I think. You keep betting him, you keep rolling. But if you haven't, I think it's tough to kind of jump on this 3-start domination streak by Gosman here. I mean, he's faced the Rays already this year once. It was really early in the season, 5 2/3, 6 earned runs. So I can't really take too much into account there. That was at home as well. We are in Tampa Bay here. And then yesterday I took a loss on the Tampa Bay under at night here. But admittedly, I kind of do want to go back to the 7:05 game here. Market in this matchup here, and we'll talk about Seymour here shortly. 59% of the bets and 60% of the money on Toronto here. 89% of the bets, 92% of the money on the under in this game. So it's a big portion of the money on the under. There better be movement towards set under if I'm going to move on this thing here. So we'll scroll over. I'm seeing, it's funny. BOL apparently opened this up at 8.5 yesterday at 3:00. But at 8 a.m. this morning, it was an 8, and now it is a 7.5. So I'm going to take that as the move more likely. So an 8 to a 7.5 here is fascinating. I mean, again, like I said, I do lean under in this game. I have not moved on it yet. Let's talk Seymour here real quick here as well. Mr. Ian Seymour, he's a lefty for those who are unaware. This will be his, let me see here, 4th start of his season so far. He went White Sox, 5 innings, 5 hits, 3 earned runs, and a start. He seemingly piggybacked someone in his next appearance on September 5th. Happy birthday, Razor. 4 innings, 5 hits, 5 runs, only 1 of them earned. Another start at Washington, 5 innings, 4 earned runs. And he had one good start. At Cleveland, 5 innings, 1 hit, no earned runs. A Cleveland ball club that we all know is terrible at hitting. Home road splits, just for curiosity's sake, for Seymour is a little interesting. He has not pitched too much on the road at home, so 12 2/3 innings pitched. Not much of a sample size to go off of, but a 4, almost 5 ERA compared to a 30 innings pitched on the road and a 2.4. So I'm not going to put too much into that, but it does seem like Seymour can do the damn thing. I think he can pitch well here, admittedly. Kevin Gosman, his splits, just to go back, even on both home and road, so we shouldn't be worried about that as well. So wrap all this to say is that I'm leaning towards the under here again, just continually betting these night game unders, and I'm a little surprised at how cheap the Blue Jays are here at -125. I'm going to be honest. The fact that they're so cheap, like in my head, close my eyes, I'm thinking Blue Jays on the road, it's -140, -135, a little less expensive than that. So I think Seymour pitches well here, and I'm leaning more towards an under. Jimmy, what do you think?
My action's in. That's the good.
I'm glad I could ramble enough to get you there.
You did. You did. So I just added 4 more bets. Let me move over here. Okay, so I got the Guardians first 5 plus a half -116. Athletics team total over 3.5 -124. Nationals first 5 plus a half -118. In the Atlanta Washington over 8.5 at -105. And we are in business. Okay, back to your Jays breakdown. I mean, Gossman is just, locked in. There's no getting around it. I don't know. This is Ian Seymour's first ever start at George M. Steinbrenner Field. He's, had a couple starts, none have been here. He's appeared in 5 games. So, and his numbers are quite good. The Jays are hitting lefties, but with not a ton of power. 264, 742 OPS. Rays versus righties, 252, 740. Both bullpens are pitching really well. I think that a very important part of the unders in Tampa.
You said he had 5 appearances?
Yes, at home.
Oh, okay.
5 appearances at home at George M. Steinbrenner Field, but he hasn't started one.
Yeah, he did that piggyback thing, but yeah, he had 4 innings there, I guess, as a bulk guy.
So I don't imagine that starting is going to be too big of an issue. One thing though about these starts that we talked about is that it really helps to have the 7:35 start. You get into that wind blowing in 30 minutes earlier, and that's crucial. The 7:05s are not as appealing, but it certainly is perfect conditions. It's actually blowing in right at 7 at 6.1 miles per hour, which is usually you need an hour or so to get the weather blowing in. And so when we get over to George M. Steinbrenner Field, it's still plus 11%. It's plus 18% home runs, plus 6% doubles and triples, and plus 2% singles. I don't really see that. Shout out to Sharky Waters in the house. Great to see you. Sharky Waters, ready to rock. So Gossman coming off a complete game. I mean, I don't want anybody after a complete game. There's no pitcher in Major League Baseball that I want, and you could say he's locked in, that's sure, but he was pitching in front of a sold out stadium on a Friday night, and now he's going to be pitching in front of 11,000 people at George M. Steinbrenner Field. I mean, this doesn't feel like it's a game, set, match, easy spot for Gossman. It really doesn't. And I'm hesitant. Now, he only threw 100 pitches, so it wasn't like he threw a ton, but that's back-to-back, 105 pitches and 100 pitches. But he's been flirting around that 100 number a lot, but he's only thrown over 100 pitches this year at 3, 4, 5 times before this back-to-back where he's throwing for 100 pitches. I'm hesitant, and I think you touched on the line. Is this enough?
Don't look at the first 5. What do you think it is?
Well, because of the fishy opening line, I would say that the price difference is negligible.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, my BOL has minus 125, minus 126.
Yeah, so and I'm not lining up to fade Gossman. But I just let's just go to the batter versus pitcher very quickly before we move on.
I think I'm leaning more towards Ray's first 5 money line personally. It just seems like Seymour is going to pitch well. That and the under I'm back and forth on.
You could also get that plus a half.
Yeah, I've got it at minus 130. So I definitely, with the under seemingly in play, I could see that. It'd be pissed me off if I got a 0-0.
Jesus, this opened at 8.5.
Yeah, I saw that at BOL, and I was like, okay, well, and then I wanted to look at the morning line. And it was still 8, and it went to 7.5 still. So it makes me feel better about betting the under because there's a shitload of people on the under 90+% of the bets and money and all that shit. But at least the line's moving.
Oh, it's clear that there's some concern by the books. 89% of tickets, 92% of the cash. I would much prefer to pay for the. What's the status of the fatigue from the bullpen?
Talking a little fatigue, as they say here. Let's do a little refresh just to make sure. Tampa Bay is pretty good. Brian Baker back-to-back. Kevin Kelly back-to-back. But Pete Fairbanks threw on Monday, so he should be good to go today. As for the Blue Jays, I mean, good God. This is probably why the line is fishy, honestly. First 5 full game. Back-to-back days from Jeff Hoffman. Back-to-back days from Sir Anthony Dominguez. 12 pitches from Yariel. 19 from Tommy Nance, back-to-back days from Brendan Little, 22 pitches from Eric Lauer yesterday. Probably not going to go on that, especially because he's like, starter adjacent. So that leaves Braden Fisher, who threw 27 pitches the day previous, and Louis Varland, who threw back-to-back and got the day off yesterday, as the only guys that didn't throw yesterday. So we'll probably see Louis. We'll probably see Braden Fisher. Tommy Nance will probably have to bite the bullet and pitch again today, and so will Yariel Rodriguez. But I don't know. I mean, he hasn't gone back-to-back days in the last week, so maybe he doesn't go back-to-back days. That would be a question for me or for you, I guess.
Yeah, I think that there's some legit vulnerability in the bullpen for the Jays, even though they've been pitching quite a bit better the last 3 weeks or so. I guess in the end, I lean towards the early under instead of
And I think I'm going to end up going on the the Rays full game to hopefully take advantage of the shitty bullpen. I think Seymour pitches well, keeps us in it. Gausman probably pitches well, and then the bullpen blows it late.
Well, this makes this there's you know what, I'm staying off of it. I'm staying off of this game. The first, so Atlanta Houston, Waldrop Lord. The full game total is 8.5. The Giants Rays full game total is 7.5. It's a full run less, and the first 3 under 2.5 is the exact same.
That's funny.
Why would that be? That makes no sense. You know what? I'm off of it. I'm off of it. Something's not right here. I'll let you guys hammer Jays Rays. In fact, it is indicating that the Rays are the spot to back here. But I mean, it's just like, is Gausman going to throw 4 consecutive amazing starts? Is the bullpen somehow going to find a way to put together another clean 2-3 innings here? I think you see more pitches well in this pitcher-friendly environment. So, well, I mean, it is a batter-friendly park, but it becomes and still, like, I don't think we should get too caught up in the pitcher friendliness, even though we do believe that that's what happens at night here. Because still, look at Steinbrenner Field, plus 11%, plus 18% home runs, plus 6% doubles and triples, and plus 2% singles. So, you know what? I'm going to wait on this. I think that I'm thankful for the cap, because my gut was telling me to get on Gausman and to bet Gausman and to bet the Jays. So I'm going to stick with this a plan around the Rays first 5 or the first 5 plus a half. But I've got 9 bets on the games already up to this point, so I'm not going to add this. Let's roll on. Are you going to make the Rays official, Jose?
Yeah, plus 114.
Rays first 5 at plus 114 for Jose, and we roll on. I want to take another look at the action here from our from Spooner and from Wine Time, so that we don't miss their action. Okay, let's roll on to our next spot on the board, fellas. It is 7:10 p.m. San Diego Padres at the New York Mets, and this is a Wine Time spot. Wine Time made this official. All these are counting for his action. He is on the Mets at minus 120. Moving on to New
sense.
York Mets.
What a weird line this is.
City Field in Queens, New York. We have Slick Nick Pavetta from Victoria, BC, going up against David Peterson. Let's get into the weather to get us started here in New York. It is 68 Fahrenheit. Feels like 67, 8 mile per hour in. It does die down to 7.3 miles per hour. We get to the daily stadium report. This is the worst spot for weather. Minus 12% overall at City, minus 4% homers, minus 20% doubles and triples, and minus 3% singles. Much love, Ricky. Thank you for dropping in, my man. Let's get into the line history here for Padres Mets. We have another low total, and it's heavily juiced to the under. This one opened up at 8 and started moving towards the under right away. In fact, there's not been 1 cent of buyback ever. This under has just become more expensive and more expensive. And now it's minus 125. Now you would assume that flat 7s are on the way if it was to continue moving in this direction. Let's get to the money line here. We have the Mets at minus 118. Again, we're using BOL for all of these line moves. There's a problem with the book that I usually use. There was an initial move towards the Mets, an 8-cent move at 1:45 in the morning. Then it came back 10 cents. And then there was a 10-cent move again to the Mets, 9:22. So overall, 8 cents of movement towards the New York Mets. And when we get to the board for cash flow, we have 58% of tickets on the Padres and 51% of the cash, 60% of tickets on the under, and 51% of cash. Nick Pivetta coming off a brilliant start at home versus the Reds. 7 innings, 4 hits, no earned runs, 8 Ks and 1 walk, 2.73 ERA, 0.95 whip on the year. Pitching very well. 171 in the third innings tossed and looks good. His splits are very strong. On the road this year, he's been really good. He's just been good everywhere. You could say he's been better at home, and that's fair and real, but it's a run-suppressing ballpark, pitch ballpark with the marine layer. Here, he's had 74 innings on the road. He's allowed 60 hits, 28 earned runs over 13 starts. He's been very good. David Peterson was dealing with arm fatigue. Has he gotten over it? He's pitching better now, coming off a real quality. It wasn't quite a quality start. He only made it through 5 innings. It's taking him time to get through. He's not going deep in the ball games, and he's not been very good at home, where he had been incredible in the first half of the year. His splits are fine. He's a regular old lefty. Righties do get to him. But the Padres don't hit lefties at all. 218, 652 OPS. And the Mets are absolutely ripping the leather off the ball against righties. Then the Padres have a real bullpen advantage here as well. So it's a tricky spot here. Brandon Cummings says New York went 2-9 while being outscored 59-32 over the subsequent 11 games, a span in which its lead in the wild card race decreased to a half game. So that is the situation ahead of us. Take it away for us, Jose Bouquet. Padres, Mets.
Yeah, I bet the Mets yesterday, cashed comfortably, which was nice. It feels like the Mets are the play again. Why are the Mets the favorite here? Look, I get it. Padres probably not the best on the road. No one's good on the road this year, apparently. The Mets, again, I'm sure they have a good home record, but just doesn't make sense to my head why the Mets, this should be minus 110 each way, probably for me. And you guys know that I'm a Nick Pivetta hater now. He had to go be on a team full of veterans for the people to accept him. Can't be on a team of youths. But I just think the Mets are the side here as well. Here, shout to Wine Time. I'm sure he was thinking the same thing I was here when he made this bet minus 120. About 50-50 ticket split, like you mentioned as well. 58% of tickets, 51% of the money on them here. It's fascinating to me that this has gone the way it has for the series so far. So it seems like I'm going to take the Mets here again. 8, you mentioned again, 8 cents of movement towards them too. So New York Mets will be on my card here. I'm going to move them full game, and I have to tell myself that because full game is the line that's moving. So bet the line that's moving here. But yeah, I think David Peterson can turn the corner here, and it just seems like the Mets are very alive in this game based on the market.
The market is a very nice comfort zone for Mets backers, but there's not a lot of comfort zones. The bullpen's trash. Padres bullpen's the best in the league. Now, they haven't been the best in the league over the last 30 days. You have the splits that work. Mets are ripping the leather off the ball against righties. There's a righty on the mound. That righty happens to be very, very good. Then you have a Padres team that's not hitting lefties. And you have Peterson, who his last 4 starts hasn't made it through 6 innings. In his last 4 starts, he's thrown 18 innings, and he's allowed 17 earned runs. He has walked 9 batters. The market is indicating that the Mets are the right bet here, but I'm not able to do it. And I will just cheer you on. What is your action officially?
Full game Mets money line for me here. The price, I just need to find it again, minus 118.
Minus 118. I mean, you have a team that's 18 games over 500 at home against a team that's 6 games under 500 on the road, and it's just barely over a pick and price, open at a pick and price. So maybe if you look at it, there's certain angles to look at it where you say, well, they should be a bigger favorite. And then there's other angles to look at where, I can understand the spot. This is no move for me. I will cheer you on. I don't feel like this correlates the way I need it to. Let's roll on. 7:40 p.m. Eastern. We have Angels Brewers. And we have Spooner on the under 8 at -115 in Angels Brewers. Let's break this one down. Milwaukee. God, pretty excited, Jose. Pretty excited. I want the cash for the division to come in.
Oh,
I want that just to get the money train rolling.
sure.
35-1 to win the World Series. 17-1.
When you said you were excited, I was like, "Oh, are you going to Milwaukee for some reason?"
No, but
well, you might be. Who knows? World Series parade.
No, 27,000 is not enough. When you cash 100,000, if I cash 100,000 on the future, I will go to a parade. But 27,000 is not going to cut it. Jose Soriano, Brandon Woodruff. Soriano 10-10, 4.13 ERA, 1.38 WHIP. His last start was not very good. 7-6 extra inning loss at the Mariners. Got the extra day of rest. He still pitched poorly. You know, he's another Jekyll and Hyde pitcher. You watch him. Sometimes he's spectacular. Other time he's bad. He's tricky. And I don't want to catch a falling knife, you know, and I feel that that's the situation with them. It is righties that hit him harder than lefties. Righties are starting to hit him pretty hard. 270, 717 OPS. And this is a lineup that goes lefty, righty, lefty, righty, lefty, righty through their entire lineup until the 8th and 9th batters, which is why they're so difficult to pitch against. Wager Tech says line is ridiculous here in the Angels game. Plus 175 is worth it with the implied probability. Brandon Woodruff, 6-2, 3.32 ERA. He's been incredible. Coming off 4-1 win at the Pirates. He looked excellent. 6 innings, 2 hits, 8 Ks. Didn't walk a batter. Didn't allow a run. At home this year, he's had 5 starts, and he's only allowed 11 earned runs. Now, he has allowed 6 homers. It's a little much, but he's struck out 36 over 27. Righties are hitting him a little harder than lefties. The Angels, over the last 30 days, are the worst team in Major League Baseball against right-handed pitching. 192 with a 612 OPS. The Brewers versus righties, 272, 777. The Angels' bullpen has also been a problem. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. The Brewers are -220. This opened up at -195. It's now 220. So 25-cent move towards the Milwaukee Brewers. Let's get to the total. From a total side of things here, we have an 8. It's -125 to the under. A 7-cent move towards the Milwaukee Brewers. So there is a concern, and Chris Warren nails it. He says Soriano can be dominant. You know, he's capable of being excellent. I haven't seen very many pitchers be excellent against this Brewers lineup. They just are so consistent. They see you from so many different ways. Soriano's given us no sign that he's going to start pitching very well. In fact, I mean, you could say that the implied probability doesn't make sense. I could say this is starting to come close to this. Let's take a look at the cash flow here for this one. We have 81% of the tickets, 74% of the cash on Milwaukee, 55% tickets on the over, 62% cash. Take it away, Jose. Angels, Brewers.
Yeah, shout out to Troy yesterday. The Brewers were the cash cow, so shout out to him. I wouldn't be surprised if they were again here today. Like you mentioned, it's not a game I'll be backing. I do low-key root for the Brewers now just because I want you to get that cash, obviously.
With help.
It would also make me feel better that the Mariners are now in the division lead. Those sons of fucking bitches, man. What a sweat that would have been, too. You're like, God, these bums, you think they're out of it again, and then the Astros just go in the tank, and the Mariners pull whatever chicanery they can out of their ass here. So shout out to them. But I do root for the Brewers. I'm not going to bet this game. I could see why you guys are on the Angels if you are, because I forget your name already, but whoever said Soriano can be a good pitcher, and I think he's of the pitchers to back on the Angels. It's him, and it feels like I haven't seen Kikuchi in forever. I obviously don't keep up with the Angels injury report, so I don't know what happened to him, but yeah, I leaned towards the Angels, but I'm not going to get in front of the cash cow. I'm not getting in front of this juggernaut team that we've got apparently.
What is Soriano? Oh, I guess he had those back-to-back starts, Texas and Houston, where he looked incredible. I mean,
Yeah, he was a back pitcher like 2 weeks ago for us. I forget what it was now.
12 2/3. He allowed 5 hits and no earned runs. If you take those 2 starts out of it, he is throwing 12 innings and allowed 16 earned runs. I mean, is there really a chance that he comes in here and he's spectacular? I don't know why that would be. Now, I guess the Brewers are kind of such a big favorite now that you can't back them. You know, you have to take them on the run line, which I don't find appealing. So I guess when it's said and done, I'm off of this game. If you believe that Soriano is capable of pitching well and that the bullpen can hold it together, I can understand. You know, if that was the belief, I can understand why. You know, someone would be on the under. See 7.5s here. This was a juiced under 8, but I can't.
Under, so I agree there.
I can't get there. I can't get there with this Angels bullpen. I mean, the Brewers have to win. They have to win. They're 2 games up on the Phillies right now for that number 1 spot in the NL. They want to ensure home field advantage throughout the playoffs. They have to win. Rod's Wax says bet on Milwaukee on the run line when playing against a bad team. Winning percentage between 38% and 46%. In the second half of the season, Milwaukee record during the 2025 season 16-3. So I mean, I like Milwaukee, but to what point? You know, I mean, I would still like be pushing myself towards a -1, and I've started to become more comfortable with juice. And you know, if this was the plan, I should have bet it earlier. Woodruff has been spectacular. Is Soriano capable of greatness? Sure. At this point, there's just nothing for me. It's just too expensive. I expect the Brewers to take care of business. Let's roll on. 7:40 p.m. Eastern.
I'm going to really quick grab a charger here.
Sure.
Jimmy, so I'll be back. But shout out to Joseph Gomez with the most interesting comment I've received today, Jimmy, by the way, saying, Jose doesn't know how hard it is to keep Jordans and Pampers. I swear, the mafia must own the diaper supply. Shout out to Joseph Gomez, which one of the more random comments I've gotten, but you're right. He don't know how hard it is to keep kids in Jordans and Pampers. You're right, Joseph Gomez.
Yeah, I don't put my kids in Jordans. But Son Dubious, Sonny Dollywall did send gorgeous Jordans for Carter, which he can now fit in, but they're laces, so only special occasions. Yankees, Twins. They don't need Jordans, man. Jordans, man. They're kids. Target Field in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Luis Heel. Also, you put a kid in Jordans, you're setting them up to get robbed, man. Who cares if you live in a better neighborhood than the one you grow up in? You want your kid to get ganked? Luis Heel going up against Taj Bradley. Luis Heel is pitching very, very well right now. He is a pitcher that should be backed. He's confident. And he's going up against Taj Bradley. We have a high total, 9 -120 to the over. This opened up -105 to the over. 15 cents of movement towards that over. Let's get into the money line here. We could get a run to make us a little more comfortable with that Pirates first 5 plus a half. To go 1 and 2 would be heaven after what it could have been. So let's just wait and see. A huge move towards Minnesota here. They've gone from +154 to +134. And that the only thing that would tell me is that Taj Bradley is capable of pitching well here. You know, he's coming off a good start, 6 1/3, 3 earned runs, 5 Ks, 4-3 loss to the Angels. It doesn't tell me that Heel is vulnerable because I don't believe he is. He's walking too many batters. He's trying to be perfect out there, and so he's not getting deep into games. The Yankees have the worst bullpen in Major League Baseball over the last 30 days. You know who's right just barely ahead of them is the Twins. They're horrific. Yankees are smashing righties right now, 258-21 OPS. And the only thing I can think of is that this line is moving towards the Twins because Taj Bradley is going to pitch very well. Now, I could obviously be wrong, but not because I think Luis Heel is vulnerable. So let's take a look at the weather of the line history and hand this over to Jose. But I'm interested in this game. I'm interested in moving on it. 79 Fahrenheit. Feels like 79. 4.6 miles per hour, right to left and in. You know, you can imagine the Twins players are excited to be playing the Yankees. At least they'll have some fans in the stadium. It's a warm, nice night. We have Ballpark Pal giving target field plus 8%. It's even homers plus 8%, doubles and triples, and plus 6% singles. I want to go back to this total one more time. So we know that there's a big move, a big move towards the Twins, and there's a move towards the over, which tells us there's volatility. So that doesn't. So my thought process behind it is wrong. The market is telling us that Bradley's going to pitch okay, and that Heel is more vulnerable than he's proven to be. He's had 4 starts on the road, and he has allowed 8 earned runs. He walks too many batters, but he's only allowed 1 home run. The opponent's hitting 183 against him. When we get to the cash flow for this one, we have 69% of tickets, 74% of cash on the Yankees, 67% tickets on the under, and 60% cash on the under. Jose Bouquet, Yankees, Twinkies, and Target Field. Take it away.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna stay off. I bet the Twins yesterday. I mean, look, I turned off the game when it was like 8-1, 10-1, whatever it was, and the fact that they made it like 10-9 is hilarious. I laughed. Did it give me hope a little bit? Sure. Did it crush my soul to see that loss come through? Yeah, of course it did. I mean,
it's the fucking worst.
It's the hope that kills you, as Ted Lasso says.
It's the worst.
So, do I want to bet the Twins here again? Obviously. I'm going to sit back. I'm going to wait. Maybe I'll get a shittier line. But if I get a shittier line, that's fine. I just want to evaluate how much action I'm going to have on my card today. I had so fucking much action yesterday. It was too much. But I've got Twins money line definitely written down, starred. Again, maybe I'm a Yankees, anti-Yankee asshole, but the fact that the line's gone so down so much, the fact that Luis Gil's coming off of a great start in your rival stadium, and Taj Bradley obviously has history against the Yankees, so we'll see how it all unfolds, but I lean Minnesota Twins here again.
Spooner says Yankees have seen Bradley a few times. I think it's a terrible spot for Bradley. He wants Yankees -1. I mean, I don't know how it's hard not to be concerned by this market. So for me in a situation like this, I just let it go. I'm not going to fade Luis Gil. I don't care what the books tell me. So if the market's going to go heavy in the direction of a team playing Luis Gil right now, I'll just stay off of the game. Also, my whole angle makes no sense really based on the market. The angle being that the market's telling us Bradley's going to pitch well. It's not, because this 9 is getting hammered towards the over. Maybe that's more based on the poor bullpens, which is also very, very legitimate.
What about first 3 under here? What is
Well, if we can clearly see that this is only based on bullpens, and so let's see if we can find that out. I mean, if this is only based on the horrific bullpens, then you would expect, let's say, a 9 and like a 4.5 or a 5 heavily juiced to the under for the first 5.
And as you said, these are the 2 worst bullpens in baseball right now.
So we have a 5 -115 to the under. So there's no. I mean, the first 3 under 2.5 is only +110, but I shouldn't say it's only +110 because the 9 that's in Arizona, San Francisco, is +105. So the market is telling us that the Giants Diamondbacks game and the Yankees Twins game, there's going to be runs. Go bet the over, and I'm very, very hesitant to do it on both of them. So. I mean, the craziest stat to me of the craziest line of this whole card is the fact that the Jays raised total is now 7.5, and their first 3 is a 2.5 at a pick'em. Oh my God. Wow. Oh no, sorry. That's okay. Sorry. Tripping out. Yeah, it's still a pick'em. I thought it'd move 10 cents to the over.
So is this if we were better gamblers, we would bet the first 3 over?
Yeah, absolutely. We would bet the first 3 over. And again, that it just goes against my X's nose. I understand flipping, but I think you have to find the route for it. and I think it's just it's a difficult route to traverse right now.
It's first 3 over 2.5 there.
The first 3 over 2.5 is the exact same price of the games that have 8.5 totals.
All right,
this is 7.5.
I'll let you know if it wins tomorrow.
Oh, I'll be watching it too. So, look, I've got lots of action on these early games, and I'm going to look for things to correlate. And if they don't, that's fine. And I'll just move on. We have 2 out in the bottom of the 4th there in Pittsburgh. So we desperately need 3 outs from Oviedo. We'll see if we can get it. Let's roll on. Next up for us, we have Seattle Mariners, Kansas City Royals, Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City, Missouri. Let's get into the weather here. 82 Fahrenheit, feels like 83, 3.4 miles per hour left to right and slightly in. It gets up to 4.4 and 4.3, and it becomes in by the end of the game, but it's not a big deal. Let's take a look at Ballpark Pal to see what we are dealing with here at Kauffman, and we have plus 8% overall, minus 12% homers, plus 15% doubles and triples, and plus 9% singles. Bryce Miller going up against Cole Ragans. Ragans is back. We have not seen him since June 5th. Left rotator cuff strain, and he was out for 3 months. So he began a rehab assignment 10 days ago, September 7th, AAA Omaha, 56 pitches and 3 2/3 innings in his second and final outing on Friday. So he did strike out 7 3 2/3, didn't allow a run and just 1 hit. So he looked good in both of these appearances, but he's not gone deep at all. There's no way he's going to go over 80 pitches here. But this is a skilled pitcher who looked horrible this year. We got the explanation. He's feeling better. And I wonder if he can make up for lost time. The Mariners are hitting lefties hard, 249, 766 OPS. That was the whole base of the trade deadline, was so that they could bring in some sticks that could attack left-handed pitching because they were so bad at it. Bryce Miller, 4-5, 5.59 ERA, 1.37 WHIP. He's been bad all year. It's just nothing's changing for him. Home, road, it doesn't matter. He sucks, and it's hard to make sense of it all. And they keep throwing him out there every 5 days. No Emerson Hancock coming back to fix this. Turnbuckle Tommy says the BetMGM for 302.5 is minus 140. It's fascinating, Tommy. Absolutely. Like, I just can't wait to see what happens. There's no reason it should be minus 120 and not moving at all. Like, always Turnbuckle Tommy, the better lines are at BetMGM for the unders. Here you get a much better line at 365. It makes me extremely uncomfortable. And then that's fine. I can just stay off of it. Let's talk about the line history here in Mariners Royals. We have a total that is a 9. This opened up at 8.5, juice to the over. There was actually a move towards the under until about 9:43 this morning. Started moving towards the over, and now we have a 9. I'd say it's a quarter run move towards the over. On the money line here, we have Ragans and the Royals at minus 117. They opened up minus 107. It wasn't an immediate move towards them. It took about 11 hours for there to be a move towards the Royals, but then there was one. With the way the Mariners are playing, I think that means something. Wow, 3-1 Reds. Thank you, Justin. And that's great for you Reds backers. So then we get to the cash flow for this spot. We have 52% of the tickets on the Mariners, 75% of cash on the Royals, 66 on the over, and 81% cash on the over. So at that point, we could say, well, if the market's moving towards the over, Bryce Miller's a gas can. The statistics tell us that he's not, that Ragans a gas can, but we know that Cole Ragans, healthy, is a really good pitcher, good enough for them to not need Brady Singer on the staff. So if that's the case, then the Royals should be much more expensive first 5. And I mean much. I mean, we should see a 20-cent difference first 5, and then we should bet
I was pretty surprised to see the first 5 price.
Well, I'm interested. So here we have the Royals at minus 125, and the first 5. So sorry, that's minus 112. It's expensive. Jeez, I had to go back and look. So full game Royals minus 125, and then first 5 minus 135. That makes perfect sense to me. I wish it was more. I think that Raggins is more than capable of pitching well here. So take it away, Jose. Is this a move that we make?
It's a move I'm making, minus 130. First 5 money line for me here. I didn't think Bryce Miller was pitching that bad. His last few starts have been like 2 4-earned runs kind of performances. So
he had 11 strikeouts last game.
Yeah,
but he lost 4 earned runs and 2 homers. It's tricky to quantify him.
Exactly, and the fact again that this is, you could tell me that the Mariners could be favored in this game, and I believe you. At least again minus 110. Cole Raggins making his first start back, and he's going to throw 5 innings, maybe. I mean, I think Cole Raggins is going to come back and dominate personally because, again, it's not really about the hits and walks and runs for me. His first rehab start was terrible, but he went 6 Ks, no walks. I think. Then he went 7 Ks, 1 walk, then 7 Ks, no walks. If you're not walking people, if you're throwing shit in the zone, that's what I care about. So I think Cole Raggins goes out there and shows. So Royals first 5 money line, minus 130 for me.
Okay, I agree.
I also respect Raggins' big balls. You guys will notice the pitchers that are hurt early in the season, their teams are basically out of it, and they come back. I will probably put you on my list for next year. The fact that you're coming back shows, one, you give a fuck, and I respect that. But 2, like you can get all of your like post-injury, like kind of like weirdness out, and you can roll into the next season feeling a little more confident. So Cole Raggins, a guy that I will be backing next year most likely, as long with Tyler Wells and Hurston Waltrip. But I'm backing Cole Raggins specifically today.
Rod's Wax says, bet under the total in Kansas City home games after a loss by 4 runs or more. The under's record during the 2025 season, 11-1. Call him strike 3. How's that not a strike 3? This is absolute trash. I mean, it's just absolute garbage. And we have Jermaine saying that, and this is important. I really think this is important. Jermaine says, fade. Oh, it's absolute trash. Says fade Raggins with confidence. It's important to have that confidence, man. Really, really important. So that was just such garbage from that umpire. I mean, it's just
one more year, hopefully, of this bullshit.
Okay. So I'm with you. I'm with you. Royals first 5. What did you get, Jose?
Minus 130. And we'll see if ABS comes next year. There's a bunch of old dumb players like Walker Buehler that don't want ABS, and Max Scherzer doesn't want it, but he's not going to be here next year, so we'll see.
Has he confirmed that he's not going to be here next year?
No, that is my assumption. That is purely assumption. I could absolutely be wrong. It's just going to be a blink test. Who falls first, Justin Verlander or Max Scherzer? So we'll see. Once one goes, the other will go.
I need Martin to get out of this inning so badly.
Oh, fuck. I forgot to bet that, didn't I?
All right. Let's roll on here. Come on. Just get out of this goddamn inning, man. All right. Next up. For fuck's sakes, man. They just stole second and third. How am I supposed to focus? All right, TJ has given us official pick on the Texas Rangers. The Texas Rangers here. We have, by the way, wine time's on the Royals. Official. Royals official, full game. And we know he doesn't bet first 5, so I think that's a good sign too here for us. Come on, Martin, don't do this to me, man. Come on. God, you fucking idiots. Just bumbling and schmumbling in the nerfy no-go. God damn it. This is not looking good. How is it? I mean, it's a fucking error. Oh, God. Not a good start to the day. Okay, stay calm. Stay calm. One more out. At least we'll be 1-2 in that Cubs-Pirates game. Now 1-3 because the nerfy didn't come through. I mean, the last batter should have struck out if it wasn't a fucking human error, and then back-to-back human errors because the umpire, human error, and then this error. Okay, stay calm. So we have the Rangers here from TJ, and let's break this one down. Daikin Park in Houston, Texas, where the Astros are 45-32. The Rangers 79-73, but they've been a terrible road team all year. 32-45 on the road. We have DeGrom going up against Christian Javier. Javier has not looked good last 2 starts, 4 earned runs in each. At home this year, he's looked good though. 185 opponents batting average. He's allowed 7 earned runs in 18 1/3, so it's not great, but 7 earned runs in 4 starts. I'll take it. 12 hits allowed too, just 12 hits. It's impressive. The lefties are hitting him hard. He's shutting down all right-handed bats. So let's take a look at what Javier will be facing here. Shutting down righties, lefties hitting him. So we have Smith and Peterson, and that's it. That's it. This is a good lineup for Christian Javier to go up against. And, oh, God. And we know exactly what DeGrom can do out there. Coming off a 8.
I just want to let you know, by the way, Jimmy, I forgot to to bet White Sox first 5, so I just bet them live, trying to put my balls dangling on the toilet here. I bet them. It's draw no bet on my site, but it's just money line, plus 240. So I'm with you here now. We just need this asshole umpire to quit his bullshit and Colby Mayo to strike out here.
Well, we cashed the Pirates first 5 plus a half.
So you had to reach deep for that one too. Ugh,
I was very, very fortunate for there. But but now we're 1-3 because we didn't get the Nerfy. Rod Wax is bet on Christian Javier on the money line. We're playing on Wednesday. Javier's record since 2023, 8-0. I initially want the Rangers, but I think this is a great lineup for Javier to go up against. And I don't know if I trust him. That 6-0 loss at the Jays was his last start. I know he allowed 4 earned runs in the start before that. Was that also? Can you check? Was that also on the road?
Sure.
I don't know if that was also on the road here.
Javier, you said?
Yes. Was it back-to-back road starts?
At Toronto, at home for New York, at home for Los Angeles.
Rangers are hitting righties hard right now. 275, 778 OPS. Astros versus righties, 247, 702 OPS. The Astros bullpen starting to pitch a little better, but still has had problems. This Rangers bullpen is rolling. This should be fine. This should be fine. We have loaded bases, but we have a lefty at bat. Martin Perez is getting all left-handed batters out. This should be fine. Absolutely fine. But he's just not getting any calls at all here. Okay. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow here. Because as much as I think Javier is capable of pitching well, I do want to back DeGrom in this kind of a start, where there's still a lot on the line for the Rangers. The Astros open up at plus 109. They're now plus 116. The Rangers gone from minus 120 to minus 128. And then when we get to the total here for this one, we have a 7.5 minus 117 to the under. This opened up plus 100 to the under. We have 17 cents of movement towards the under. Oh, thank God. Well, that was a great time to bet it.
I got worried there. So we're good. All right. We'll see what happens here.
God, why would you have any lefties in your lineup against Martin Perez? I mean, righties have...
obviously, these donkeys don't want to win,
Okay, so let's take a look at the cash flow here. We've seen the line move to both the Rangers and the under, which are both appealing to me. And what I meant to say before I got caught up was that, yes, DeGrom allowed 3 earned runs in 7 innings at the Mets, and he only got 2 strikeouts, but the Mets are absolutely raking right now, just raking.
And I think they were up. They were up like 6-0 at the time too. So he was kind of like, he wasn't in like lockdown mode. He was like, let's just try to get through as many innings as I can mode.
So here we go. Let's take a look at the cash flow and here Jose's expectation here. We don't have any information on the total, sadly, but 62% of the ticket, 60% cash on the Texas Rangers. I don't see why we wouldn't be on the Texas Rangers here. I don't see why we wouldn't back Jacob deGrom here. And if that's the case, I would also have interest in the under Take it away for us, my man.
Yeah, so I was right there with you guys. The fact that the Rangers are favored were the thing. I was like, okay, well, the Rangers might be interesting here. Bodog, as they're called in other places, opened this up at -125. It's up to -136, which is a little interesting. Where the anonymous gambler does his trade, -127 to -135. And you know, I guess you could say the line should be moving that direction with 60% of the bets and money on them. But I agree with you. I've close to betting the Rangers here as well.
And I'm going to say this out loud just because I know that, you know, I'm 1-3 to start the day. I'm down money, and it makes kind of lends towards reaching. But Javier has some okay numbers at home. He's had back-to-back bad starts, and one of those starts did come at home. And if we think we have an advantage, well, let's see what the difference of full game first five. So it should be at least 10 cents at a minimum. I would like it more. So the Rangers are -130 full game, -130 full game, and then first five. Show me minus expensive. 5 cents? Really? Only 5 cents? That's
5
expensive.
cents difference first five full game.
Yeah, I would
have liked -135, -140. Yeah,
I would like -150. Really?
Well, you know, that would be nice, but yeah, I wouldn't expect it to be that high.
My concern is that Javier pitches okay here.
And if it was that high and the full game was -125, I'd be like, what the fuck's going to happen to the Rangers bullpen tonight?
And look at this. We have a triple-headed monster, a three-headed monster. We have TJ on the Rangers. We have spreadsheet on the Rangers. Then we have taint on the Rangers. Rob Free says, who's on the San Francisco Giants today? There was not a lot of action from us in that game. The high total. We have Wine Time moving on the Diamondbacks. That was about it. There was not much action here. Wine Time moved on the Diamondbacks, and I don't know anybody. And Mole is saying that everyone, and I'm sure he's looked into that. Means him and his friends or the people he follows are on the Giants. We didn't have one person here that I saw on the Giants. If anybody is on the Giants, let me know because I didn't see anybody. Great job, Wager Detective, getting that cash on the Pirates first 5+1/2. Fortunate. So at this point, then I'm not sure why we wouldn't just, if we're that confident, and I'm concerned. Do you think Javier pitches well here today, Jose?
I think he has a solid 5 innings. Yeah, 5 innings, 1 earned run type stuff. The 7.5 total feels like this the giveaway.
If he goes 5 innings and doesn't allow an earned run, then okay. Look at this here. This is what I'm trying to talk about with the Jays-Rays game. Okay, the Jays-Rays game here has a total of 7.5. It's -110 to the under. The Rangers-Astros has a 7.5. It's -115 to the under. It's 5 cents more expensive. But the first 3 under is 35 cents more expensive.
In which game?
In this one, Rangers-Astros.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I didn't even know that, and it makes me feel better about my prediction of 5 earned run or 5 innings, 1 earned run ball. It's just like, it's not like either of these lineups are very good. I get that the total's still the same, obviously, but like, I could see why. I could see an easy case for both of these guys going out here and pitching well. I mean, again, these lineups just aren't good. DeGrom's good. There's no Yordan Alvarez. So, I mean, I get it.
But 10-star play of the day is Astros money line, fresh off cashing his 20-star play of the day.
How many stars can it go?
The more stars, the more confidence, man.
How many more stars can you go?
You just better not give us a 1-star.
I'm looking for the 50 to 100 star play. That then I'll start. I'll be very interested then. Shout out to you, my man. That's hilarious. I'm interested.
All right. Well, So this has been, and I'll have all of this set up for us here to talk about in the off season. But the first threes that are ridiculously expensive, that I have to go down to a 2, not the ones that are 1.5. That has not had a very high ROI. But the first threes that are too expensive to bet 2.5 that I've turned into a 2 with the -1 calculator, which is crucial for all of you guys to use. I'm going to pop it in the chat here. It's been hitting at the highest rate of anything I've bet all year. So I'm going to double up on this game. I am concerned that, how could you not be concerned that Rod's on the other side? But, it is what it is. I'm going to move with the Rangers. I'm also going to move on the first 3 under 2 in this baseball game. I'm also putting the Z code system here from our friend Ron Crawford in the chat. Keep this link. Keep it close to you. It's crucial in NHL, crucial in Major League Baseball. And you can use it in all sports because you fix team totals, fix everything. So that's going to be for me here. I'm not going to bet it right now, but I'm going to be on the Rangers. And then I'm also going to be on the first 3 under 2 here, Jose.
Did you know that the stars are units for Rod Zawacki? I did not know that. 1 star equals $100 for Rod. I had no idea.
I did not know that either.
Yeah, it's a shout out to you, man. That's $1,000 on the Astros. I'll be sweating for you and rooting for you guys. I think it's going to be difficult.
It's a big boy bet. We move on to Coors Field in Denver, Colorado. Ryan Weather is pitching very well right now for the Miami Marlins. Only throwing 29 2/3 this year, but he's looked good. Oh, Grant, it's important. It's huge. Keep it close. Anytime you need it, if you can't find it, just ask us. But it's so helpful.
Yes. By the way, this is the big moment for Martin Perez. If we can get a 1-2-3 inning here, then I'll feel better about ourselves.
Well, you got one.
Well, there's one. God, my favorite part about watching these fucking White Sox games when they cut to the outfield, there's just not a soul out there. There's just scattered people there. It'd be great to just go there, just spread out, and have a whole fucking section to yourself.
We should have cashed the Nerfy. That he should have struck out, or we shouldn't have had the air. It's absolute fucking trash.
I agree with you there.
But we deal with it and move on. Ryan Weathers, 2-1, 2.73 ERA, coming off 5 innings, 5 hits, no earned runs, 4 Ks, no walks, and 5-0 win at home over the Nationals. On the road this year, he's had 3 starts. He's throwing 13 2/3. He's only allowed 8 hits. 2 of them have gone yard, but opponents hitting 160 against him. He's only allowed 4 earned runs. His splits are very, very good. Very good. Yeah, AM, I'm looking forward to it too. Also, AM, I can't do it this week, but I'm going to get you on NFL Pub Hub as well here. And for the cappers in the chat, like Wager Detective and you guys that want to be on screen, we want to have you on screen. So NFL Pub Hub is the spot. So I'd like to have both you guys, AM, Wager Detective, and anybody else who wants to rock with us to have the opportunity to join us on NFL Pub Hub. We have McCade Brown on the other side of things, coming off a 2-0 loss at the Padres, 4 1/3, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 homer, 4 Ks, 2 walks. He saw them in back-to-back spots. That we thought that the zigzag could be in play, and I was afraid to bet it. It was very much in play. That was when I believe he went up against Vasquez. At home, McCade Brown has had 2 starts. He's made it through 5 2/3. He's allowed 9 earned runs. Opponents hitting 385 against him.
How many starts was that again?
In 2 starts.
Oh, okay. I think you said 3 starts. I was like, oh my God.
2 starts. 3 road starts for Weathers. 2 home starts for McCade Brown. And JM says Oviedo's just had a kid. That's why he was horrible today. Because it does hurt pitchers because they get out of their rhythm.
Does it also hurt quarterbacks as well? Shout out to JJ McCarthy. Good God.
Marlins versus righties, 242, 676 last 30 days. Rockies versus lefties, 248, 642. And both bullpens have been terrible, especially
1-2-3 inning for Martin Perez. The last one was a warning track fly out, but we got there.
Oh, I just want to fucking smash something, Jose. I'm not in a very I just want to fucking. Okay. So this total is a 10.5 at a pick'em. Opened up at 10.5, juice to the over. We've had a 10-cent move towards the under. And when we get to the money line here, we have the Rockies at plus 139. Plus 139. Opened up at plus 140. Now plus 139. And when we get to the cash flow here, we have 76% of the tickets on the Marlins and 56% of the cash on the Rockies. You know, this is a very fishy, very, very fishy line. And I want to take a look at the difference in the first five. I mean, the market knows that everybody's going to run to back Miami and fade Colorado. You know, and you have McKay Brown, whose numbers are horrific. And yet big bets have been coming in on the Colorado Rockies. I mean, this 77% of tickets and 94% of cash on the over, and it's not moving off to 10.5. Let's take a look at what the weather is like here as well. But this is starting to make me want the Rockies. 65 Fahrenheit, feels like 62, 7.6 miles per hour in. That's down 6.2 miles per hour. I mean, you have to think a pitcher like McKay Brown, who's a highly thought of prospect, looked horrible and then went into San Diego in front of a sold-out crowd. This is a third-round pick in the 2021 draft out of Indiana. And, you know, he has not pitched in AAA. He dominated high A and then went up to AA and was quite good, AA Hartford. But you have to think he gained some confidence. And the Marlins, you know, they're not hitting right now. They have no power. There's nothing to worry about. Rodswag says, bet against Ryan Weathers on the money line versus an NL team with a batting average 245 or worse in the second half of the season. Weathers' team record in his career 0-8. Grant Clarkson says, liking the under. Weathers just needs to be solid. I think that he gained confidence from this. He finally had a good start. And now he didn't make it through 5, but he only had 2 earned runs. He had to have gotten confidence, and why not carry it over here? Let's see what the Daily Stadium report has for Coors. Plus 26%, plus 14% homers, plus 28% doubles and triples, and plus 11% singles. Jose, has Ryan Weathers, what's his history in Colorado? I would like to know. And look at that. The Coors Field fade. We will never talk about the capper who used to do that, as he robbed a bunch of people in the community, which sucks. But that was his legacy of being a thief. But also he had the Coors Field fade. Take it away for us here, Jose. Marlins, Rockies.
I really like how you really emphasize, little emphasis of legacy of a thief.
Yeah, that's emphasis on the right syllable.
Yeah. I don't know what that's from, but I know you do it. So
it's from Happy Gilmore, man.
I've seen it plenty of times. There's not that closely. Shot to Happy. At Colorado 3 times. His last one was in 2023. The 2 other ones were in 2021. So you could say it's been a while, but it's been 3 innings, 1 hit, 1 earned runs, 3-2 victory that day as well at Colorado. 4 innings, 8 hits, 5 earned runs, 2 home runs allowed, a 5-6 loss. And then his first one, obviously a while ago, but 3 innings, 1 earned run. So he's had more good starts than bad, but it's been a while since he's been there. And I think he's a very much a different pitcher, obviously, from then to now.
I mean, and what Jay Stone is saying is completely legitimate. But he says, look at that lineup for Colorado. Under no circumstances will I ever put money, a free bet, or anything else with that lineup. If that is the public sentiment, then of course, you know what I'm going to say, line me up to bet the Rockies. Because this line should not be moving towards them. And when I look at this Marlins lineup, I mean, is it that much better? So then the final piece of this puzzle. Oh, White Sox have 2-1, none out. When I look at this final piece of the puzzle here, That could have been just a brilliant play by you, Jose. I hope it was, but if it is, then I'm going to lose the first 3 under. So, final.
I hope that they score in the 4th inning if it makes you feel better.
No, I'd be if you deserve that. It was a nice time bet. Then the Rockies should be cheaper first 5 or the same price, and they are cheaper, 10 cents cheaper. So if the concern is the bullpen, it should. This is Rockies. I'm on the Colorado Rockies. Here. If it'd be kind of nice to have the first 5 on as well here. I am, bringing up the Happy Gilmore has helped a little bit. I'm so angry for some reason, with this. I'm just going to step up. I'm going to take a breath. Can you set up Phillies Dodgers? I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. Just go take a walk. A nice little 5-minute walk. It is what it is. Shout out to our guy Jimmy, who wears his emotions on his sleeves, and I get it. 1-3 is not a fun way to start the day. So shout out to you, Jimmy. But we have 2 guys on, no outs in this Baltimore game. 2 strikes on Lenny Sosa here as we go and move right along into our last game of the board here. I'm not moving on that Rockies game. I did lean towards the Rockies here, but just trying to exert some unit control. Oh, fuck. All right, double play from the White Sox there. Good for Jimmy, though. But 2 outs there, guy on third. Let's talk about Blake Snell versus Jesus Luzardo here. This game was extremely frustrating for me yesterday. I was shocked. The Dodgers go up. I forget what it was, like 4-0, 5-0, whatever it was. And, the Phillies come back and win that game after I assumed all those guys would be partying up after winning the division. So that was a very frustrating game there. The moment I knew I was probably screwed, shout out to ESPN, but I saw the ESPN gambling analyst guy say, that's like, oh yeah, the Dodgers are a great bet today, -130, and just basically said what I was saying about the rest. And I was like, fuck, damn it. So shout out to him. We both take the L there, and I'm very fascinated to see what they do today. -150 on the bump with Blake Snell. Jesus Luzardo probably coming off of his best performance of his career in a big spot, because he's been kind of like that third guy out here, but 8 innings, 5 hits, 4 earned runs, 10 Ks, no walks. And you guys are saying 4 earned runs is the best start of his career, but 10 Ks, no walks there, and a very, very impressive start against the Mets. 8 innings pitched. So I don't want I don't want to back a pitcher coming off of a very good start like that. Just makes me a little nervous. Market in this game, we've got, by the way, a big double play for you, Jimmy. So 2 outs there, guy on third. 50% of the bets each way, and 67% of the money is on the Mets, or on the Phillies here, excuse me. This line has not really moved much. I'm seeing -140, -143 to -141, so really not much movement at all. Blake Snell has not been a guy I've been looking to back either this year. A little bit too stop start for me here for Blake Snell. He's made 9 starts. This will be his 10th. He's been rolling right along since August now. He's finally had a good start, but it was against the Rockies. Orioles escape out of that inning, 1-0. There we go. But 6 innings, 2 hits, no earned runs, 11 Ks, 2 walks against Colorado at home. This is impressive. And it's another back-to-back home start here. I can see him pitching well, but it's not going to be a move I'm going to make here, Jimmy. I just am not confident enough to get on it here. And again, just to echo the market one more time here, 50-50 ticket split, 67% of the money on the Phillies, 55% of the bets on the under, 66% of the money on the under here. And just to double check that real quick, the total in this game, because I have to refresh real quick to grab the totals. We have a 7.5 that was juiced to the over, -125. It's now 118. It did go up to 8 for a cup of coffee and came right back down. So interesting. What do you think, Jimmy?
I don't see the advantage from a gambling standpoint. Blake Snell's pitching very well. The Phillies are destroying lefties. I think TJ's saying very close to the over. If that had stayed at 8, TJ'd be on the over and I'd be betting it too. But the fact that it came back to 7.5 is what would, keep me off of it. I think Snell is a slight advantage over Luzardo, but that slight advantage is taken away with the way the Phillies are destroying left-handed pitching. So let's say that will even itself out. It's not like the Dodgers aren't hitting lefties, 274, 772. They're just not hitting with the power of the Phillies. So then you have two bullpens that are both pitching poorly at the exact same level. You have a Phillies team that's rolling right now, putting fear in the Brewers for that number 1 overall seed. This team is a veteran squad, just like the Dodgers. I don't see. Now, TJ says Dodgers have 3 arms that won't go tonight, so maybe they're, and you can touch on that, Jose, the fatigue of the bullpen. But the way I see it, I don't feel like there's an advantage here that I can sink my teeth into and bet. If there was one that I'd be closest to, it would be the over, because of the way these two pitchers are pitching against lefties. Sorry, the way these two teams are hitting against lefties, and with the bullpen the way it is. But the fact that it went up to 8, and when it first went to 8, no, it started moving towards it. It's interesting though, when it first went to 8 at 1:15 a.m., it was minus 120 to the over. I mean, when you move a line from 7.5 to 8, you would think it would be minus 105 to be juiced to the under. The fact that they moved it to 8 and it was so juiced to the over, doesn't it feel like they were asking for under bets? I mean, it feels like they were just asking for it a little bit. I'd love to see a different book. Let's go over to a Costa Rican book that I respect here. Let's see what they've done with this total here. They have moved it to, they went up to 8 and were the same way. It was heavily juiced to the over. So then they were asking for under cash and they got it. And then going back to that cash flow one more time here, 55% of tickets, 66%. I just don't see an advantage here. It's going to be a playoff type feel. What's the fatigue issues for the bullpens?
Before I get into that, Jimmy, 1 ticket, a hot dog, a chips, a cookie, and you get a souvenir water bottle at the White Sox game. Tickets start at $20. Are you fucking kidding me? $20 for all that? That's $100 in Toronto. Oh my Lord. Bullpen fatigue in this game. Back to back for Johan Duran. He's not going, as well as David Robertson. He is not going. Tanner Banks, 17 pitches. He blew the lead. So I don't know if he goes either. Matty Strom, 16 pitches, not yesterday, but the day before. He will probably be their closer today, but I don't love your look at that there. Kirk Rings, 14 pitches, blown save the day previous as well. There was Strom. He was right there with him with the closer role. But that leaves Lou Trevino, your old friend Tim Meza, and Max Larza as 3 guys that have not thrown in 3 days, that I expect all 3 to pitch today. So you're definitely not getting the full bullpen here for the Phillies, excuse me. And for the Dodgers, Tanner Scott threw 10 pitches, not yesterday, but the day before, so he should be fine. Blake Trinan, who you don't see this often, Jimmy, 3 losses in 1 week for Blake Trinan. Not good. A 7-pitch loss, a 12-pitch loss, and a 19-pitch loss. Those last 2, 19 and 12, came back to back, so he's not going to go today either. 17 Vesia the day before, he'll be fine. But the bullpen should be available. I mean, it's interesting because the Dodgers bullpen, they have a bunch of names, and you can just kind of all interchangeably swap them in. Like Michael Kopech and Kirby Yates have not thrown in 2 days. But according to Fangraphs, Blake Trinan and Alex Vesia are their setup guys. So they could probably just swap those two guys in and have Tanner Scott close and be fine. So I expect their bullpen to be generally fine today as well.
For those of you going to live events that are upset with the price of alcohol, I have done the work for you. What you do is, and this, if you have children with you, this will hit at 100%. This will never, ever go wrong. If you don't have children with you, it'll still hit in the 90s. You bring, I'm 100%. But I could imagine that if you don't have children with you, it might be a little more touch. You bring you buy a see-through bag, a full see-through bag. In that see-through bag, you have binoculars, something else, maybe something else like a change of shirt for your child, and you have a bottle of water that's filled with vodka. In the see-through bag, they trust you implicitly. You are a good person, and you go in, with a fit of vodka, and it works 100% of the time. So, there you go.
Obviously my favorite version of that. I don't even have the picture anymore. I can't find it. The beer buddy or whatever the fuck it is.
Yes, the beer belly works too. That's a little more touch and go. But I'm telling you, 100%. You need to buy that see-through bag that's in dollar stores, whatever. And that water bottle, they trust you right when they see you. They think that's a good person right there with his children and his see-through bag. They don't know that you're already drunk. Okay.
There you go.
Let's review all. And I'm telling you, man, this is the most important note I've ever given you guys is that when an old woman upsets you, you just say, you know what, sir, I'm not in the mood for this. Or,
yes.
You know what, mister, I'm not in the mood for this. They shut up. They touch their face because they're feeling for facial hair, and you've won. The second most important thing I'm teaching you is the see-through bag with a water bottle full of vodka. I'm 45. I'm trying to teach.
Yeah, it hurts. It will hurt teachers' feelings too, as well. If you want to tell your kids that as well, because a kid did that to Helga the other day and fucking killed me.
Did what to her?
I called her Mister.
Oh.
Fucking killed me.
See,
she was like, "What the fuck?" And she was rattled for the rest of the day.
Oh, see, and TJ experienced it. It's just you win. Oh, if you can only bring brown liquor, then you're screwed, Justin. It has to be vodka, man. You can bring white rum, but okay. This is important. This is more than just sports capping. Yes, James, don't drink and drive. That is crucial. We take transit when we go to baseball games here, so you can get a little loopy. Let's review action. The day did not get off to a good start. 1-2 in the Pirates game, and I have a chance to go 1-1 in the Orioles White Sox game. I'll be sitting here 2-3, and I shouldn't be so filled with anger. But I am, and I should be sitting here 3-2. That first run shouldn't, but. So, reviewing action here. These are the official plays from our Wine Time Sports, who's joining us in seconds. He is on Cubs Pirates under 8, White Sox Orioles over 8.5, Diamondbacks money line, Guardians Tigers under 8, Mets money line, Royals money line. We gave them out during the show; those are all official for our records. Then Spooner gave us Reds money line, Guardians Tigers under 8.5. Red Sox Athletics over 8.5. Angels Brewers under 8. We got Stacks play of the day. Devers over 1.5 bases at plus 114. I'm sure that's music to Jose's ears. We also have a WNBA Stacks play of the day, and we'll talk about that when we talk WNBA.
You would be surprised at the music in my ears there. It sounded like shit in my ear, actually.
What was that music?
The Devers.
Oh. Okay. Sounded like shit in the air.
Yes. What do you think I was referring to?
I don't know. I'm still flustered, dude. I'm flustered. I'm just flustered today. It's it just messes with you. We talk about the psychology of winning and losing all the time. That's why the Undoing Project is such a big deal to all of us. And the psychology of losing, you risk more. You take it's just try to talk it out here. No, you've never asked Brandon Cummings. I don't want to bet player props. And if I got really good at player props with the limits, I'm hesitant to give out player props when there's a lot of gamblers who watch our show, and they're betting way more than us, and they're limited with player props. I've not had a lot of success in player props. I do think that baseball would be the one sport because of the depth of the analytics where you could really find an advantage. I imagine the NBA would be similar, but the injury risk would be higher. It's just not my wheelhouse.
Unless it's the NBA playoffs.
Oh, good God. Yeah.
Then it becomes everything all consuming for like 2 weeks.
Oh man. That was the day I had to put on the beer belly. Was that day?
Yeah, you cleaned up that day.
Oh, I'll never forget it. I had 100 bets to make, and I told my wife, I was like, look, you got to drive. I got to sit in the back with the kids because I got to get all these bets, and they're watching me like sweating, putting 100 bets. Oh man.
Yeah. You. By the way, you say you won't forget that day, but you don't remember the baseball game.
I just remember feeling warm.
Yeah, you don't remember the pictures you sent me during the game.
None at all. So I'm going to leave the Giants-Arizona game alone. I'm going to leave that one alone. It doesn't make sense to me, the line movement. They're pitchers I feel like I had. But I moved on the over 8.5 in Braves-Washington with TJ. I also bet the first 5 plus a half again. And TJ was right. The volatility in that game, even though it's moving towards the under, is a spot where maybe you didn't have to take it. But look, I just cashed with on the Pirates, and I'm going to have my numbers for first 5 plus a halves, and they're very strong here. So I moved on those 2 spots. We have the Taint play today, Rangers money line. 10-star play today for Rod Zawacki is the Astros. Spreadsheet play today is the Rangers. TJ's on the Rangers. TJ's on the Guardians first 5 plus a half. I bet that too. TJ's on the A's team total over 3.5. I bet that too. Then Jose's on the Rays first 5 plus a half. And I am very interested in that. I haven't moved on
the Rays full game money line.
Sorry, my man?
I'm on the Rays full game money line, not first 5 plus a half.
Oh, why do I have first 5 plus a half and plus 114? I guess because that's what I wanted.
Maybe.
So you have full game plus 114.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so let me just switch.
You were like, I want first 5, and you're just listening and typing. Yeah.
Okay.
2 outs, by the way, bottom of the 3rd.
Okay, good.
Wells was just in a battle, like a 10-pitch battle, which makes me feel better about the innings to come, but got the out.
I love to hear AM's take joining us on the Texans. I love that. I love that take very much.
Texans is in football?
Texans in football, yeah, against the Jags. I'm also on the overs in that game. I still that South Alabama banger that you helped me get on AM was so important to my psyche. Jose's going to go over all his action here. So I don't have a lot of night action. I'm going to be joining Jose on the Royals first 5. I'm going to have the Rangers in the first 3 under 2. Oh, I'll be fine. And I got the Rockies. I got enough. So that's my night action. Jose Bouquet, take it away. Take away your, let us hear your MLB action.
Yeah, I can't wait. By the way, Chase Mydroth is now hitting again in the bottom of the 3rd here. So the top of the lineup will come 2, 3, 4. We'll get some runs in the 4th and 5th inning. We'll all be happy at that game. Yes, so I am officially on Tampa Bay money line plus 114, New York Mets money line minus 118. I just bet the Twins, excuse me, plus 134, and I'm on the Royals first 5 money line minus 130 there. A little bit of a shorter card, especially compared to what was the card yesterday. And is that an out for you, Jimmy?
Yeah, so 2 and 3. It feels like I'm 0 and 5, but
well, it's as you say, you can't let the losses hurt more than the wins.
I do.
So yeah, I mean that's I'm right there with you. But that's my card today. It should be a fun one. We still have college football to talk about today with our guy Wine Time Sports.
Well, stick around though, because we're going to bring on Wine Time right now. We've talked about his MLB action, but he's just going to review it. Maybe in his review, it'll help some cappers in the chat want to move with them. So, and I'd like you to hear his MLB breakdown. So, and then we'll move into college football. So,
I also would like to hear his just reaction to UCLA getting just shit pumped. And I would like to hear that as well if Wine Time could.
Oh, it's that's nice of you, Jose. Really nice of you. From Los Angeles, California, let's bring on one half of the duo that stars in walk-off wagers. Please welcome our friend Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jimmy the Bag, Jose Bouquet, good to see you guys. It's good to be here. Sorry I'm a little bit late today, but I'm excited to talk this college football card with you guys and go over my baseball bets. And, yeah, I'll give a little information on what I think about UCLA for my guy Jose Bouquet there because I know he's long awaiting that. As far as my MLB action goes, guys, we started off the day 0-1. We're on the under 8 in the Pirates game. I couldn't even get to watch the start of this game, and I turned on the scores like, what in the fuck happened? That's over with. We're on the White Sox Orioles over 8.5 minus 105. Not a good start to that either, but we've got 6 plays in total today, guys. Listen, I'm on the Diamondbacks here today. This game's going to be starting in 40 minutes. Verlander against Brad Fott. I'm going to take Brad Fott in this matchup. I think the Arizona Diamondbacks are playing some really good baseball down the stretch. I kind of predicted this a while back. I just wanted it to happen a lot sooner. I want this D-backs team to make that last wild card spot over the Mets. But at the same time, I might be on the Mets in another game later, but I'm on Brad Fott today. I think Diamondbacks are just playing the better baseball. They're the better team here, and Verlander never scares me. If I could fade him every single game, I probably would do that, and this is a very affordable price right here. I got the minus 105 when I tweeted out this morning. You could probably find a similar number. I think like 107 that's 106 right now at the same book available. So I am on the Diamondbacks in that one, guys. And then we're going to go to our next game is going to be the Guardians and Tigers. AL Central matchup here. I think this is going to be an under spot here with both these pitchers on the mound. You got Flaherty. I think Flaherty could actually probably go out there and pitch pretty well today. I think Gavin Williams will be able to pitch well. He's pitched well all season long, it seems like. He's got good numbers. I'm on the under 8 in that spot. Also, I'm on the Kansas City Royals. I think I heard you guys say that you guys are on the first 5 in this Royals spot. So I'm actually curious to see what that line's at right now in the first 5 because I'm on the full game. So
More
right
expensive.
now, wow, minus 135 currently sitting right now on the Royals' first 5 compared to their full game. I got a minus 120, minus 118 right now. 2 cents away from me when I moved on it this morning. So I think you guys might be in the right spot with that first 5. I think they're saying that Cole Ragans probably is going to outpitch Miller today. And the Mariners, I don't like the brand of baseball that they play in general. So I'm on the Royals minus 120 in that spot. And then we are also on, there's one more spot here. Let me pull this up. The Mets. We're on the New York Mets against Nick Pivetta. I know it's kind of crazy. It's like you're going to take Peterson over Pivetta, as well as Pivetta has been pitched as much money as he's cost me in times that I faded him this season. It's Padres on the road, man. They're good at home, not on the road. I think this line's a little bit telling. I think they're telling you that. Let me actually look right now. I'm bummed I couldn't hear you guys' cap on this one. Let me look at the first 5. More expensive, minus 130 currently sitting right now for the New York Mets. They're pretty much telling us that David Peterson's going to outpitch Pivetta, or they're both going to go out there and pitch gems, and this game's going to be 0-0 or 1-1 or 1-0 at the end of 5 innings. That's why we're seeing a total so low here at 7.5. We might see 7s before this one gets off. I like where I stand still on the Mets full game. Yeah, that's my action for today, guys. Coming off a horrible Friday last week, man. But we're ready to bounce back today. I've taken baseball off since then. I did have 2 bets yesterday. Went 1-1 in them on the Diamondbacks, and I lost on the under in the Dodgers game late night. Didn't have a lot of time to cap the card yesterday. I've just been so locked in this week to college football and getting ready for that because I already gave out my card a couple weeks ago, but I'm still going over a couple games that, have some spots in. I added a spot last night. One of the games the first game me and Jimmy are going to talk about was a spot I added last night that I can't believe I missed when I originally capped the card. So looking forward to that. And to regard UCLA, it's a bummer. You guys know I got to meet Deshaun Foster courtside at the Laker game when he got hired about a month in. Came over and talked to me for like a full minute. It was really cool. Really humble guy, but I think he entered a position that he obviously wasn't ready for. He was a running backs coach for the last 10 years, was able to develop a lot of running backs, but not necessarily know how to be a head coach. So I think he was set up for failure. All love for Coach Foster. They also parted ways with their DC, Akaike Maloa. This guy's been developing NFL talent for the last couple of years. They mutually agreed to part ways. I think it was more so he kind of threw in the towel and said, guys, I didn't do my part on the defensive side of the football. It's probably my reason why, we gave up so many points, why Deshaun's fired. I think he more so parted ways with UCLA than them wanting to part ways with him. It's going to be a collective group going forward. On the defensive side of the football, they don't have a DC. It's going to be a couple guys that are going to pretty much decide this. They've got a week and a half to get it figured out, but it can't get much worse for UCLA right now. 0-3. They might go 0-12 this year. So it's going to be interesting to see for sure.
Jesus.
I am
12?
You never know, man. I mean, I got to be real from what I see on the field. But at the same time, old Timmy Skip, man, he said in his interviews today, you guys call me Skip. Tim Skipper, this guy was the interim head coach for Fresno State last year, took over for the long-term head coach. Fresno State was this guy's dream job. He went to Fresno State. He wanted this job. They parted ways with him this last offseason. Deshaun was like, damn, you guys almost beat us last year. Come over here and be my special assistant. And that's why he's the new interim head coach. So that's going to be interesting to look at. But we can talk about real college football.
Oh, fuck off. God fucking damn it.
What happened?
Two-run home run by the fucking Orioles. God fucking damn it.
What are you guys on in that game?
Oh, I lost the Nerfy and Cash the first 3 under.
I have first 5.
That Nerfy probably shouldn't have happened either. I can't believe they actually got a run in that first fucking inning. It
was trash. It was the umpire didn't call the strikeout. There was 2 pitches that were in the box. They didn't call, and then an error. But
bullshit.
Unbelievable. A lefty hits it too, Jimmy.
Against Martin Perez, that's crazy. A lefty hit it. That's crazy.
Yeah, disappointing.
There are certain jobs that, like, crab fishermen. I know it's dangerous, but you're out in the fresh air. You're out in or a tree planter or something like that. Where you get out and it's a healthy job. And then there's what we do, and it's like I know that I'm just taking days off of my life sitting here for 5 hours sweating out this shit, just being so angry. And I haven't been that angry this year because we've had a pretty good season until last week. And I was with you on Friday and I did the exact same thing. I took a bath on Friday and I was like, you know what, just take a few days, regroup. It is time to talk college football. Jose, I will please join us here in a little bit as we put a bow on the proceedings. But I am rocking with you, Jose, on a few of these bets in MLB, and I want to get that cash. Anything you want us to know, Jose, as we move into college football and WNBA?
Nope. Good luck.
Let's roll. We start at 12 p.m. Eastern. We already heard from Wine Time Sports. This is in addition to his action. SMU Mustangs 2-1 at the TCU Horned Frogs. Wearing my Horned Frog shirt right now. Amon G. Carter Stadium in Fort Worth, Texas. Let's get into the line history and the situation. First off, I faded SMU with Baylor. I had lost with Baylor the week before against Auburn. I really thought that this was the chance to buy low on them, and they were down 14 points late. And I was very pleased that they took care of business in Baylor in double overtime. I don't think that was a bounce back from SMU against Missouri State. SMU was down 10-0 after the first quarter. It wasn't impressive. They were 28.5-point favorites. They did shut them out after the first quarter, but they only put up 28 of their own. I don't. Now, obviously, they were looking ahead. We know that. They were showing nothing and looking ahead. I get that. Then TCU, the same sort of thing. They beat up on North Carolina. It was very impressive. And then what we saw against Abilene Christian was just they were up 28-0 and they just let go. I mean, the job was done, and they didn't obviously want to show too much. Hoover threw those 4 touchdowns and just he was out. So that they were 41.5-point favorites, and they don't cover or come that close to covering. They were outscored in the second half, but they weren't trying. So TCU looks like a very strong outfit at this point. And SMU, I'm not entirely sure about. And that's why we bring on Wine Time Sports. Let's get into the line history here and the cash flow and then hand it over to Wine Time. First off, TCU is a big favorite. -7 at -107. They opened up at -6.5. The initial move was towards SMU, and that stopped. And TCU started getting hammered until they were forced to move it to 7, which is what they've done. So we have a 7. Let's get into the total here for this one. Because if these teams need to score, if TCU has to score, they will. And that's why this total has gone up and away, because the idea is that SMU will force them to have to continue to score. This total opened up at 61.5, and now it's at 64.5 and -125 to the over. So it looks like we're going to see, I see 65s right now. So 65.5 is the next stop. Grant Clarkson says Frogs by a touchdown looks interesting to him. So let's grab the cash flow here for our college football start. We have 5 games that are being attacked here by Wine Time Sports. Let's just get over to the cash flow. I thought I had it set up, but I didn't. Okay, here we go. So TCU, this one popping off at 12, 55% of the tickets on TCU and 64% of the cash. And it's moved to half point. 75% tickets on the over and 86% cash on the over. So there's no trick here. There are big bets coming in on TCU, and they moved it to a 7. That's a pretty big move. 7.5 is a monster move, which I don't think will happen. Then the 75% of tickets, 86% cash on the over, and they've moved it 4 points. Here we go. Wine Time Sports, take it away. Mustangs, Horned Frogs, in Fort Worth, Texas.
Listen, guys, if you guys heard me talk college football last season, you'd probably think I'm an SMU fan just of how highly I talked about their head coach and Rhett Lashley. I mean, I've been following this guy since he was the OC at Auburn. He was a young offensive coordinator over there. I like the kind of offense that he designs, and he's kind of made his way to the top at this point with SMU. I mean, he took them to the college football playoff. When did we ever think SMU a couple of years ago would make a college football playoff? It's because of this guy. This guy knows how to recruit, and he knows how to run an offense. I mean, this guy is the offensive play caller. This guy pretty much runs everything on this team, it seems like, at this point. One downside to this, which I kind of thought made the move to a 7, and why this even opened up at a 6.5. I thought it more so would have opened up at a 6. I know it's not that much of a difference, but because they are in TCU, but this isn't the same state of Texas. SMU will have their fans out there. Kevin Jennings on the last play of the game, in their last matchup, he had to be helped off the field by the training staff. He looked like he got banged up in the week before against Baylor, which is why SMU kind of slowed down in that game. You mentioned it, Jim. They're at 14 points, had total control, and Baylor just comes back, forces this game into overtime. Kevin Jennings didn't look the same. He didn't look the same last week either, give or take the competition he faced. This guy's electric, though, when he is healthy, and I do think that he'll be ready to go by this time this game's ready. He'll be taped up, ready to go, I think. And listen, what did they do in this last offseason? They grabbed my guy TJ Harden out of UCLA. I mean, this guy's probably going to get drafted in the 2nd or 3rd round this year. He's having a hell of a start to the season. He was pretty much came in as the RB2, and he's established himself as the RB1. This guy's really explosive with the ball in his hands. He's a big dude, too, at 6'2", 220. Watch out for him. They got to get a pass rush on these guys, I think, for TCU. You got to put pressure on Josh Hoover. A lot of the interviews I heard this week of Rhett Lashley is, I mean, this guy, he thinks Josh Hoover's the best quarterback in the nation, pretty much from what he said. He's like, we've got our hands tied with this kid. I mean, I couldn't imagine if Josh Hoover was with this SMU program, SMU would probably go to a national title. Just with them two at the helm together, I feel like it's Josh Hoover. I mean, this guy can make every single throw on the field. There's a reason why going into the season, he was one of the top guys for the Heisman Candidate Trophy Awards, and TCU is playing some big-time ball led by Josh Hoover. This kid's going to probably enter the draft next year. He's got wide receivers. He's got Joseph Manjack. I mean, I just remember this is one of the only guys out there that's going to go out there and not wear gloves and catch everything that comes his way, absolutely everything. I'm really explosive when the ball's in his hands as well. Love everything he does. Listen, guys, these are two high-powered offenses, and I don't know so much about these defenses. SMU definitely is going to have to show me a little bit more. Give or take, I mean, Baylor's a tough team, guys. I mean, Baylor is one of the top teams in the Big 12. That opening night against Auburn, I mean, it looked like it was a mental thing. It was mental mistakes that it was an early game. It was a Friday night game. Like they almost weren't prepared, which I was surprised by David Aranda. But listen, I think both these programs are really good, and I think this is going to be an absolute shootout. I capped this card on Sunday. I didn't think it was going to jump this high. I got the over 62 at -110. This opened up at 61.5. I wish I would have got in at the 61.5. I got in at the 62 -110. Absolutely love that line. We crushed that movement. Also on the SMU Mustangs, it had moved to a 7 from the 6.5. I moved on that +7. Next day, it went down to a 6.5, and it's kind of been going back and forth, and now it's kind of sitting at a 7 here. I just think with both of these high-powered offenses, if TCU goes up early, let's say like 21-3 or something like that, SMU is going to absolutely go super fast down the field. SMU doesn't want to lose this game, despite that it's not a conference game. It doesn't mean much to either team in the long haul of things for their goals. I mean, your goal is to ultimately go to your conference title and win that, and that's how you'll get your invite to the college football playoff, because there's no other guaranteed other than that. You can go 0-3 outside your conference and win your conference game or your conference championship, and you're in the playoffs. So with that being said here, I think 7 points is a little bit too much. I think the books are kind of underestimating SMU a little bit in that injury with Jennings, and they haven't looked as good as they did last year, as smooth, because they did lose a lot of players. And Rhett Lashley mentioned this week, a lot of guys are hurt this week. They're having to go to like redshirt freshmen that weren't necessarily ready to get these reps early. But at the same time, he said that they should be ready to go. Last week was more of a week to get everyone ready to go for this game. I think Jordan Hudson's going to be huge in this passing game. You talk about a guy named RJ Maryland, too, the slot receiver. This guy's really fast. Jennings has got to get the ball in the hands of his playmakers. And when he's able to take off, he needs to take off and run. Kevin Jennings is electric on the ground. I mean, that's his biggest upside, is what he can do on the ground. I mean, if you dare him to throw the ball downfield all game long, I think that's kind of what you have to do to beat this team. But at the same time, they've got a really good run attack in TJ Harden, a guy like Chris Johnson Jr., a guy like Derek McFall. These guys are all good running backs. This running back group is deep. It's going to be a good game, I think, either way you got it. So I'm on SMU +7 -1, and I'm on the over +7 -110, and I'm on the over 62 -110. Tweeted it out on Sunday. Love this game here. This was, I thought that we were going to talk about another game first. This wasn't my addition. The next game we talk about will be my addition that I made last night. Tweeted all this out, guys. Follow me on Wine Time Sports. Get my plays. I wanted to beat the line movements this week, and I think it's going to be a close game when it comes down to it. TCU probably wins this game, giving me 7 points, though, with SMU and a backdoor cover. I'll take that all day long. I just need Jennings healthy. I need him healthy. But Ray Lashley said he's practicing fully this week, so he should be ready to go.
Yeah, I think the market will let you know how live you are. You know, if this closes 7 juice to TCU, you know,
Yeah.
I think it's a concern. If this closes
For
at
sure.
6 or 5.5, you know, you can expect to cash it immediately. A Wine Time is rolling with you, but you are on the other side of Kong's clips.
Oh, what's he on in this game, Jimmy?
Kong is on TCU. He says he loves the spot. This team is still underrated, laying the 6.5. Nuclear says he's taking the points, thinks it's a field goal type game. Brandon Cummings has TCU alt team total over 27.5. SMU alt team total over 19.5. SMU alt spread plus 24.5. And the under 85.5. And that's plus 100 for a half unit. Lou Chase Fox is teasing the line up to 71 and taking the under. At this point, it's moved quite a lot, and Lou Chase Fox hooking us up with his action for the Rice game that we'll be talking about tomorrow. I know that Gorky hit it yesterday, so we'll use Gorky's analysis as well as we cap that tomorrow. Wine Time doubling up here, over 62 and SMU +7. Let's move on to Terps, Badgers, Camp Randall Stadium in Madison, Wisconsin. It's possible that there's light rain after kickoff. It's supposed to be fine, but you know, within a half hour, it's something to keep an eye out for. The winds aren't huge. We're talking 10-mile-per-hour winds, so nothing too massive. We saw Maryland here. We saw Maryland look very good defensively versus Florida Atlantic and Northern Illinois. Towson was, you know, we haven't seen Maryland travel. These 3 games have been at home. The Maryland, it was a similar spot as TCU. They weren't, 40-point favorites, but they were 28-point favorites, and they were up 34-0 at half, and they just kind of let go, which we see a lot. And, this is a team that can put up points. We think. Now they have Malik Washington, the 6'5" freshman at quarterback, and so we want to see him on the road. There's still questions that we have with the Terps. And then you have to think, if there's a buy low spot on the Badgers, you're getting it here after that 38-14 loss to Alabama. Alabama beat them badly.
Yeah.
Alabama was in control, but the scoring that happened in the second half, I lied.
Come on, that cost me that under. Those 2 returns, man, that was crazy.
It cost me. I added the first half under an hour before game time, talking with Troy, because I loved it.
Yeah,
I loved the under in the game. And so when those 2, and this is what everybody needs to do, when you see 2 punt returns go for scores, you have to immediately bet the under.
Yeah,
immediately. And you can bet it after the first one and bet it again after the second one, or just wait till you see 2. If you see a pick 6 and a scoop and score, you have to immediately bet the under. Like, it's just, it's sort of like a gift. Now, it did screw our pregame bet, but got it back with the live move. So that is the situation here. Wisconsin comes back from facing Alabama, and is this a buy low spot? There's our guy Robert Cherry in the house. Great to see you, my man. We got his action. I'll copy and paste, and we'll discuss it at the end of the show. Chris Warren says, I watched Wisconsin play twice this year, and I was not impressed with anything. I get it. But I do think this is an interesting spot to back them. But let's take a look at the spread and hear from Wine Time. This total opened up at 44. It dropped to 43.5. And it's back up to 44.5. So we do have a half-point move towards the over. When we get to the point spread here, we have a 10, minus 10 and minus 108. This opened up at 7. So maybe it's gone too far right now, but it's a bullish, huge, monster move towards the Badgers. Let's get to the cash flow for this whiskey spot here. Sorry, I know it's at 12. Shouldn't be too hard to find. Here we go. We have no information on the total, but this is just nuts. They're telling us that 57% of the tickets and 92% of cash on Maryland.
Wow.
I mean, if we are to believe that, then we should, run to bet Wisconsin right now. If we are to believe that. And you know what? I'm going to pull up action and see what they have, because that's pretty nuts. Take it away for us here. Wine Time Sports, Terps, Badgers, Camp Randall.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't even think the information's available on Action Network yet, Jim. I just looked at that, actually. I don't see it available for the spread. Guys, this is where you need to run to the window on. This is a play I made in addition to yesterday. This is my favorite play of the week. Now it's a 2-unit play. Made it a 2-unit play yesterday. Not on Twitter. Everything's counted as one, as it is here. But I'm throwing 2 units on Maryland team total under 16.5, minus 110. I don't know how they're even going to be able to score double digits in this game. Guys, you got to think about this. This is a highly touted quarterback in Malik Washington. Love that he won the starting job over there. I think it showed a lot of class from him, honestly, becoming in there as one of the top quarterbacks and going to Maryland and winning that job. He was competing with the UCLA transfer and Justin Martin, beat him out quite easily. This guy's got every tool to be really good, and he's looked good here. But guys, listen, Madison, Wisconsin, this is going to be a very hostile environment. Shout out to my guy Preston over there. This is going to be a really hostile environment for a young quarterback to start. His first game, you said it, Jim, all 3 games at Maryland. This game's on the road in Madison, Wisconsin. It's a very tough place to play, especially when you got people already calling for Luke Fickell's job at this point after getting blown out from Bama. I mean, I don't get really what you can expect when they had their true sophomore Danny O'Neal, the transfer from San Diego State, being their quarterback. Yeah, they didn't look good, and he's probably going to start this game. I'm not sure what Billy Edwards, how he's looking this week. I haven't done too much digging on that part, but it doesn't really matter in this game, guys. This team just doesn't have enough playmakers around him. I like Vinny Anthony. I like Chris Brooks. Don't get me wrong, but you got to get the ball in these guys' hands. And I think Wisconsin, they've got a lot of big dudes on that defensive front and offensive line. In the trenches, they're good. They just really haven't been able to come up with any offense this season, which is why we're seeing them not really score a bunch of points. I mean, what did they score, 14 or something against Bama? I mean, one of them was a punt return touchdown, guys, or kick return touchdown. Like, this offense is not looking good whatsoever. They're relying strictly on their defense. And I think Fickell knows that he has to go out there and say, Maryland can't score double digits on us, because if they do, maybe they win. Maryland has been playing a lot better ball. A lot of people are calling for Mike Loxley's job at the beginning of the season, which I get. He hasn't really done a lot there, but at the same time, when you have a program like Maryland, I mean, your 6 wins is a successful season for you, and they're already halfway there. We're going to see what happens in conference play. This is a big test, though, and I think Wisconsin minus the 10 points is a really good bet, and the more I look at it, maybe that tells me that Billy Edwards might be available to go, why the line's moving up this much. I'm going to have to do a little more digging in that. I can't give you guys any confirmations on that one, but maybe Billy Edwards does suit up for this game. Their quarterback that they got this last in the portal, spent a bunch of money on, got hurt in the first week. I think this is going to be a low-scoring game anywhere you handle it. I think Wisconsin knows that they have to win in the trenches. They can win in the trenches. They have to make stops on third down and short, third down and medium. They've got to make those stops. And I think they can. Like I said, it's a true freshman quarterback entering this isn't just any place. Madison, Wisconsin, this is a tough place to play. Ask anyone, you know what I mean? This is a very tough place. So I'm on the team total under 16.5, minus 110 for Maryland. I find it hard to believe they even scored 10 points in this game. Maybe they do, but at the same time, I trust that Luke Fickell knows that this is a must-win game. And that's kind of why I don't want to take this spread, because could see this game being 17-10 final, you know what I mean? And Fickle squeezing by, you know, another week on the job. I know he got an extension and all that, but at the same time, these fans are calling for his job. And you know, when the fans and everyone starts calling the athletic department and starts emailing them, we saw what happened with Virginia Tech and UCLA's coach this year. You never know what can happen. And Luke Fickell is definitely somewhat on the hot seat, I think, this year. I think Wisconsin wins this game. Do they cover this spread? Probably. If they can score 20-plus points, I think they can. I got to get a confirmation if Billy Edwards is going to be out there for him. Either way you have it, this is going to be a low-scoring game. I think the full game goes under. I'll most likely get there. But when I saw this team total yesterday available, I had to take it. You can still find it everywhere. Team total under for Maryland, 16.5 minus 110.
Let me pitch something to you. Is this not the best bet that I can't imagine it? I have to bet it. And I haven't put it in yet, but Wisconsin double result minus 150.
Wow. That's actually what are they first half, Jim?
Only minus 150. First half, they are
only minus 150. That's because the full game right now, we're currently sitting as the Wisconsin Badgers minus 350 on the money line. Let's see the first half right now.
First half at minus 4.5, minus 120. And this is a public book I'm looking at. Minus 305 on the money line.
Yeah, that's interesting. That almost seems too easy, Jim. But at the same time, maybe Wisconsin has a hard time finding the end zone as well. Wisconsin needs this game. If they lose this game, I think Fickle might even be more. I don't think they'll fire. I don't really think they can afford to fire him after giving him the extension. But at the same time, they need to. This is a must-win game because everyone was calling for Mike Loxley's job at the beginning of the season. And if he somehow starts off 4-0, everyone on the internet is going to go crazy because everyone was calling for this guy's job. And I don't understand why, because it's hard to win at Maryland. It's going to be hard to win in Madison, Wisconsin with a true freshman quarterback in Malik Washington. I like all the tools he has. I think this guy's going to be a guy in 2 years from now we're going to look at. Maybe he's not at Maryland. He's at another big-time program, and we're going to be looking at this guy to have a really big year and to potentially play in the NFL one day. Same time, he hasn't played anyone. It's all been at home. I've seen these true freshmen. I saw Dante Moore at Utah a couple years ago, how he folded, not under the lights because it's a daytime game, but he folded when you see that crowd, when you walk out to that stadium and you see these people screaming and cussing you out. These fans are going to be passionate out there in Madison. I think that they're going to give Maryland offense a hard time. It's just if the Badgers can put some points on the board.
Our guy Wine Time is locked in. I'm going to move on that double result as soon as the show's over. I'm not sure if I had more than that. Wine Time on Maryland, team total under 16.5. Interesting that this total's crept up a little bit. But we are in business. Wine Time moving on Maryland, team total under 16.5. We move on. We head to Oxford, Mississippi, home of the Ole Miss Rebels, facing the Tulane Green Wave. I'm impressed with Tulane this year. Lose Mensa. You think you have your quarterback that's going to lead you into the elite, and he bounces after a year, and he's getting paid. But they have won all 3 games to start the year, and I think that USA victory looks better now. I think it looks better now. They started the year with that 23-3 win over Northwestern. They were 6.5-point favorites there and took care of business. And then they go to USA and beat them 33-31. It's not easy to play in South Alabama. They look good there. Now, they were 13.5-point favorites, but we thought that was a real bad showing. They were down in the fourth quarter. They put up 17 points in the fourth quarter to win the game. I think it looks a little better, I guess all I'm saying. And then they beat Duke 34-27. Remember that line was creeping in Duke's direction?
Yeah.
And they took care of business. They were up 24-9 at the half and won 34-27. Reds laugh looked good. So going up against Ole Miss. Ole Miss has been putting up a lot of points. Coming off a 41-35 victory at home versus Arkansas. Now they have the consecutive home games. They were very impressive. They were 4.5-point favorites. They put up 31 points in the first half. The second half became more defensive and more of a chess match, but they looked very good. 41-35, they did that, with their backup, right? Trinidad Chambliss, who was 21 of 29 for a touchdown.
Yeah.
So it's impressive. It's impressive what Ole Miss did. Let's take a look at the line history and hand this over to our guy Wine Time Sports. This one popping off at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. We have Tulane right now plus 11.5. Very juiced. So it's really 11. This opened up at 12.5 at a pick'em, moved to 11.5 at a pick'em. And at first, when it first moved to 11.5, it started moving towards Ole Miss. That stopped. There was this morning, just before the show started, a 15-cent move towards Tulane at the plus 11.5. When we get to the total here on this one, we have the total very high, as you would imagine in an Ole Miss game. It is 61. This opened up at 60.5. It's moved to 61. It is juiced to the over, which you would expect 61.5s will be coming to town. And we get to the cash flow. We have 57% of the tickets and 55% of cash on Ole Miss, 62% of tickets and 82% cash on the over. Take it away, wine time. Tulane Green Wave at the number 13th ranked Ole Miss Rebels.
Guys, listen, anyone that got on Tulane to make the college football playoff in the beginning of the season, I really want to know what that number was that you got in, because I think this team, even with the loss here to Ole Miss, if they win the American Conference is a lot better. I think it's more competitive than the Mountain West at this point this year. This Tulane team, I mean, Jake Retzloff, this guy came in the springtime. This guy did not, or in the summertime, this guy did not have any spring reps. This guy comes in, wins the starting quarterback job over the two other guys that were there. They've got like 3 deep on this quarterback depth chart, and he somehow won that job. It shows this guy's dynamic on the ground. This guy's got 260 rushing yards already this season. Beat Northwestern, give or take. Northwestern isn't good. That's going to be the team UCLA plays next week. They just covered against Oregon. Again, it was garbage time. Oregon didn't really seem like they were trying in the fourth quarter. Northwestern had the backdoor cover in that ball game. But at the end of the day, I don't know. This is the Tulane. This is a good team. Willie Fritz leaves this team for Houston, leaves it in a great position with their head coach right now that's over there. I like everything they're doing. They grabbed guys from the Power 4 conference this last portal. And it shows. This team's 3-0. They beat Duke last week. They beat Northwestern. That's 2 Power 4 teams. They beat an SEC team right now. This team has a one-way ticket to the playoffs, even if they lose a game in the American Conference, I think, because this strength of schedule is absolutely wild. Looking at Tulane in the beginning of the season, I didn't realize how much competition they're playing outside the American. It starts right here. You're playing a very hostile environment in Mississippi. And you just mentioned it, coming off a big win. Something to keep in mind, guys, Simmons will be playing in this game. Lane Kiffin already announced it. He will be healthy and ready to go for this game, despite the backup maybe playing a little bit better, if we're being completely honest here. But at the same time, Simmons is the guy. He's been waiting his turn. He was a 5-star guy going in there. It's Lane Kiffin's guy. Like they built a relationship when the kid was a junior in high school, and it shows why he kind of stuck around and chose Ole Miss, even though they had to sit behind Jackson Dart. I don't know, though. Mississippi did struggle, I feel like, in garbage time, and their defense is going to have to get cleaned up eventually. I think Jake Retzloff might be able to run around this defense. I touched on it last week when we broke down Arkansas, and that was one of the few wins that we got. Mississippi, on the trenches, man, these guys took a downgrade this last offseason. Lane Kiffin made that a priority in the 2024 season. He didn't make it a priority in the 2025 season. Still a little bit confused about that, but in the trenches where they struggle, and you think against an American team, maybe you don't need the biggest guys in the trenches. I just think this Tulane team has a lot of heart, like everything their coach is doing. I like what Retzloff is doing going into this season. I didn't think Retzloff was going to be playing this well, but he's playing really good football. He's just seems like he's set up for success right now, and I like everything they're doing over there in Tulane. The head coach, John Summerall, I mean, this guy's going to be coaching for probably Power 4 conference next year. You know what I mean? A better school than Houston, where Willie Fritz is at right now. This guy's going to be probably coaching the Big Ten or the SEC, I'm going to guess. And he deserves it because he's doing everything right over there in Tulane. Give me Tulane. I got the 12.5 on Sunday night, -110. It's down to 11 right now at the same book, -110. We beat this line movement. This is going to get down to a 10.5, and I really hope it does. I don't want it to go down too much. So I feel like when you beat the line by too much, it's almost too good to be true so far this season. I want to stay around this. I think 11 is still a good number because you're getting double digits with a good team in Tulane. This team's going to fight. They know if they win this game, they have a one-way ticket to the college football playoff, in my opinion. Don't get me wrong. They'll still have to take care of business in the American, only lose one game and get to that title game and win that. But the strength of schedule this team has faced, everything the new guys they brought in, I can't believe how well they're playing right now. They looked really good against Duke, like everything that Coach Summerall's doing over there, one of Willie Fritz's guys. Give me Tulane plus 12.5 minus 110.
You are in business, and I would like to join you on the Tulane Green Wave. I think it's a really nice spot. I have the fear was, they were double-digit favorites against USA, and they struggled against Southern Alabama. The hope is they had the road game under their belt. They have an idea of how much different it is than playing in front of their own fans, and now they can go to Oxford and understand the difficulty and play better. Did that concern you at all, though? When
somewhat. I mean, you look at Oxford, 65,000 people. Tulane's home stadium, 30,000. That's more than double the amount of fans, and they're going to be. I don't know if there'll be even 1,000 Tulane fans there. The student section is going to be rocking and rolling. Ole Miss isn't necessarily an extreme. I mean, you guys know me. I'll say when it's an extremely tough environment. I don't think it's an extremely tough environment. I do love everything they're doing over there in Ole Miss, but I don't think it's going to be as crazy as, honestly, at Wisconsin. I think Wisconsin's probably going to be going crazier, even though they have less. I think it's like 5,000 less in attendance. Doesn't really seem like Ole Miss. The fans are really. I don't know. The environment doesn't scare me too much, but at the same time, Jake Retzlaff played with BYU, and I know it's South Alabama. It is a tough place to play because a lot of the South Alabama transfers are guys from Alabama, guys that didn't play at Alabama that wanted to take a step down. At least the last couple of years, didn't really do a deep dive into South Alabama this year, but South Alabama, I feel like, is competitive every year, and maybe it was a look-ahead spot. Maybe it was for this game. I don't really like to say look-ahead spots in college football because it's one game at a time. It's 1 week at a time to get to your goals. Ultimately, you can't ever look ahead, I feel like, and if you look ahead, that's where you get in trouble. It could, who knows? We'll see. But at the same time, I think Tulane, even at 11 points, I think it's too much. If this got down to a 10.5, 10, I would say, okay, stay clear. I would know my 12.5 is in good shape. But at the same time, if I lost 2.5 points of value in it, I'd probably stay away. But at the same time, I just think Tulane can stay in this game either way you put it. So.
And AM has a great point. Those were 2 touchdowns in the last 5 minutes for the Jaguars that made that game close. So that is an important point, and thank you for mentioning it because it is important. The Newkirker says Duke and Northwestern aren't Ole Miss. He's got the Rebels by 2 touchdowns. Luke J. Fox says I won't fade Tulane, but if I had a free bet, it would be on Ole Miss by 14. And then Kong's Clip says we could all cash. He hasn't gotten there yet, but he's expecting to move on Ole Miss first half minus 6.5. Let's roll on. We head to a big one and one that we need to watch. It is unclear if these 2 football teams are really good or average. We're in Lincoln, Nebraska. Oh, one last thing about that Tulane Ole Miss game. You don't need to switch the banner, but there's rain in the forecast before the game starts. And showers, and it's supposed to stop right at kickoff. But we know that keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on whether the rain is there for kickoff. But we head to Lincoln, Nebraska, Memorial Stadium. The Cornhuskers we'll touch on first. We watched them against Cincinnati. We moved on Cincinnati. You got us on Cincinnati. That was a line that went through the 6.5 to 5.5, which showed that Cincinnati was live, and they were live. Nebraska won 2017. Then they face Akron and then Houston Christian, and they beat them by a combined score of 127-7. So the jury's still out on the Cornhuskers. And then you could say the exact same thing about the Wolverines. They beat New Mexico 34-17. They were the 14th ranked squad at the time. They were 34.5 point favorites. There was nothing at all impressive about that. Did they show that, against a tough team that they could play the next week? No. They went to Oklahoma and they were 3.5 point dogs and they lose 24-13 and were shut out going into the third quarter. So, what have they shown us? Then, who cares what they do to Central Michigan, really? Beat them 63-3 in a game where they're 27.5 point favorites. So they had 625 total yards and Central Michigan 142. So there's still a real jury out for both of these teams. How good are they? Kong's Clips tweeted out Michigan -1.5. Said better team. You just need them to win. Nebraska. Well, they beat Cincinnati, but it was a tough game, 2017. But they didn't cover. I think what you mean. So let's take a look at the line history here. This one pops off at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. First off, this total has been climbing. Opened up at 44.5. It climbed all the way. Oh, I guess I thought it had gone higher, but it got up to 46.5.
Yeah, I got up. Yeah,
I thought it hit 47, but it didn't. It got up 46.5, then dropped back to 45.5, and then today it comes back to 46. So we're up 1.5 from the opener. And then on the point spread here, we have. Oh, sorry. Here we go. On the point spread, we have Michigan -2.5 and -115. Now they opened up. Now this opened up on August 23rd, so it was a heavy look ahead. So it gives us information, but we don't need to get too caught up in it. It opened up at that point. Remember, Michigan came into the season ranked 14th. Michigan was -3.5 on the road on the look ahead. Then when this came back live again. It came back live on Sunday. And on Sunday, Michigan was -1. Also, by midnight, this was a pick'em. -110 on each side. Since then, Michigan has taken 2.5 points, and it looks like a 3 is coming. It's a pretty big move to Michigan. We have Wager Detective leaning to the over. Let's get a look at the cash flow then for this one. We have 51% of the tickets and 74% of the cash on Nebraska. Well, clearly, if 3 of every $4 is coming in on a side and the line's moving away from them, the team that it's moving towards is very appealing. That being, of course, the Wolverines here. 50% of tickets split on the total, but 66% of cash on the under. Wine Time Sports, Wolverines, Cornhuskers in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Yeah, this is a really exciting game right here. 2 Big Ten programs that really in the beginning of the season, if you ask their head coaches what are their expectations, they're probably going to tell you a college football appearance from both teams. Dylan Raiola will tell you a national championship. I mean, I wouldn't believe anything Raiola says, but listen, they struggle against Cincinnati. I think Cincinnati probably should have won that game outright. They look like the better team in that one. They got the cover. Nebraska got that game out ugly. Credit to them. You won the ball game. They started off 3-0. They've had 2 absolute cupcakes the last couple games this season. But listen, man, this is Lincoln, Nebraska. I think this place is going to be rocking and rolling. Bryce Underwood has already made an appearance on the road in Oklahoma, and that might even be a more hostile environment. So this might, if anything, be a step down. When I originally capped this game, too, I had totally forgot that game was in Oklahoma, and I thought this was going to be his first road start as a true freshman, but it is his second, so he's got that under his belt. I mean, listen, guys, this guy's making $5 million a year, Bryce Underwood. There's a reason why he's starting as a true freshman. He's really got on the ground. Something to keep in mind, too, before I get too into it, Sharon Moore will be not in attendance for this game. It'll be a second straight game. You got Coach Biff over there taking over, being the interim head coach for the 2 games. Sharon Moore couldn't even be at practice this week. I think that might be a motivation factor for Michigan here. This might be a spot where I move on Michigan because it seems like clearly the side here. It's just difficult when you look at it because I don't think either of these 2 teams are good, Jim. I don't think either of these 2 teams are going to compete for a Big Ten championship when it's all said and done. And they think a playoff contender? No way. I think at the end of the season, these are 8-win programs at most. I don't have high expectations. They had a cupcake schedule to start the season. Michigan, don't get me wrong, they had to go on the road in Oklahoma, a very hostile environment, an SEC environment against a very experienced quarterback, a quarterback that's like 6 years older than Bryce Underwood. You got 2 quarterbacks that are pretty much the same age here in 18 and 19. This just seems like a typical grinded out type game. Coach Biff ain't going to go out there and force Bryce Underwood to make any throws he knows he can't make. I think they're going to go to the run game, which is exactly what they should. You talk about a guy like Justin Haynes, a guy that they grabbed from Alabama, who's the running back 2 last year. This guy's been getting a lot of carries. You talk about a guy like Jordan Marshall, too, redshirt freshman. This guy's really explosive. I want to see what this kid can do if he actually gets like 10 to 15 carries with the football in his hand. Got a guy like Donovan McCulley, the transfer from Indiana, the tall wide receiver that they got, and they just can't get him the ball, it seems like. Doesn't really seem like this team wants to pass. It seems like they want to run with it. And in this case, I think this is a clear-cut under spot. I think Nebraska's going to do something similar. They got some good running backs over there too. Dylan Raiola can't make too many mistakes here. He knows he can't make too many mistakes here. Both of these quarterbacks can avoid mistakes. I don't really see a reason why we can't get this under here because I think both teams are going to run the ball, burn the clock out, and it's going to be like a 3-3 game at the end of the first quarter, and they're going to get a feel for each other. I do think it'll probably be a little bit higher scoring as it goes, and I don't like that I'm seeing a 46 right now. I gave this out at an under 44.5 minus 110, so this is a line that beat me and does have me worried a little bit, but at the same time, I think that we might see it ease back down a little. At least I hope so. My play's already in on this, but I just think you have two coaches, know the circumstance of this game, how important this is for the program. If it's the necessarily game for Nebraska to take that next step with Matt Rule, we talk about when he enters year 3, year 4 with the program, when he really has this program under him and has his guys in there, how successful he is. We're going to have to see it. This is a big test because Michigan, I don't think is a Big Ten contender. I still think they're a 7 or 8 win ball team at the end of the day. You've got a true freshman quarterback, but you've got an elite run game. You've got a lot of guys, graduate students on this defensive side of the football. I think that both teams could play good defense. Nebraska has shown it to us, give or take. Against Cincinnati, they definitely struggled a little bit. Only giving up 17 points, so that's not bad at all. You look at how much they're outscoring their opponent, Nebraska, right now, you think, why are they not the favorite at home in a hostile environment? Why is Nebraska, guys? That's my big thing. Why is Nebraska not the favorite? Why is Michigan the favorite? I think the books are telling us everything we need to know here. I'm going to end up moving on Michigan, I think. I might even move on it right now. Let me see the best number I can get right now. I get it to, you know what? I'm going to take the money line, Jim. I'm going to take the money line at minus 135. I'm going to add that. I know it's really juicy. I'm not going to ask them to win this game by 3 points. I'm going to ask them to win this ball game here in Lincoln, Nebraska. I didn't think I was actually going to come to the show and give this out. But the more I look at this just seems like a Michigan spot. I mean, Nebraska, with all the expectations for Dylan Raiola, how they asked him, what's your expectations this year? As a true sophomore, really getting comfortable. He said national championship. It's like, I get the motivation and all that, but you got to be realistic at times and not get too ahead of yourself. You got to go game by game here. And I think this might be a spot where Michigan, it's a low scoring game. This game's like a 20-17 type ball game where it comes down to the end. Oh man, I haven't made it yet, Jim. Let me sit on this. I've got it sitting in my open bets right now. Minus 135 on the money line. I'm not going to do it quite officially yet. I'm going to stick with the under 44.5. I want to look back over this game, some X's and O's after the show today. And if I do move on it might be after the show today because I don't know if I'm ever going to see a minus 135 or a 2.5 again. I think this is going to get to 3 eventually. People are going to only come in on Nebraska here. They're going to be like, Nebraska's a dog at home. You know what I mean? I get Michigan's the ranked team, but Dylan Raiola has all the hype. Matt Rule has all the hype going into this season. When you look at podcasts on YouTube, when you watch them, how expectations they had for this Nebraska team, like national, I just don't see it this year. I think they're still a ways away. I do think it's going to be a competitive football game, and it goes under. Both coaches play it safe, limit mistakes, and I think Michigan's going to win this game. I'm not going to move on it quite yet. I've got it circled right now, but we are going to give out them under 44.5 minus 110. You get a 46 anywhere, guys. I know it's moved a 1.5 away from me. Most of the time, I won't tell you to take it. I might double down and take the 46 right now because I do not see, unless this goes to overtime, you know what I mean? But at the same time, I don't cap games thinking that they're going to go into overtime. I can't really have that in the back of my mind, although I do think it is possible. Give me the under for now. I might end up moving on Michigan, though.
I love it. I love it. Nasty Nate says Michigan smash spot. Alec Dirk says this is a Nebraska spot here without a doubt. AM says Michigan is the ranked team. Michigan's more prestigious football school. The public will pour money on Michigan by game time. Gorky, our guy Gorky, says Michigan may easily lose 5 Big Ten games here. Let's roll on. We know the under 44.5 for Wine Time, and we'll see if he adds anything to it. This is our final game here in college football before we head into the WNBA playoffs with Billy Brisbane and Justin McCelvy. The Purdue Boilermakers got us paid last week.
Yep.
And felt very good, and I needed it. Good God, it was not a good week. It was very helpful. At the number 24 ranked Notre Dame Fighting Irish, hard to believe that we have a ranked football team that is 0-2. It's been a surprising start. I lost on the Notre Dame double result. Shout out to Dabby Cab, who was on Texas A&M. This is a relief. You play the Hurricanes and Texas A&M, and now you get Purdue. And that will be music to Freeman's ears. Can he take advantage of this? It's a huge spread. It's a very surprising spread here. And let's discuss the spread and the cash flow and hand it over to Wine Time. Nice weather for this one, popping off 3:30 p.m. Eastern. This opened up at 26.5. It is now 24.5. This was not a look-ahead spot. This not a look-ahead line. This became available on Sunday at 2:22 p.m. at 26.5, and it's just moved in one direction. It's only moved towards Purdue. There's never been buyback at all. Oh, I take that back. There was right off the hop.
Yeah, because
First move was 5 cents away from him, but then one-way traffic towards Purdue. So let's grab the total here for this one as well. We have the spread moving towards the Boilermakers, and we have a total at 54. This total opened up at 52.5. It climbed up to 55 and then dropped to 54 last night at 6 p.m. Eastern. Cash flow for this one, we have 66% of the tickets and 87% of the cash on Purdue. And look, I trusted Marcus Freeman, and it cost me. But again, I understand this line so bad. Maybe I should just run away from this game. But seeing the public on Purdue, the big bets on Purdue, the line moving towards Purdue, I kind of want to be on the other side of it. And it's my own bias where I think that this coach is phenomenal. They've not shown us on the field that they should be this big of a favorite against the Boilermakers. Take it away for us, Wine Time. Our last game on the board for today, Boilermakers Fighting Irish, Notre Dame Stadium.
Yeah, it's funny, Jim. You look over all of social media, everyone's like USC national title contenders after their win over Purdue. I mean, they didn't cover that spread. Purdue covered that spread rather easily. I think they could cover the spread rather easily too. I was able to get a 27.5 minus 110 on Sunday night, Jim. So I was able to get a better line on this one when I tweeted it out. Give me Purdue plus 27.5 minus 110. Listen, I think that they played a good game against USC. I think Notre Dame really isn't. I think Notre Dame might not even be as good as USC at this point in the season. Notre Dame, don't get me wrong, their offense looked good against Texas A&M, but that defense definitely looked very suspect in that one. I think that's trouble when you talk about a quarterback like Max Brown. I believe that's his name here. Let me pull it up. Yeah, Max Brownie for Ryan Brown. Ryan Brown here for the Purdue Boilermakers. He's got Devin Mockabee in the backfield, the redshirt senior. This guy's been with the program, I think, his whole career. I think he's a fifth-year guy, and he hasn't left Purdue. He was given the RB1 spot, as he should have, to enter this year. Talk about a guy named Nitro Tuggle. This guy's explosive with the ball in his hand, and Michael Jackson the third, another slot receiver over there. These guys are good. And you guys heard me talk about last week about a guy named Tony Grimes, their number one cornerback over there, that they got in the transfer portal. I've heard nothing but good things about this guy. And he kind of kept Mekhi Lemon in check a little bit, give or take. I don't think USC even really showed everything on offense against Purdue. I think everyone's kind of looking at Purdue as one of the bottom teams in the Big Ten, and realistically, Northwestern, UCLA are probably the bottom tier of the Big Ten right now. Seems like Purdue's only getting better. They're actually able to put points on the board. Barry Odom, a guy that believes in culture. This guy does everything right as a head coach. I mean, he definitely deserved this job coming over from UNLV. And the fact that he took this job is even more crazy, because who wants to take the Purdue job? Who wants to take the, jobs like the teams that aren't known for winning, like Mississippi State? Who wants to take those kind of jobs? Because you're set up for failure almost. This guy's going in there with an open mind. He brought in a lot of his guys from UNLV, but he also brought in a lot of guys from Power 4 programs. Notre Dame, they're one-dimensional. I mean, if you stop Jeremiah Levin Price in the backfield, I think you can stop this Notre Dame team. Jadarian Price didn't even look that good in the last matchup against A&M, and A&M's defense really isn't anything to write home about. Jeremiah Love did whatever he wanted. When they give him the ball, it seems like he can get you 4 or 5 yards every single time. No surprise. This guy's going to be getting drafted in the first round in this year's NFL draft, unless he wants to stick around. Probably make a little bit more money if he stays at Notre Dame for his senior year, but I could probably see him declaring for the draft after the season. And Jim, you touched on it. Why is this team ranked, man? I get it. 2 opponents that are good, and they were pretty good games. They hung in them, but I just think it's a little bit disrespectful to some other teams out there that aren't ranked, and you're still giving this a ranked in front of them. That pretty much tells me something that I was wrong on last week when I said if Notre Dame loses this game, there's no way they get into the playoff contest. And if they go 10-2, they're going to get into the playoffs, which is just kind of sad, because this team doesn't play anybody going forward outside of USC. Pitt, Pitt just lost to West Virginia that we're going to be talking about on Friday against Kansas. But with that being said, I think you stack the box here if you're Purdue. You trust your corners going one-on-one with these wide receivers, and you force CJ Carr to throw the ball downfield. I don't really see a world where they can dominate this game if they force that. If they load the box and hold Jeremiah Love to 100 rushing yards, that's all. I mean, even if you give up 100 rushing yards, I think you'll be all right to cover the spread. It's moved a lot. It's down to a 24.5 at most spots right now. I like that for sure. Would I move on the 24.5 now? Probably not. Probably will only be on the other side because we've already lost a lot of value. But at the same time, I think Purdue can stay within 20 in this game. I think they got some good pieces this last offseason. I believe in Barry Odom as a head coach over there. Marcus Freeman, maybe it's a little biased because, I was on Notre Dame against Texas A&M. We took the loss on the chin. But at the same time, I didn't really like what I saw from him. And I think Purdue could probably put at least 17 to 20 points on the board. And if they do, I think they cover the spread. With that being said, I'm on Purdue plus 27.5 minus 110. You can't find that number anywhere. It's only 24.5 right now. But at the same time, do I endorse the 24.5? Probably, because I think anything over 20 is asking a lot out of Notre Dame here in a game that they don't need to dominate. I mean, the poll's already showing them that all they need to do is win, and they're going to keep moving up in the rankings, which is sad. At the same time, they had two teams that are going to be in the playoffs this year that they lost to, so I guess you can't hold them too much accountable for that. But at the same time, I think this is too many points with Purdue. No one respects this Purdue program still, I feel like, even with the coaching change and the fact that they've played a little bit better. Give me Purdue.
I get it, but if this public sentiment against Notre Dame grows and grows and grows, I'm going to bet against it. I just feel like I'm hesitant to do it, obviously, because of what we've seen, but it feels like Notre Dame is in a powder keg type situation where they want to explode. They want to run up the score. And, a lot of us cashed on Purdue. It was a very different situation. We know USC is so talented, but how are they going to travel?
Yeah.
Are they going to be as dominant traveling? It was a pretty easy angle. Here, if this just grows and grows and grows, I mean, I'm very curious to see what happens to this line. But at this point, we have, 8.7 of every $10 coming in on the Boilermakers.
Oh, wow. I didn't hear that. Holy crap.
And the line's moving, so you can feel. I mean, you got a great line. You're on this right, but I'm interested in. I don't know. I'll need to think about it longer.
I like Zoe's look right. Notre Dame is laying 13.5 first half.
Yeah. Kong says, I think without the 3-hour delay, USC covers that game. I think you're probably right.
Yeah, you could be right, Colin. That is, I didn't even mention that in the cap. But yeah, there was a huge delay there, guys, for a while. I was wondering if the game was actually going to go off. I was like, holy crap. You could be right there, Colin, on that. So I definitely probably threw them off. At the same time, Purdue don't got to travel too far to Notre Dame. You know what I mean? This isn't like a crazy travel spot, but
not a crazy travel spot at all. But it's nice to play at home.
Yeah,
and this is a very angry group that you're going into. I mean, imagine the difference if Notre Dame had beaten A&M. The pressure wouldn't be on them to go out and rip.
That is true.
Just destroy. So Steve G, Boilermakers. I mean, another thing you'll notice is it's only Boilermaker traffic, and so I'm just gonna leave it there. I'm interested in Notre Dame. They've piqued my interest. I like going up against the public sentiment, and there's a lot of disappointment for the Fighting Irish right now, and I'm going to need more time on that. Let's review our guy Wine Time's action before we get into WNBA. We have the over 62. Now, he's tweeted all of this action out. You must follow him on X at Wine Time Sports. He has over 62 in SMU TCU. Crushed that line move. He has SMU plus 7. He beat that line move. He has Maryland team total under 16.5. He's got Tulane plus 12.5. He beat that line move. He has the under 44.5 in Michigan, Nebraska. That's the lone spot that's gone away from him. So I mean, if you're beating 85% of line moves, and it's great. You can't ask for more than that. Yeah. And then he crushed the Purdue plus 27.5 here in our final spot on the board. Wine Time, thank you so much for rocking with us, my man. And thank you for giving out your MLB action as well. I'm going to pop your X handle here in the chat. Please support our guy Wine Time This man is as selfless as they come. He asks for nothing in return. He just wants us to beat the books. He wants us as a community to succeed in this because our lives are on the line. We have to win. It's not about. I used to think, well, you just can't lose. That's all. But now I'm changing that. I mean, you have to
do this
succeed.
to win, right? Yeah, we do.
Well, your unit size has to grow.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm not saying that you need to pull out, a few K every month and put into your life fund, but if your unit size isn't growing, then we're not doing it right. So great stuff. Wine time. I popped your X handle here in the chat. Any last words for the Capper Sport in the show?
Oh, shout out to everyone in the chat. My guy Kong's clip right there. Am as always. Zoe. Appreciate everyone. All the love and support. Just capping the card with my guy Jimmy. It's a blessing. I was telling him last week, man. I was like, I don't ever take this for granted, man. Love doing this with my guy Jimmy and Jose as well. All the cappers that come on here, we're able to sit down and talk some ball for a couple hours and hopefully win at the same time. So shout out to you guys for having me as always, Jim. Can't wait to get back here. I'll be here full swing on Friday, so we'll be capping the entire MLB card. And there will be more moves that are tweeted. If you guys want to follow me on Twitter, go follow my Twitter, and it'll be some of the games we talk about on Friday. So I'll be there with my guy Jimmy the Bag on Friday, and then Saturday, don't forget, we'll be doing our tailgate 7 a.m. over here on the West Coast. Me, Dabby Cab, and Moose, Guns Picks, Gorky, Kong's Clips, Justin McKelvey, everyone out there, man. I think I'm missing someone too, but shout out to all them, man. Love you guys. Good luck today, and let's get that cash.
Our guy, Wine Time Sports in the house. We move from the gridiron to the hardwood playoff WNBA action. It's been a minute since I've been betting WNBA. I'm interested to get involved here this evening. Let's start by bringing on the star, one of our two stars of WNBA breakdowns here on the channel, the star of the Locker Room Talk podcast, coming to us from South Jersey. Please welcome our guy, Mr. Billy Brisbane. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
I would say been better, been worse. It feels like since I've been in AC last week, you get with a little lady of the night, and I feel like since that day, there's been like a hex put on me.
Just took your power?
I have no idea. This has been one of the worst betting weeks of my fucking life. I can't. The only thing I've been hitting has been overnight fucking tennis. It has been one of the weirdest weeks of my life. It's why we have the community. Yeah, your highs, your lows. But usually I don't hit like a low point. We're just trying to get it back to rolling. I don't know what I got to do.
It's been a really rough, ever since Friday, it's just been a really bad few days for me as well. So I know exactly what you're talking about. I have a friend down at Hermosa Beach, basketball player. He used to be with the N1 basketball players. And I hung out with him last time I was in LA, like last year or whatever. And he doesn't orgasm. He says it's your power source. That's what he's doing right now. He's just keeping all the power inside him. And I was like, all right, maybe we should meet up another time. But yeah, so he thinks it's your power source.
But
let it out.
Why I bring up the hex situation was because the room location, I didn't buy the room. She bought the room, and it was at like the end of the hall, like tucked in the corner. I don't know what the fuck happened to me since that day. I cashed that Vikings ticket, and I haven't been the same since.
Well, I'm firing my power source all over the place, so I did not heed his advice. My power source is everywhere. All right? Don't bring a black light in here. Our guy Brizzy in the house. Let's bring on our next guest. Sorry about that. Let's bring on our next guest. We have 2 playoff games to attack, and he was on the Seattle Storm yesterday with a great call, getting love from the chat for that. Please welcome our guy, star of the Stacks Play Today, Justin McKelvy.
Stacks.
Keep everybody quiet.
Oh man. Yeah. It was a strange intro to our battle. It's my fault. It was my fault.
You got people in my house looking at me like, why are you laughing like that?
It's my fault. My fault. Yeah, I don't believe it's a power source, but Action Jackson said it is the source of power. I do not. If you brought in a black light, my shit would blow up like the planetarium, and I'm not holding on to my source of power. We have love for our guy Parlay Tees, and our big Atlantic City party for Who Bangin' Sports is tomorrow. It starts tomorrow, and there will be many glasses lifted for our friend Parlay Tees, whom we miss dearly. WNBA playoffs, his bread and butter. We have just the cappers to lead us to the cash. Very exciting breakdowns here. So let's get right to work. Justin, thank you for joining us. How's your day been, man?
Pretty good. No complaints. Something irritated me, but I'll text you about it.
Okay. I will take a look at that, my friend. But let's get to work here. Mercury Liberty. Game 2 of the playoffs. Now, I'll tell you what I think of this spot. And I'm curious to see if you guys are, how you feel about it. We watched the Liberty, a team that's, been through the battles, the playoff battles, step up. Now, they completely shut down the Mercury in the second half in overtime. The Mercury scored 22 points in the second half. Now, look, Liberty only scored 21, but then only 4 points in overtime. Mercury shot 32.5% from the field and 23.1% from three. They forced 21 turnovers. Liberty turned the ball over 21 times, but it didn't matter because Phoenix was shooting so poorly. It also didn't matter because the Liberty dominated the boards, 48-31. And now we have game 2 here. And when this line came out, I thought, well, the books know the Mercury are going to win game 2 in New York. And I was very curious to see where would this go, because they put out a line where everybody and their mama is going to want the Liberty, the defending champions, at home. And even at that 2.5, I was like, do I really think Phoenix is going to win this game outright? Well, now you don't have to worry about outright. This line opened up at, it opened up at 3.5. It got down to a flat 2 for a long time. So how much do you care? And this is the main question. How much do you care that this line has moved 2 points towards the Liberty? And the answer for me is I want Phoenix. That opening line told the whole story. This totals up. But if you guys tell me, and I need your expertise here, that the Mercury are incapable of getting rebounds against the Liberty, then maybe that makes no sense in a tough playoff type game. This total opened up at 160.5. It's now 159.5. 159.5. The first game, went way under despite overtime. That's when you have a good under. When we get to the cash flow here for our first of 2 WNBA playoff games, and it's just loading up here, and I think this is a crucial information. We have 61% of the tickets and 87% of the cash on the Liberty. I expect that to move. See, DraftKings has moved this to 5. If this line had opened at 4.5 or 5, I wouldn't want Phoenix. But again, this is tricky capping it in this fashion. So let's hear from our cappers on screen, and we will start here with our guy Justin Mcelvy, because we have Stacks play today number 2. Take it away, Justin.
Yeah, I'll start off with it and I'll break down, and I'm sure Brizzy know about it because you got to be part of following WNBA. But Stacks play today, number 2. I'm on the clock. Natasha Cloud over 12.5 points. I got that at plus 116. I looked at that before we came on here. It was now minus like 105. And in brief, it's playoff Jimmy, it's playoff Jamal, it's playoff Rhonda, and you have to put there's playoff Cloud. Like, this is what she do. She sucks, averages 10, 9, 12, regular season. But something about the playoffs, she just go crazy. Her point spread was at 10.5 the last game. It was now, 23. This one opened up at, I could have got 11.5 at minus 115. I chose 12.5 at plus 116. And I looked right before it was minus 105. I think it's manipulation. I didn't see about no Stewie news, which I really don't care. I think this is a Mercury spot, and I'm also going to make that official. This line getting out of control. I'm not understanding. I think the Mercury going to win this game. I'm confident with the best number you could get. The best number you could get for the Mercury. But stacks play today, number 2, Natasha Cloud, over 12.5 points, plus 116. I'll take the Mercury, best number you could get me. And the last one is Alyssa Thomas, over 18.5 rebounds and assists, minus 115. I feel like they're going to have to get a lot of rebounds. I feel like Stewie, whether she plays or not, like I said, I didn't update it. There was something going on with my security system, of course, like minutes before I came on. It's still going on as we speak, but it's all right. There's no emergency or nothing like that. And I don't know, so I don't know the Stewie news, but like I said, I don't care if she plays or not. She's not going to be healthy. So I feel like they should sit her until the next game, if there's the next game. And everyone I did on the 2-3 zone with, they all against me. So I'm expecting all y'all to be against me. But I like the Mercury. I'm making it official. Not changing my mind. Best number you could get me with the Mercury.
Breanna Stewart is in.
Even better. She's not healthy.
I agree. I'd rather have Breanna Stewart in a bigger line. So we have Cloud over 12.5 points at plus 116. Thomas over 18.5 rebounds and assists. Oh, what's that? Rebounds and assists?
Yeah, rebounds and assists over 18.5, minus 115.
Minus 115.
And best number you could get me on a Mercury spread.
So we are in business. I think I'm going to pull up a 5. I know I can get a 5. And Will Johnson even taking it further with Mercury money line. I like this. I love that opening line at 2.5. Love it. Absolutely love it. So I do want to hear your thoughts on, before we get to Brizzy, why the Mercury were so badly beaten on the boards. And is that an outlier? Can they change that?
I think they could change it. I think there's going to be a lot of positive regression as far as the rebounds. That's why I included Alyssa Thomas in her rebounds. She had 9 the last game, 9 and 8, 9 rebounds, 8 assists. But if you're going to be the best player on the team, like, you need to get some rebounds. And like, then you had Satu. She shot 2 for 17. So I expect positive regression, get some more points out of her. I know Breanna Stewart, she's not healthy. So I feel like playing against Breanna Stewart, y'all look desperate. Y'all gonna get her hurt. Now y'all gonna lose the series. So I just feel like the coach for the Mercury gonna say, like, listen, like, that's the problem. We need to get rebounds. I think Alyssa gonna go crazy on the rebounds. Like, you have to get rebounds, offensive rebounds, defensive rebounds. If not, y'all gonna get blown out. So I know the coaches. If I see it and you talking about it, I know Brizzy gonna talk about it. Like, so I know the coaches talk about it. Like, we got to crash these boards, period. And one thing that, whether it's playoffs or not, we don't want the Liberty at this number. Who the hell wants to lay this many points with the Liberty? Not me.
Yeah, I like where this is going. I'm with you guys. Now, there is a fear that Brizzy will take the confidence away. So let's hear Brizzy's breakdown. Brizzy, tell us, how you getting paid game 2? Barclays Center in Brooklyn, New York, from Mercury Liberty.
Yeah, I don't want to be a bearer of bad news, but I couldn't disagree anymore. I think that these WNBA series go by so quick. They're only 3-game series. Phoenix had the opportunity to open up this series on their home court. They forced it in the overtime. If you watch that game, Phoenix had every fucking opportunity to win that fucking game, and they could not pull it out. And I think that's going to be deflating, or not deflating. That's just going to cost them in this series. Liberty on their home court. B-Stew at the shoot-around today. I mean, her quote was just, I can't imagine. It's got to inspire the locker room. Let me pull up the quote that she said at shoot around today. She says, yeah, there's a chance I could re-injure my knee, but I want to go out here with my teammates and we want to go defend the championship. That's everything I need to know. Natasha Cloud was all locked in. Nate Tibbetts' face looked like a man that has not slept in a very long time. And I only know that because I'm a man that has not slept in a very long time. And he looked like he was sweating bullets. You got to remember, I'm a big Mercury guy. It's one of my favorite teams. That is my favorite team. Nate Tibbetts is a great coach. He comes from an NBA lineage, never got that head coaching job opportunity in the NBA. So he ended up going to the WNBA to Phoenix. I think he's a hell of a coach. I think Phoenix is definitely locked in, but there's just some things that I saw in that first game that I feel like if this series was tied, would be tied 1-1, or they're able to pull out that first game, I think this would be a 3-game series. But I think them dropping that first game is everything that I kind of need to know in this series. I mean, New York did their job. That was to win on the road. Now they have to defend home court, and then this series is over. It's not like this is a 5 or a 7-game series or something like that. This is a 3-game series. The Liberty end this one tonight, and they're into the next round. B-Stew's playing. That's all I needed to see. I think the line movement is because if you watch that game on Sunday, there is no way in hell that you thought B-Stew was going to be ready to go and here at shoot around and practice the last couple of days. But she's ready to go and she's ready to roll. And I think the Liberty rolled the Mercury here in this spot.
I got a Jimmy question for you.
Yeah.
Actually, I got 2 Jimmy questions for you. One, so are you laying it with the Liberty?
Yes, I have a 2-legger here, 2-leg parlay.
So you're not laying it. You're taking the money line.
Oh, well, in the parlay, we are laying it.
Yeah, good. I'm not sprinkling. I'm not sprinkling. I'm taking the most points that Jimmy can find me.
5 at -110.
Sign me up. And the second thing, here's what really threw me off. Why is it when I bet on Bet Rivers this morning, I think we're allowed to say Bet Rivers, I bet Natasha Cloud over 12.5 points at +116. So why does that number go down to -105 when Brianna come in?
I mean, it's playoff Cloud. I mean, you can't talk about Natasha.
If it was playoff Cloud, it wouldn't have been +116.
Philadelphia's finest, man. I mean,
I would think it would go higher when Stewie got brewed in, not lower.
I don't think the two correlate. I think the correlation is more on Anescu's point prop.
Well, we have action here. I am joining Team McKelvey here. Look.
We can all win this. He's taking the money line.
That's true. But the home road situation doesn't really bother me in a situation where the one team just doesn't handle the pressure, can't do it, shoots terrible, gets outboarded, forces all the turnovers and can't do anything with them. They're angry group. And I'm not saying that I won't, want to flip to Liberty in game 3. I just really want the angry, skilled Mercury.
I think if the series goes back to Phoenix, the series is over.
Well, it has to be over.
No, I'm saying, like, if this goes back to Phoenix, Phoenix is winning game 3.
Yeah, I think that's the most likely outcome. But we don't know that the Mercury can handle this pressure. And so in fact, I'd be very interested in Liberty in game 3 in Phoenix. I want Phoenix here now when everybody's given up on them. They're left for dead against the defending champions. That's when I want them. When they surprise everybody and bring it back to Phoenix, I think I fade them. But again, let's worry about that shit when it comes to fruition. So we have Justin on Cloud over 12.5 points +116. Thomas over 18.5 rebounds and assists -115. Mercury +5 -110. You can't find the 5 offshore. And then Brizzy is using the Liberty money line as the first leg of a parlay. Let's get into that next spot, 10 p.m. Eastern. And good God, I wish this was not at the SAP Center in San Jose, California. Brizzy told us that this was going to be an issue, and good God, is it an issue now? We know that the Lynx are the better team. No one's questioning that. The issue is that Golden State Valkyries were more than the sum of their parts all year long. They dealt with injuries. They dealt with everything. They've played the Lynx now in 3 of their last 4 games. They've lost them all. They lost the last one that meant something by 29 points. They lost the one that didn't mean anything by 19. And they're getting crushed. They've lost 4 in a row. And what would be the tonic for them? To go back to San Francisco. And then we wouldn't be getting a 10. And you could still believe in the heart of this basketball team. But the fact that this is in San Jose, California, makes me not want to expect it. It makes me not want to bet it. Because this isn't home. And you need to come home when you're getting waxed by the number 1 team in the league. You need to come home, and this is not happening. So this is a line to double digits on the Valkyries that would appeal to anybody who's watched this team play all year. And I'm not going to do it. Valkyries, I'll listen to you guys. If you guys can push me heavy in that direction, but this opened up at 10, it moved to 11. It's sitting here at 10.5. It's clearly a number that's going to appeal to anybody who's watched this team play. This total is a 151.5. It opened up at 152.5, dropped down to 151 flat, and again got back up to 151.5. And then let's get into the cash flow for this one. We have 54% of tickets and 51% of cash on Golden State, 60% of tickets on the over, 70% of cash on the over. Brizzy, you start this one, my man. Mark A laid the 9.5 on Monday. Take it away for us, Brizzy. Our final game on today's show, Lynx Valkyries.
Yeah, a little bit of a frustrating type of line. First home game in Golden State's history for the playoffs here. Minnesota knows what's on the line. I mean, they've won each meeting by double digits this year. The 2 caveats to this is like, usually when you want to back a favorite, you talk about this in using an MMA reference. Usually when you want to back a favorite, you kind of want them to be up early in the game or something like that. You want to see the line move live. This one kind of feels like a close game at halftime, and then Minnesota busts it open in the second half. Valkyries 14-3 towards the under in revenge spots this year. Natalie Nakase just got named Coach of the Year a couple of hours ago. That is the Golden State Valkyries coach, and I feel like that is their token of victory for the season. Give Natalie Nakase a little championship or a Coach of the Year for the first year for the Golden State Valkyries, and they get swept. I don't think we're seeing any Friday games for the WNBA. I feel like this offense is just dead without Tiffany Hayes. I could definitely see Golden State covering the first half of this game. It's at plus 10.5. I mean, you could literally buy a half a point, and I think Golden State will cover a 6.5 line in the first half. But full game, I think Minnesota busts us open late, and they know it's on the line, and I think they close up this series. There's no way you can watch those games from last night at the crib or on stream as the stud buds do and think to yourself, damn, Atlanta's got a hard game on Thursday, and so do the Aces. So it's like, you know what's on the line in these quick series. You got to handle business, and I think Minnesota handles business tonight, and I think they end up sweeping the Valkyries.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it, and I don't want to sell the Valkyries short, but it just sucks that they're not.
It's something a double result with confidence for Minnesota tonight. Like, this would be the double result type of spot, but like, damn, do I not feel comfortable with them covering the first half of any basketball game.
Oh, I hear that. I hear that. So this is the second leg of the money line parlay.
Yeah, well, -1.5 on both legs here for New York, and Minnesota got us down to -110. And I have a shitload of daily fantasy entries for the WNBA tonight. some player props that or just price tags that I'm gonna try to take advantage of. Veronica Burton is one of the highest priced players on the whole entire slate tonight. I think her corollary props of rebounds and assists go over. Like they have her and Sabrina Ionescu priced at the same exact price tag. I think she's gonna definitely need some rebounds and assists to pay off the price tag. I could definitely see that. And then Golden State has got to do something down low. They just can't. One of the biggest problems in this series has been Golden State's been able to like Band-Aid package their front court for certain moments and times, but you can't Band-Aid your front court against Apisha Collier and Alana Smith with Jessica Shepard coming off the bench. I mean, your guys are just going to get dominated down low. One of Janelle Saloon, Teme Finbagle, or Monique Billings, they have to step up majorly on the rebounds tonight. Like they have to step up.
-1.5 on Liberty, -1.5 on the Lynx. Gives Brizzy a -110 spot. Let's hear from Justin McCelvy. Game 2, round 1. Minnesota up 1-0. Take it away.
It's crazy. He got like a lot of my nose. Like I love to hear that. Then I'll give you the breakdown. My 2 official plays is Janelle Salone over 5.5 rebounds, -117. And the second play is the Valkyries first half plus 5.5. First half plus 5.5 -121. And not official, but I bet it. But I don't like to double up on different shows. But I already gave out Veronica Burton yesterday in the 2-3 zone. So we aligned, Bridgie. So we think alike.
Cash out now. I'm messing with you. Cash out now.
No, I don't do those. But my whole thing is Natalie Nicole said she don't like getting her ass whooped. And they just lost by like 29 or 30 or whatever it was. They just got blown out. And I would love it if they was in Ball Harbor. But this is still a home game for them. It's not their home court, but it's a home game. And just like yesterday when we talked about the Fever, I expect the Valkyries to come out here and throw the first punch. And I expect that first punch to be strong. Valkyries first half as a dog, especially after a loss, been a thing all year. I've been on it all year. I've been on every show that I do. Valkyries first half. I love this spot, especially in the winter, go home or stay home in this case. But I really wish they was in Ball Hall, but they're not because of whatever tennis thing going on.
Talk about something. The Lavender Cup is happening in tennis, and the stadium is the Golden State Valkyrie Stadium is being used. So this is in San Jose. Like this is like they might not get that pop that they're looking for.
No, they come. It's only like 50 minutes away. That's why I said it's not at Ball Hall. It's at
the Warriors court, though.
Nah, but I'm saying, but this fan base is 50 minutes. They coming to whatever this place is called in San Jose. They coming.
They ain't the same home court ATS that we look at on our notes and shit like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like
but it's still the same coach. It's still the same coach coming off a beat down. It's the playoff winner go home. How you don't come out here and throw the first punch? I know the Lynx is on some BS right now and they blowing everybody out. But how you lose by 30 and don't come out here and throw the first punch on the home court? Now, again, it's not ball, but still you're home. You gonna have the fans. It's 50 minutes away. I would travel 50 minutes to go see my team play.
Have you ever seen a San Jose Sharks hockey game and how empty the stands are? I mean,
we're talking about the Valkyries expansion team.
Hey, this might be the most people. I'm back in with you. This might be the most people the stadium's seen in fucking years. But I still don't think they get that same pop. Like this isn't San Francisco at all.
Okay, well then you take the Lynx -5.5 first half. Then that's what you do.
I'm not. I've the Lynx had a better first half ATS record. I would double result the fuck out of this, but
oh yeah, maybe double result. But first half on the 2-3 zone, we've been fading the Lynx. Their first half suck.
Yeah.
Third quarter is their spot.
Yeah, 100%. Shouts to LJ. I think LJ said Minnesota.
Yeah, they start off slow and then come out and wipe you down at the second half. But this spot right here between the Lynx historically starting slow. Between Valkyries, Nikasi off a blowout loss or any loss, she's going to play hella defense. I think Salon going to cash her rebounds over 5.5, -116. No, -117. And the Valkyries first half +5.5, -121. I paid the juice because I wanted the hook. I could have got a 5 when I bet it, but I wanted that little hook. And I love this slate. I love these plays. I don't see how I don't go 5-0, 4-1.
I love it. I love it. Great work from both of our experts. Salon. How do you pronounce it?
Salon.
Do you remember Salon?
There's a little one of them. I don't know what that means. There's a little squiggly over her.
Do you remember Salon from the Charlotte Hornets, the French kid that they drafted that was their starting forward for like some games? It's his sister.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, I do.
But there's one over her last name over the A and the U or whatever. There's a little squiggly thing. So however you
I don't know what the hell's called out there.
It looks like, I'm just saying there's a
Janelle Saloon.
it might be saloon because there's a squiggly, whatever that squiggly thing means, man. I don't want to butcher her name because I be coming down on Low Shack. He hammers my name every Tuesday. But he do it on purpose because I've telling him every time how to say my name. He just chooses to ignore it.
He's a mysterious man.
Yeah.
Saying the LV part.
We have Salon at 5.5 boards -117. Valkyries +1.5 +5. Sorry, Valkyries first half +5.5 -121 is Justin's action in Lynx Valkyries. Justin on game 1, Cloud over 12.5 points, Thomas over 18.5 rebounds and assists, and Mercury +5. Brizzy on Liberty -1.5 and Lynx -1.5. And that is our WNBA breakdowns for Wednesday, September 17th. I hope you guys can join us throughout the rest of the week. I'll reach out to both of you guys. But excellent work.
I'm good all week.
Cash.
I'm about to do 2-3 zone right now.
Oh, respect. Well, shout out to the 2-3 zone. Shout out to your co-hosts there, Ron Crawford and Ramon Scott. Go get that cash, Justin. I'm going to pop Justin's X handle in the chat. Justin, any last words for the Capper Sporting Show?
No, thanks for having me. Let's kill it today. See y'all tomorrow.
Let's go get it. There's our guy, Justin Mcelvy, in the house. Brizzy, thank you so much for rocking with us, man. I'm feeling the same as you with the last few days. We'll change that right now. We will change that right now, today. I'm so upset that I wanted the under and Verlander fought. I mean, they're my guys. But the 9, it opens up as a 9 and it doesn't move and it just screws me up and keeps me off. Very, very, very frustrating. Justin, my man, thank you for your hard work and angles and edges. Any last words for the Capper supporting the show?
Yeah. If I was rolling a little bit hotter, just missed the cut here was Cecilia Zandalicini. She came off the bench for Minnesota last year. She was like their 3-point specialist. Now she's the 3-point specialist for the Valkyries. Valkyries got to shoot some threes tonight. You got to up the 3-point volume. And if that's the case, then Zandalicini should be a main priority of that. And her 3-point prop is really low. Her 3-point prop is 1.5 at -140. So if you want to fuck around some stuff today, it's Beaver Bowl Wednesdays, man. I mean, by tomorrow, you're going to forget about the WNBA. It's going to be football season, week 3.
I love it. I love where we're leading into, and it's also NBA and NHL around the corner. I'll tell you what I am going to do, though. I'm going to live bet the over 6.5 in Braves Nationals. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe because Waldrop. I'm going to see how many. Because are we going to get the top of the? Maybe I should wait. Are we going to get the top of the lineup? Because these bullpens are absolute trash. They're exhausted. The 6.5 should be good, but I need to ensure. Like, let's see if there been any walks.
Coming up for the Braves is Ozuna, Alvarez, and Profar. So 8-9-1.
Yeah, 8-9-1 because Olsen got the one hit. And then on the other side, look at what I can't. Look at what Waldrop's done. He struck out Abrams, Bell, Lyle, and Garcia Jr.
I mean,
okay.
The second time through the order is when pitchers get touched up.
No doubt, but this I'm not going to move on it now. I think that Ozuna just got a hit?
Yeah, Ozuna just got a hit. He's on first base.
All right. I'm going to hold off at this point here. Brizzy, thank you for your time, my man. Let's get that cash. I hope you can join us throughout the rest of the week And
everybody cashes. You guys cashed the 4. We guys cashed the 1.5. We followed the 2, and we are all rolling.
I hope that's the case.
Only in La La Land, right?
I hope that's the case. Our guy, Billy Brisbane, in the house. Let's put a bow on the proceedings here. That 6.5's gone to 7.5 with just one single. Unbelievable. Let's put a bow on proceedings. Let's review all action here on the show. Spooner gave us Reds money line, which cashed. Guardians, Tigers under 8.5. It's coming up. Red Sox, A's over 8.5, and Angels, Brewers under 8. Nice job. Look at that, Nasty. You crushed that. Wow. Beautiful work. We have Wine Time gave us the White Sox Orioles over 8.5. Oh, the hell, that definitely, that one didn't. That one's still in business. So we need White Sox come back there. He gave us the Diamondbacks money line, Guardians, Tigers under 8, Mets money line, Royals money line. Justin McKelvey first stacks play today was Rafi Devers over 1.5 bases plus 114. Let's bring our guy Jose Bouquet back as we put a bow on today's show. That fought Verlander spot I wanted so badly, and I just let the market mess with me. Really, all I needed. It sucks that this is where I'm at now with capping, but it does get me out of more trouble than it brings me into. But I just needed to see an 8.5 heavily juiced, and I hammer it. Verlander's pitching much better. I love Fott at home, and I still sat on the sidelines. We get started. So I'm 2-3. Today's not been horrible. And look, I have first 3 under in my notes for San Francisco, Arizona with question marks and asterisks. I'm on this over 8.5 here. Now we have 2 runners on and no out in Atlanta, Washington. The problem is I also have the Nats first 5 plus 0.5, and it's the Braves who have 2 men on and nobody out. Probably should have moved on that 6.5. The bullpens are trash. Just Waldrop. Going over Waldrop's numbers, I got scared. Then I'm with TJ on the Guardians first 5 plus 0.5. I'm with TJ on the A's team total over 3.5. I'm going to move on I'm going to study it now. Believe it to move on the Rays first 5 plus 0.5. Jose will go over his MLB action here. Then in the night slate, I'm joining him on the Royals first 5. I'm going to join TJ spreadsheet, Taint, and all of them on the Rangers. And then I'm going to be on the first 3 under 2. And then I'll be on the Rockies money line. That is my MLB. Wine Time gave us the over 62 and SMU plus 7 in SMU TCU. He gave us Maryland team total under 16.5, Camp Randall. He gave us Tulane plus 12.5. He gave us the under 44.5 in Michigan, Nebraska. That's the only line that's gone against him. He's interested in Michigan. We'll see if he pulls the trigger. And he is on Purdue plus 27.5. That is the situation here. Jose, how are you, my friend? Thank you for rocking with us. All your hard work behind the scenes. Please tell us your MLB action.
Yes, I have the Tampa Bay Rays money line. God damn it, Molly. I have Tampa Bay Rays money line plus 114. I have the Mets money line minus 118. I have the Minnesota Twins money line plus 134. And I have the Kansas City Royals first 5 money line with you minus 130.
I like it. I like it here.
We're thrilled over here. We have hit the point where it's like, God damn it, it's 4:00 and we haven't eaten yet, but we're rocking and rolling.
Let's get you some food. Let's get you some food here.
Yeah.
Let's get you some food. You know what? I'm surprised for new media. I'm surprised that Verlander with 10 outs only has 1 strikeout. He's only throwing 62 pitches. So I'll cheer you on. I hope we can get there. Beautiful, Swiggy. Yes, we're going to be going over all that. As Jose will tell you, the transition from our Tuesday night late show and then being prepared for Wednesday is extremely difficult. So I'll be doing more of that here, celebrating the gold members as we move throughout the week. Gorky, play day number 3, Red Sox, Dodgers, money line parlay here. A Nasty Nate, Red Sox, Brewers parlay. Thank you, Wager Detective. Thank you to all of you. Big Zo, new media, we do. Thank you guys for rocking with us. Grant Clarkson capping with us all day. I love it. Ronnie Crawford, thank you for all your hard work. Mark A in the house. We had Slatsy joining us earlier. Will Johnson was rocking with us. Lex Steele running with us. Dylan Med jumped into the chat. We had Rod Zawacki and many, many others. Thank you guys so much for the support. Thank you to the cappers that joined us on camera. TJ, Wine Time, Justin McKelvey, Billy Brisbane, and our backbone, Mr. Jose Bouquet. Jose, the week is here, and we need to win so badly. And I was very angry today. But 2-3, we can climb out of this. We've done it all year. Shout out to Christopher Ing in the house. Please, Jose,
Chris.
bless our action and lead us into the future.
Yep. Shout out to you guys all in the chat here. We appreciate you guys. Nate, AM, Chris, Wager Detective, Zoe Faye, Rich H, our guy Gorky, the Goracle or the Gorkicle, as Pete likes to call him, the Gorkicle. But shout out to Pete, and I do love that he doesn't give a fuck about Justin's name. he just pronounces it whatever he wants. McKelvey,
How do you pronounce it? McElvey?
Yeah, he goes back and forth, just like Ray Allen, but it is quite humorous as well. And he's no nonsense, that Peter Loshak on wins Tuesdays.
Really?
Yeah, he's like, yeah, when he was done with Cap, he's like, all right, Cap, thanks, fuck off. And then Caps went away, and yeah, he's no nonsense, that Peter Loshak. He's ready to go.
Seems like a very nonsense-filled guy, but no?
No. You look at him and you see that mustache, and you think it's full of nonsense, but no. Business. Business for Peter Loshak. So shout out to you guys as always. Appreciate you guys, and let's let Jay Halo's bookmaker.